Maybe it's best to start off a video like this with a story. It's a quiet night in ancient Athens, long into the witching hour. Inside an old creaking dwelling, a lone scholar sits by an oil lamp, determinedly scratching away with his stylus. He's heard rumors that this very house is haunted, but he remains focused on his work. Then comes a sound. It's faint at first, the clanking of iron, the rattle of chains echoing. It grows louder. It's coming nearer. The scholar, a stoic named Athenodorus, steels himself and refuses to look up, just ignoring the noise. It's only when the rattling chains seem to be at his very door does he finally glance up. There in the flickering lamplight stands a gaunt spectre, an old man in tattered robes, shackled at the wrists and ankles, hollow eyes staring at him. The ghost silently beckons with a bony finger. Unnerving as the apparition is, Athenodorus remains rational. He calmly gestures for the ghost to wait while he marks his place, and then rises and follows the silent phantom through the moonlit corridors out into the courtyard. But suddenly, the spectre vanishes. The next morning, Athenodorus reports what happened at local magistrates. They dig at the spot where the ghost disappeared, and they discover a skeleton in rusted chains, buried without the proper funeral rites. The remains are given a decent burial, and lo and behold, after that, the house is never haunted again. Does it not sound like something out of an Edgar Allan Poe novel? I think so. But it goes back a lot earlier than that. This is a tale recorded by the Roman writer Pliny the Younger, nearly 2,000 years ago, and it shows something profound about not just the ancient world, but human psychology. People in antiquity certainly had their own beliefs about ghosts. It's not a modern obsession. Ghosts and restless spirits were accepted facets of life in ancient civilizations. And it's not just Greece, Rome, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and beyond. They all had their own views on the ghost phenomenon. But the average person's views on ghosts in ancient times were rooted in their cultural traditions, and that can change from place to place. Also their everyday experiences and how they honored the dead, or perhaps when necessary, placated them. And so today we're going to go through a variety of ancient cultures and eras from the Bronze Age to the Classical period. We're going to try and understand how ordinary people in ancient times understood and dealt with ghosts. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. I am your host, once again, and if you are new here, I bid you a warm welcome. For those returning, a warm welcome back. Of course, you won't get any interruptions in this video as usual, like all the other videos in this channel, organized lovingly into the playlists for your convenience, because we are completely ad-free. All the mid-rolls are turned off, so you can relax and just enjoy it from start to finish. This is of course made possible because we are supported by good people like you on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Chats and the PayPal link, and of course the merch store that we have. All links available in the pinned comment, video and channel description if you are interested. And of course, like, comment, subscribe, pressing the hype button, and just spreading the word to your friends always helps the channel spread its reach. So we do appreciate that too. Now, with welcomes and all of that said and done, let's get on to the topic today. Ghosts in the ancient world. Well, we go back to the earliest civilization of Mesopotamia, mainly Sumer, Babylon, and Assyria, and they provide us with some of the oldest evidence that people certainly had beliefs in ghosts. In fact, scholars like Irving Finkel, just to name one of them, point out that the idea of spirits surviving after death can be traced back to prehistoric burials, where grave goods were included. By the Bronze Age in Mesopotamia, that's around 5,000 years ago, written tablets contained spells to ward off ghosts and rituals to send an unhappy spirit back to the underworld. You see, for the Mesopotamians, ghosts, called Gidim in Sumerian or Etemu in Akkadian, were simply just a normal part of life. And everyone became a ghost upon dying. Most ghosts quietly dwelt in the underworld, but if something went wrong, let's say a violent death, an improper burial, or just a rather poorly done funeral, well, the ghost could slip back to trouble the living until things were set right. But what exactly was a Mesopotamian ghost like? Well, in their mythology, as best as we can understand it, of course the sands of time blur a few details, but we do know that their afterlife was not like a heaven, nor a hell. It was rather a dreary shadow land. One famous account in the Epic of Gilgamesh describes the dead as wearing feathers like birds, dwelling in darkness, eating clay and dust. Certainly a far removal from heaven, but not quite the burning fires of hell in the Christian tradition. It was more of a miserable existence due to its monotony, especially for those who had no descendants to bring them offerings. Proper burial and regular food and drink offerings could keep a spirit content in the underworld, but a neglected soul would grow hungry. And when you get hungry, you get angry. And when you get angry, you go above to the world and roam around, trying to find what you lack. The common family duty was to pour out cool water or leave bread at the grave to nourish the departed, essentially feeding one's ancestor ghost so it would not inflict illness or misfortune on the household. Now, the most common ghosts in Mesopotamia were not strangers, but they were one's own kin. It wasn't like you'd walk into, I don't know, a new home or something and you would be confronted by a spirit wandering around. Someone who didn't know you wouldn't really trouble you. After all, it's not your fault that they're not getting the proper offerings. It was typical to bury family members under the house floor, however, or in the courtyard, keeping the dead literally close to home. But generally people wouldn't move around too much in those days. If you experienced a mysterious illness or a nightmare, people often suspected a ghost close to them was behind it. Maybe it was grandfather spirit, upset you skipped his memorial meal or forgot his birthday, something like that. Or some other relative's ghosts feeling forgotten. Well, ghosts were even blamed directly for certain symptoms. Cuneiform medical texts sometimes diagnose a patient's ailment as brought by the hand of a ghost. And in these cases, treating the illness involved not only medicine but also spiritual appeasement to pacify the restless. Now, Mesopotamia is a bit special because the society developed many strategies to cope with ghosts. And it wasn't just fear, but it was a bit of practicality too. Of course, there's reflections of both sides of that coin. You see, on one hand, they knew that ghosts could be dangerous. An old Mesopotamian saying essentially was that some ghosts make you sick in order to force you to give them something. The spirits of those who died by violence were considered especially murderous and vengeful. But on the other hand, the living had a few ways to defend themselves. Professional exorcists and priests could be called to recite powerful incantations to send a ghost away. People wore protective amulets and placed fierce-looking figurines on their homes to scare off any wandering spirits. For example, the images of the demon Pazuzu with his ferocious face and wings were used as talismans to frighten away evil influences, including ghosts. And then families, too, also tried to reason with or placate ghosts in their own way. If a spirit was tormenting a household, one could appeal to the gods for justice. In one ritual, the head of the family might formally address the sun god Shamash, the patron of justice, to assert that the family had done their duty, given the proper burial and offerings, and that the ghost had no right to come back and interrupt their daily lives. It kind of amounted to taking the ghost to a bit of a court in a divine sense, defending their own spiritual practices. The living would even swear an oath to symbolically restrain a clay figurine of the ghost, compelling it to cease its harassment once the gods heard the case. The Mesopotamians showed a certain ingenuity in calming restless souls. If someone died in particularly unfortunate circumstance, let's say a young adult who never got married, or a woman who died in childbirth, there were special measures taken so that their ghost would not linger in sorrow. For example, texts describe rituals to give a deceased youth a symbolic ghost marriage, providing a soul with a companion in the afterlife to ease its loneliness. If a body was missing and couldn't be buried, a cenotaph, that is an empty coffin or effigy, might be buried, with full rites as a bit of a stand-in, so the spirit would feel properly laid to rest. Perhaps it was watching on from a distance. Who knows? Even miscarried or stillborn infants were given separate burial and certain rites to ensure their little spirits would not become malevolent. And here's something significant. The Mesopotamians held community festivals for the dead, and a few times a year at that. Families prepared food and drink for any spirits who might wander back to the world of the living. During these ghost festivals, the living invited ancestral ghosts to feast and be merry. By appeasing all the lurking souls this way, the society hoped to prevent mischief and maintain harmony between the living and the dead. And when those observances were kept, well, a ghost had little reason to cause any trouble. Fingers crossed, at least. So in the Mesopotamian world view, and this is just a general 10-minute overview of it, of course we could go on for a long time about ghosts in Mesopotamia, but we can say that the boundary between the living and the dead for them was permeable. But with proper care, they really did believe that they could manage it. The average Mesopotamian fully expected that ghosts existed, maybe even under their own roof. Yet they did not live in constant horror, just a kind of healthy awareness. By honoring the dead with offerings, observing rituals, and knowing when to call an exorcist, or even utter a spell of their own, people felt they had a measure of control. And lack of control is where the real fear comes from. Well, ghosts were of course an ever-present possibility, but if you just kept the rituals and the respect, well, you'd generally be left alone. The restless dead could usually be kept at peace. Well, of course, on the other end of things, we could talk about Egypt extensively, and, well, we'll just cover it within the context of this video. Now, in their society, living and the dead were bound by a kind of mutual obligation. Egyptians believed that maintaining Ma'at, that cosmic order and balance, required proper treatment of the deceased. Well, if a ghost appeared among the living, it was a sign that something had gone wrong. The sacred order had been disturbed. The Egyptians had a complex concept of the soul with parts like the Ka and the Ba, but the aspect that could trouble the living was the Ark, a transfigured spirit, the dead. And normally after death, the person's soul would journey to the blissful realm of Osiris. All things going well, of course, but the living were meant to help this out by mummifying the body, equipping the tomb with food, goods, and spells, as like those in the Book of the Dead, and continually providing offerings in the tomb. Well, that's if the dead was lucky. Ideally, the contented spirit would depart to the afterlife after his family had done the right thing by them. Maybe only visit in a few dreams or symbolic forms. But if the living failed in their duties, or if the dead had been wronged, an unhappy ghost could return to set things right. For the average Egyptian, The most likely causes of hauntings were neglected burials or funerary rites. If someone was buried without proper ritual, if their tomb fell into disrepair, or perhaps if their family just stopped showing up to bring the offerings, the ghost might feel angry, or even a sense of betrayal. In Egyptian beliefs, the dead depended on the living for sustenance. Offerings of bread, beer, and water were regularly brought to the tomb chapels. A soul that was hungry or forgotten could lash out. One ancient text even notes that a person buried improperly has permission to roam the earth, upsetting the living until his wrongs are made right. So ghosts in Egypt could certainly cause pretty tangible problems. Illness, bad luck, or domestic strife might be attributed to an offended spirit's interference. One example comes from a Middle Kingdom letter inscribed on a pottery shard, essentially an ancient message to a ghost. In this letter, a widower writes an impassioned plea to the spirit of his dead wife, whom he believes has come back to haunt him. He reminds her that he left no good deed undone for her. He provided a proper funeral, hired a doctor during her illness, mourned her devotedly for years, and, well, even refrained from remarrying or visiting any taverns so as not to disrespect her. He asks in no uncertain terms, "What wicked thing have I done to you, that you should torment me so?" Heartfelt words, painting a picture of a man so desperate to appease his wife's ghost, convinced that his misfortunes are her doing, despite his faithful devotion. It shows as well how personally Egyptians took their relationships with the dead. Even after death, the bonds of love and family had to be carefully maintained to prevent any resentment from creeping in. So how would an ordinary Egyptian address such ghostly problems? The first step was often to seek help from a priest, or a wise woman known for dealing with spiritual ills. Temples sometimes acted as communication hubs between the living and the dead. People could spend a night in a temple sanctuary to receive a message in a dream from a deceased relative or a god, a practice called dream incubation. If private prayers and offerings did not stop the haunting, the last resort was to write a letter to the dead. Egyptians would write these letters on papyrus or pottery and deposit them into the tomb of a person's spirit they were addressing. In the letters, the living might beg for forgiveness, maybe promise to repair the tomb or make up for any neglect. They might even ask the ghost for help, for example, to use their influence in the spirit world to resolve a family quarrel, or to protect the household. The letters show that the dead were thought to retain an active interest in the world of the living, and could, if called upon or provoked, exert real power. But don't get it all mixed up. Not all ghostly interactions in Egypt were hostile ones. Just as often, the living might call upon an ancestor's spirit for counsel or protection. If someone had no powerful allies in a dispute, they might appeal to a departed family member, or to have them intercede from beyond in living affairs. Some letters to the dead read more like modern prayer petitions, asking a late father or mother to watch over the family, or even to haunt another injustice doer until they repent. In other words, we could say that Egyptian ghosts could be guardians as much as threats, provided one kept them happy. Certainly something you want on your side. But naturally, ghost lore also entered Egyptian popular stories. One of the most famous tales is Samab and the Ghost. It takes to the New Kingdom. Basically, a high priest encounters a restless ghost in the necropolis of Thebes. The ghost, Nebusemek, complains that his tomb has crumbled and his name has been forgotten. He's cold, he's hungry, and he cannot rest because no one tends to his grave, and everyone has forgotten him. Kind of sad, isn't it? Well, the kindly priest came along at the right time, because he promises him to restore the tomb and perform offerings so the ghost can find peace. The story, perhaps told around a fire or a lamp-lit hall, shows the Egyptian conviction that neglecting one's duty could literally come back to haunt you. Well, in daily life, though, the Egyptians took many practical steps to honor and placate the spirits. They visited tombs with fresh offerings during the regular festivals and family occasions, ensuring their ancestors knew that they were remembered. If a haunting persisted, an exorcism might be performed, burning incense, pouring libations, invoking deities like Osiris or Isis to send the angry ghost back to its proper place. To them, a ghost was not a strange and unknown phantom, but usually a familiar presence, a relative, a friend, or at least a fellow Egyptian soul. A ghost's appearance meant a relationship needed mending or an injustice needed correction. Their beliefs held that if the living upheld their responsibilities, providing a proper burial, respecting the tomb, and continuously honoring the deceased, well, then the dead would remain at peace. They might even come and help you out. Always good to have that on your side. But if those bonds were neglected, or someone wronged the dead, the restless spirit could become a determined adversary. Adversary, excuse me. Haunted by my poor pronunciation. In any case. Thus the Egyptians approached ghosts with a blend of reverence but also vigilance. They devoutly cared for their departed, and swiftly addressed any signs of discontent. And in that way, they aimed to keep the delicate balance of mind intact, ensuring that the deceased stayed happy in the afterlife, and not lurking angrily in the shadows of the home. Okay, next stop is ancient Greece. They had their own rich beliefs in ghosts, and they often referred to them as psyche, or souls, or eidola, images of the dead. In the classical Greek thought, when someone died, their soul typically traveled to the gloomy realm of Hades beneath the earth. Not the nice place to go. There, the soul existed as an insubstantial shade, visible in dreams or to heroes who ventured to the underworld, but ordinarily they were cut off from the world living. But not all souls made a clean transition to Hades. The Greeks believed that certain circumstance could tether a soul to the living world, and of course, then we have a restless ghost, a problem to be dealt with. Chief among these was the absence of a proper burial. To the Greeks, burial rites were sacred. A body left unburied was not just a social outrage, but it was a spiritual disaster. The unburied dead, as they called them, the ataphoi, were thought to wander in anguish, unable to enter Hades until their remains received the rites they were due. And Greek literature abounds with warnings about it. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus encounters the ghost of Elpenor, a crewman who died suddenly and whose body lay unburied. Elpenor's shade begs Odysseus to bury him and mark his grave, lest he be forced to roam and bring the anger of the gods. Similarly, in the Iliad, the fallen warrior Patroclus appears in a dream to his friend Achilles, pleading for a proper funeral pyre so that his soul could rest. Stories like that impressed upon Greek audiences that a wandering ghost was a very real threat. If one neglected the duty of burial, you'd have to deal with that kind of issue. Now, the playwright Sophocles, in Antigone, has the heroine proclaimed that the laws of the gods demand burial for all, and that reflects the belief that denying burial could offend heaven, and therefore produce vengeful phantoms. Beyond the unburied, the Greeks feared ghosts of those who had died under especially tragic or violent circumstance. They even had classifications. The auroi were souls of people who died too young, before their hour, as the Greeks would say. And then there were the victims of violent deaths. Such spirits were considered prone to unrest. A person cut off in their prime, or a murder victim without justice. They were the ones who'd quite often linger as ghosts, seeking vengeance or fulfillment that they were denied in their life. For example, a popular idea held that the ghost of a young woman who died before marriage could become bitter and haunt the living, since she never attained her expected role within Greek society. Likewise, warriors slain in foreign lands, if left unburied, could become angry apparitions. One reason Greek armies took pains to retrieve and bury their war dead, even arranging truces to do so. It was a mix of honor, but also pragmatism. Honor for the fallen, but fear that their restless spirits might otherwise return to trouble the living. Well, the average Greek accepted that ghosts, while invisible most of the time, might be nearby. Unexplained creaks in empty houses or sudden chills could be attributed to a wandering shade. To keep the spirits pacified, the Greeks observed certain rituals and festivals for the dead. In Athens, for instance, a yearly spring festival, the Anthesteria, included a period where the spirits of the deceased were said to roam the city. During those days, people left out small offerings of food and drink for the invisible visitors. At the festival's end, the Athenians would ceremonially announce that the ghost must depart. A firm but polite eviction. Get out of here and go to Hades. Your time's up. But when a particular ghost made itself known, the Greeks responded by trying to appease or resolve the spirit's grievance. If a house or location was haunted, it usually implied some unfinished business, tying the spirit to that spot, commonly an untended corpse or an unavenged wrong. The remedy was to do whatever the ghost was lacking, find and bury the bones, perform the proper rites, or even avenge a crime. Countless tales reflect that, too. In one famous story, later recounted by a Roman author, a philosopher in Athens found a chain-rattling apparition to a spot in the courtyard, and there uncovered a forgotten skeleton, just like the one we mentioned in our introduction. And once the bones received a proper burial, the haunting ceased. Greek storytellers loved such accounts, in which the living, by performing their duty, released a troubled soul from misery, and simultaneously solved the problem of being haunted. Greek ghost lore also had a more proactive side. Many believed it was possible, though risky, to summon or communicate with ghosts. Oracles of the dead, necromantia, operated in certain locales, where people sought to speak with departed loved ones or renowned heroes. In the epics of Homer, Odysseus himself performs a grim ritual of necromancy, pouring blood offerings to attract the souls of the dead so he can question them, a scene that resonated with later Greek practices. But in everyday life, it wasn't quite like that. A more common way to interact was through curse tablets. These were thin lead sheets inscribed with pleas or commands, then buried in graves or tossed into wells to enlist the aid of spirits below. For example, someone might curse a rival by imploring the restless dead to bind that person or ruin their endeavors. The use of graves as delivery sites for such curses indicates that ordinary people assume the souls of the departed were active and listening, capable of influencing the world of the living, if properly entreated, perhaps even enticed with a few offerings. So for most Greeks, the ghosts were an accepted reality, not a fantasy, but an expected part of how the cosmos worked. A ghost presence usually pointed to some lapse in duty or upset the moral order, and they needed to set it right. By taking care of that duty, burying the dead, honoring their memory, avenging justice, or just pouring libations to calm an aggrieved spirit, the living could restore balance. And so, in a sense, the Greeks tried to keep the dead integrated into the community through regular remembrance and rites. When the dead were respected, their souls would stay in the proper place, even offer a bit of protection. But neglected and wronged ones would wander as bitter, malevolent spirits, and for those few restless ones, the living stood ready, armed with offerings, rituals, and the blessings of the gods. And with a little bit of luck, those spirits might be guided back to peace by the hands of the living. So next let's go to ancient Rome. And the Romans, just like the Greeks, took the existence of ghosts for granted sometimes. You see, Roman culture inherited Greek ideas about spirits, but they added their own terminology and traditions. The Romans spoke of the benevolent spirits of the dead as the manes, essentially, the honored ancestral spirits, who could help protect their descendants if properly venerated, which just seems to be a prevailing theme. All of this always has roots in these older cultures. It's never just, well, of course, you have some cultures that are more isolated than the others, but everyone gets something from somewhere or someone. In any case, as for the Romans, every year in February, families celebrated the Parentalia. This is a festival, and they would do this by visiting their ancestors' tombs, offering wine, bread, violets, and saying prayers to keep the manes content. As long as the dead were buried with due ritual and remembered, their spirits were thought to remain at peace. But the Romans also knew of less friendly ghosts, the lemures, or larvae, terms for the wandering and vengeful dead. A lemur was essentially a troubled soul that had not found rest. Most of the time it was because of an improper burial or a violent death in battle. Sometimes a life of greater wrongdoing, the accumulation of many sins. Well, these malevolent ghosts were pretty serious. They inspired quite a bit of dread, and the Romans devised specific rites to placate or banish them. One famous Roman observance, described by the poet Ovid, was the Lemuria festival each spring, intended to cleanse the household of any lurking evil spirits. On the appointed nights, the paterfamilias, that is the head of the family, rose at midnight to perform an eerie ritual to exorcise ghosts. Walking through the dark house, he would fling black beans over his shoulder as offerings to the unseen dead, while reciting a formula. With these beans, I redeem me and mine. The idea was that any roaming ghosts would gather to eat the beans instead of bothering the living. You better hope they really liked the beans, though. Well, then, clashing bronze vessels, the paterfamilias commanded the ghost to depart. By this rite, part family custom, part state-sanctioned tradition, Romans symbolically swept out the restless dead from their homes. Such rituals show how real and urgent ghostly concerns were, even in ancient Rome. But it might be a bit familiar. Most of the Greek lore was echoed in the later Roman traditions. Unburied bodies or neglected graves, they were primary causes of hauntings, and the cure was to inter the remains and perform the proper funerary rites. Roman literature has many examples. In Virgil's Aeneid, the ghost of Aeneas' helmsman, Palinurus, lost at sea, cannot find peace until a cenotaph, that is an empty tomb, is built for him on land. And in real Roman history, we find similar stories. Suetonius writes that after Emperor Caligula was assassinated, his body was hurriedly buried in a shallow grave without proper rites. Soon people whispered that Caligula's spectre haunted his gardens, screaming and wandering. Eventually, his sisters exhumed his remains and gave them a proper cremation and burial. It was only then that the hauntings reportedly stopped. Now, whether or not that tale is true, the fact that Suetonius thought it prudent to include it shows that Romans readily believed a neglected soul, even that of a notorious emperor, might manifest until its due was done. Ghosts in general pervaded popular imagination in Rome. It wasn't just family lore or legends about emperors. Ordinary people swapped ghost stories too. Pliny the Younger's famous account of a haunted house with a clanking chain ghost circulated wildly, and other writers mention local tales of spectres in graveyards or spirits causing strange noises in bathhouses at night. Many Roman tombstones implore the passerby to respect the grave, often adding dire curses upon anyone who violates it. These inscriptions reflect a fear that a disturbed grave could unleash a ghost's anger. In essence, the Romans tried to keep the dead happy and undisturbed. If you did disturb them, well, you risked a bit of a haunting. Get one of them and you're in real trouble. Yet, just as they feared the angry ghosts, they also embraced the benevolent ones. The lairs were household guardian spirits, often thought to be the souls of the forefathers. Little statues of these guardian spirits stood by the hearth, and daily offerings of a bit of food or wine kept them honored. When the family prospered, they thanked them, and by extension, the kindly dead. But if a misfortune struck, perhaps a ritual to the mains or a visit to the family tomb was in order. Rekindle that goodwill of the departed. But how exactly would a typical Roman deal with a troublesome ghost? Much as our ancients did, through ritual and restitution. If a particular ghost was suspected, I don't know, if apparitions or poltergeist-like antics were plaguing a house, the family might first attempt a private ritual, sprinkling some salt or water, burning incense, invoking the gods of the underworld like Pluto and Prosperina to intervene. Professional help was available too. Roman religion had specialists in purification called haruspices, and other priests who could be consulted to advise on prodigies and hauntings. They might recommend a sacrifice, or the dedication of a tombstone to a spirit that had none. Often the solution was straightforward. Identify what the restless dead wanted and provide it. If the grave was untended, clean it up, leave fresh offerings. If the deceased had died with some injustice, try to set it right. Maybe that needs a proper burial or even a symbolic offering of atonement. I don't know. Try a few things, see what works. Roman law even provided some remedy. A family could set up a shrine, called a situs or cenotaph, for someone who died away from home, giving that lonely spirit a resting place on native soil so it wouldn't wander. To sum it up, the Romans viewed ghosts as a normal part of their world too. Some are helpful, some are dangerous, but they were always deserving of respect regardless. They believed a good relationship with the dead was essential for a harmonious life. By honoring their ancestors, strictly observing funeral rites, and performing periodic ceremonies to chase away unruly spirits, the Romans sought to keep most ghosts happily in the realm of the dead. But if a ghost did cross into the land of the living, the Romans responded in practical fashion, with offerings, rituals, and a firm reminder that it was time for the dead to return to their proper rest. And so through this blend of reverence and ritual control, the Romans, all the way from the peasant to the emperor, tried to ensure that the dead stayed at peace, and that the nights in Rome would be filled with sweet dreams, rather than being disturbed by things go bump in the dark. Well, how about we go a little bit away from Europe now, because belief in ghosts was certainly not confined to the West. Across ancient India and China, we find similar ideas about the restless dead and the duties of the living toward them. It is in these cultures, just as in Mesopotamia or Rome, that people assumed that unless proper rituals were observed, the deceased spirit would linger unhappily and even come back to get you. Ooh, pretty scary, isn't it? Well, the key to preventing ghostly problems in these cultures was ancestor respect, providing the dead with burial offerings and remembrance, and if you met all the obligations, you should be all right. The dead would bless and protect the descendants, but like with everywhere else, if you didn't, the unsettled spirits would make themselves known. Let's look at India first. Hindu tradition taught that when someone died, their soul became a preta, a departed spirit, which would only join the beloved ancestors, the Piters, after a sequence of funeral and memorial rites known as sraddha. Now, until these rites were completed, the preta was essentially a ghost. It had nowhere to go. They might be hungry, they might be thirsty, probably would be unhappy, and family members were required to deal with that, make offerings of water, milk, bowls of rice to nourish the soul during its journey. If neglected, the soul would remain a preta and turn into what is known as a bhuta, which is a malignant ghost, rather than peacefully joining its ancestors. One ancient manual warned that a dead relative left unsatisfied by offerings might roam as a ghost and bring disease or other misfortune. To avoid this, Indians diligently performed mourning ceremonies and annual offerings. Even long after a relative's death, one day each year was set aside, during the Pitir Paksha period, for families to offer food and prayers to their ancestors. It was both an act of love but also precaution. A well-fed ancestor wouldn't become hungry, and if they weren't hungry, they wouldn't get angry. Well, Indian epics and folklore have also reinforced these beliefs, and not just in one place either. But let's take, for example, the Mahabharata. The hero, Karna, is said to have received nothing but gold to eat in heaven, because, as generous as he was in life, he never donated food in honor of his ancestors. Only after he returned to Earth briefly to perform those rites could his soul finally find contentment. The clear moral was that caring for your ancestors, feeding their spirits, etc., was a sacred duty. Meanwhile, tales of vengeful ghosts such as specters or those who died untimely or unjustly also circulated. The living could counteract such ghosts by reciting mantras, making offerings in the ghost's name, or, in extreme cases, and this wasn't too often, seeking the help of an exorcist priest. But in general, the preferred solution was prevention. Fulfill your obligations to the dead so you wouldn't have to deal with these problems later on. At least, well, that would be the wise way of dealing with things, but, well, not everyone has time for that, don't they? Well, in ancient China, we see a parallel emphasis on ancestor veneration and ghost appeasement. The Chinese believed that upon death, a person's spirit would live on and could influence the fortune of the living. If properly respected, with burial, grave upkeep, and offerings at the family altar, the spirit became an ancestor, which they call 祖先, and a source of protection. If ignored or wronged, however, they would turn into a ghost, which they call gui, a roving and hungry soul. Many Chinese practices aimed at keeping ancestral spirits satisfied. Families burned incense and presented food and drink at tombs, especially during festivals like the Qingming Festival, that's the tomb sweeping day that happens each spring, and the Midsummer Ghost Festival, which by tradition is the time of the year when ghosts without families came out to wander around freely. These customs ensured that even spirits with no direct descendants, the so-called orphaned ghosts, received some sustenance and remembrance, reducing the likelihood of them causing trouble. Chinese historical texts contain ghost stories used as moral lessons. A famous account from the Zuozhuan in the 4th century BCE describes the ghost of a loyal minister, Du Bo, who had just been unjustly executed. Now, according to this tale, Du Bo's ghost appeared to the offending king, foretelling doom. The king soon fell ill and died, fulfilling the ghost's vengeance. Sounds like the plot of Daggerfall almost, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, whether you take it literally or not, I don't think it's really important, but the story just shows, like others, the idea of ghostly justice resonated in China, that a wrongful death results in a pretty angry spirit. And indeed, Chinese culture maintained that proper conduct towards both the living and the dead was necessary for harmony. The state and families alike made efforts to mollify any souls who could not rest. For instance, those killed in battle, far from home, would be honored in state rituals to placate their spirits. Chinese philosophers discussed ghosts as well, indicating how widespread the belief was. The 5th century BC thinker Mozi argued fervently that ghosts and spirits do exist, and he cited numerous eyewitness accounts. Whether you take that as solid evidence or not is up to you, but he chastised those who doubted, asking essentially, if so many people across time have seen ghosts, how can one insist that they aren't real? Well, Mozi's opponents, like some Confucian writers, were a little more skeptical, attributing ghost sightings to fear or deception. But even they acknowledged that the common people firmly believed in such phenomena. Most ordinary Chinese were likely to err on the side of caution, treating any strange knocking or unexplained misfortune as potentially the work of an unhappy ghost, and responded by making offerings or hiring ritual specialists to set things right. Oh, I can only imagine that there's more than one scammer out there, sort of taking advantage of these superstitions, that's for sure. People say, well, there must be a ghost in your house, sort of thing. Charge money for that. Don't want to give any spoiler alerts of my short novel coming up. I shouldn't give that away. In any case, across both India and China, the pattern's pretty clear. The living were expected to care for the dead, not only out of reverence and love, but mainly just prudence, preventing spiritual discontent, and that's not just for themselves, but for the overall balance of society, the harmony of that collective unit. The notion that a spirit could remain and cause harm if forgotten was practically universal, and as a result, the ancient Indians and Chinese developed elaborate familial rites, seasonal festivals, and folk traditions to keep ghosts at bay. They fed their ancestors, cleaned graves, said prayers, and told stories of what might happen if one failed to do these things. Stories or warnings, perhaps. And in doing so, they found meaning and comfort. The idea that their beloved dead was still part of the family circle somehow. And also they had a measure of security too, believing that a content spirit would not turn into a haunting ghost, but rather help them out a little bit where they can, pull some strings from the afterlife. The form of the rituals varied from region to region, but the underlying principle was the same, as that found every culture that we've explored pretty much has the same kind of things. They have their own eccentricities, but one thing remains very common between them all. Honor the dead, and the dead will not trouble the living. So it's pretty interesting, don't you think? All the way from the Nile and the Euphrates to the Yellow River in China, the ancients lived in a world where they believed they were surrounded with invisible spirits. Well, it's not just the ancients. Many people to this day believe the same thing. It all depends on the person's own spiritual beliefs and all the rest. In any case, ghosts were not fanciful legends back then, but a familiar part of life. Sometimes feared, sometimes even welcomed, but always respected in a way. And we've seen how the average person in antiquity might leave bread and water at a grave in Mesopotamia, perhaps write a plea to a deceased wife in Egypt, follow a phantom to a burial spot in Greece, or toss beans over their shoulder to banish specters from a Roman home. Across all the cultures, the practices speak to a shared understanding. The dead continued to influence the living, and the living had responsibilities toward the dead. Those ancient peoples, for all their cultural differences, found in ghost beliefs a way to explain the unexplainable and to enforce moral duties. The ghost was often the voice of conscience or tradition, demanding that proper honors be paid, wrongs be righted, not rights be wronged, and the natural order just be maintained. An improper burial, or a forgotten ancestor, that was not just an emotional lapse. It risked cosmic order falling apart in the form of a haunting. Thus, ghost stories were more than just spooky tales. They were lessons in piety, memory, and justice. At the same time, these stories surely provided these same shivers and fascination that ghost tales do today, providing that the human imagination has long dwelt on the threshold between life and death. So did the ancient people believe in ghosts? Yeah, it's a pretty obvious question. A pretty obvious answer, rather. Absolutely they did. Makes a good YouTube title, though, doesn't it? And they did so with a conviction woven into rituals, literature, and daily actions. It was not surface level. They were the ones that lit the lamps in the tombs to guide the spirits. They were the ones who whispered the prayers to appease them. And they told the stories that kept the ideas vividly alive. In doing so, our ancestors grappled with the mystery of death, and ultimately the hope that in remembering and respecting those who came before, the living and the dead could somehow have a kind of harmonious coexistence. And I suppose it makes sense of death, too, that they do have somewhere to go. And it's not so mysterious. The fear of the unknown perhaps becomes a respect or a fascination for the unknown. In any case, the enduring tales of ancient ghosts, they'll always remind us that the questions they asked about the unseen are in many ways the same questions that we're still asking, the same fascinations and fears that we still have. And that's a very common feeling. It connects us to those people thousands of years ago across millennia, in our collective fascination at what lies beyond. But what do you think? Maybe you have something to say on it. Who knows? Everyone has a different view on it. In the month of August, the year 410, the unthinkable happened. Rome, the eternal city that had ruled an empire for centuries, was sacked by an army of Visigoth barbarians. News of Rome's fall sent shockwaves around the known world. In distant Bethlehem, the scholar St. Jerome was overcome with despair. He lamented, quote, "When the bright light of all the world was put out, the whole world perished in one city. Who would believe that Rome, built up by the conquest of the whole world, had collapsed, that the mother of all nations became their tomb?" Having stood inviolable for 800 years since its sack by the Gauls in 390 BCE, Rome's fall was more than just a military defeat. It was an existential crisis for Romans' identity and worldview. And of course, many at the time struggled to find an explanation. Was it some great moral failing? Was it some change that undermined the empire from within? Could the recent embrace of Christianity be the cause of the gods' anger, or of the Roman weakness? Or were there more concrete reasons? Military failures, politics, economics, relentless foreign invasions, they all helped to bring down the Western Roman Empire. These questions, first raised by Rome's own citizens, have echoed throughout history into a conversation that we're still having thousands of years later. The idea that Christianity caused the fall of Rome has been a subject of fierce debate. After the calamity of 410, pagan traditionalists blamed the abandonment of the old gods and the rise of this new faith for Rome's misfortune, while on the other hand, Christian leaders like Orosius and Augustine hotly defended their religion. Much later, Enlightenment historians, most famously Edward Gibbon, writing in the 18th century, argued that Christianity sapped Rome of its vigor and hastened its decline. But is this theory supported by the wider historical evidence? The fall of Rome was a complex event, no one's arguing that, and there's a multitude of causes. In fact, by one count, there's over 200 different theories, ranging from the practical to the fantastical. Contemporary scholars increasingly view Rome's collapse as the product of multiple interwoven factors, internal, external, even plagues and climate change. But today, we move on with the question, did Christianity cause the fall of Rome? We're going to go at it directly. And, well, hopefully we can figure it all out by the end. Perhaps there's no yes or no answer, but it's a good conversation to have nonetheless. Now, before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Any newcomer, it's good to meet you. I invite you to click that subscribe button. And I also remind you that all of the videos on this channel are ad-free, every single one of them in every single playlist, because we are sponsored by no one. Well, actually, we are supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, people who check out the merch store, and of course the occasional donation. All of the links can be found in the pinned comment, video and channel description. But also, your word of mouth really helps. Oh, and using the hype feature, telling your friends as well, certainly helps push us out in the algorithm, so that would help me out if you do that. In any case, let's get on to our video for today. Did Christianity cause the fall of Rome? Enjoy. So let's consider where we are at the time of this crisis. The Western Roman Empire of the 4th and 5th century was admittedly quite under strain, and that is even before Christianity came into the picture and became dominant. You see, the preceding era, the crisis of the 3rd century, had shaken Rome to its core. Between 235 and 284, the empire was racked by repeated civil wars, economic problems, plagues, and of course the constant foreign invasions. In fact, more than 20 usurpers and short-lived emperors rose and fell in bloody succession. And it was in this chaos that nearly shattered imperial unity. Deep scars were left on Roman governance and prosperity. Although strong emperors like Diocletian, reigning from 284 to 305, and Constantine from 306 to 337, managed to restore a stability of sorts through reform, the empire they ruled in the 4th century was very different from the robust republic-turned-empire of the days of Augustus. It had become a heavily centralized autocracy, with a burdensome bureaucracy and an oversized military that strained state finances. And then there were the economic troubles. They were mounting too. Coinage had been repeatedly debased in the 3rd century, sparking inflation, and heavy taxes were needed to support the army and court. Taxes that squeezed the middle classes and impoverished many farmers. And so by the late 4th century, contemporary observers noted that countless Romans were fleeing their lands to avoid tax collectors, or even seeking refuge among barbarian tribes, perceiving life under foreign warlords as preferable to having to submit to the, well, theft of the Roman tax system. Well, socially, inequality had grown too, with a wealthy senatorial aristocracy often exempt from taxes completely, while the burden fell on the working class and poor citizens. This all sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? Well, these conditions bred resentment and erosion of civic loyalty. The idea of the Romanitas, the pride in being Roman, was under threat, as fewer individuals felt invested in an empire that gave them very little protection or even hope for the future. Why be loyal to an empire that just wants to pick your pocket at every turn? In any case, politically, the empire structure also made it hard to respond to any crisis that popped up. After 285, Diocletian split authority by creating a tetrarchy, that is, a rule of 4 emperors, tetra being 4, and later the empire was effectively divided between East and West, which is a topic for another time. Now, by the late 300s, there were permanently 2 imperial courts, one in the Greek-speaking East at Constantinople, and one in the Latin-speaking West, variously at Milan, Ravenna, or Rome. While this division helped manage the vast realm, it also meant that the Western Empire was often left to its own devices, and it was actually the poorer, more vulnerable half. Well, the West had a long, exposed frontier along the Rhine and Danube, facing aggressive Germanic tribes, but less population and wealth than the East to raise armies. The Eastern Empire, richer and heavily fortified, could often buy off or defeat enemies that overwhelmed the West. The significance of this disparity is evident in the end result. The Eastern Empire, that being Byzantium, survived for 1,000 years after the West fell, showing that Rome did not collapse everywhere in a uniform fashion. But any theory of the fall must account for why the West succumbed by 476 while the East endured. You see, by the dawn of the 5th century, a series of shocks drove the Western Empire into a kind of death spiral. The pivotal moment came in 376, when the Gothic tribes, fleeing the onslaught of Huns from the steppe, begged to cross the Danube and enter imperial territory. The Romans admitted these Visigoths as refugees, but they treated them harshly, sparking a massive Gothic rebellion. In 378, the Goths routed a Roman army at Adrianople, and they even managed to kill the emperor himself, Valens, right there on the battlefield. It was one of the worst defeats in Roman history. Well, this disaster revealed the empire's weakened capacity to control its frontiers. The Visigoths were eventually settled inside the empire as a semi-independent allies, that is, the foederati, a troubling precedent for barbarian groups living on Roman soil with their own leaders and arms. And so over the next few decades, additional waves of Germanic migrants pressed into the Western Empire. And we're not just talking Visigoths, we're talking Alans, Burgundians, Vandals, Suebi, and many more, especially after a great cascade of migrations was set off by the ferocious Hun Empire around 400. And in the bitter winter of 406, tribes of Vandals and others actually crossed the frozen Rhine, pouring into Gaul. The Western imperial government, overstretched and often led by incompetent or even child emperors, struggled to muster the forces to contain these incursions. And that was the volatile situation for the backdrop of Alaric's capture of Rome in 410. The sack of Rome, as shocking as it was, though, did not immediately destroy the empire. The Western imperial government survived for several more decades in Ravenna, but it was a symbolic death blow to that Roman morale and prestige. How exactly could an army of barbarians pull off such a feat? Well, many concluded that Rome must have decayed from within. Of course, the old Rome would have just fought the barbarians off, after all. It's Rome versus the barbarians. So what happened? Well, the perception fueled a hunt for internal causes. Moral decay, the loss of old Roman virtues, even religious failings. And then we have, a little while later, Edward Gibbon writing in 1776, echoing this and arguing that Rome succumbed to the loss of civic virtue among its citizens and soldiers. And indeed, by the 5th century, the once disciplined Roman legions had changed markedly. Native Italians and Romans were a smaller portion of the army, which now relied heavily on Germanic recruits or mercenaries, and some of these were of dubious loyalty. A historian of the late empire notes that by the 450s, Roman forces in Gaul were, quote, Roman in name, but they were largely composed of Gothic or Frankish federate troops. The fabric of Roman society, its economy, military, administration, was frayed and fragile well before the final collapse. This inherent fragility set the stage for any additional stress, be it a new religion or perhaps a new enemy to potentially accelerate the fall. And so really, the Western Empire on the eve of its collapse was already an empire in crisis, reeling from earlier trauma and scrambling to reform itself, yet never fully recovering its old strength. The populace was anxious and primed to interpret calamity in more religious and cosmic terms, and it is in that context that the rise of Christianity and the attendant cultural transformation must be examined. It's the foundation we build it off, and of course it's one of the several major changes in late Roman society that many do believe tipped the balance. Of course, one of the most profound social changes in Rome's later centuries was its conversion from a pagan empire to a Christian one. You don't go through that kind of transition without a bit of change in scenery, that's for sure. So for roughly the first 300 years of its existence, you see, Christianity had been a very small and often persecuted sect within the empire. But in the 4th century, that all changed. Emperor Constantine the Great, after reportedly receiving a divine sign before the Battle of the Milvian Bridge in 312, embraced Christianity and granted it imperial favor. Over the next decades, Constantine and his successors endowed the church with wealth and privileges, building grand churches, like Rome's first St. Peter's Basilica, for example, and of course involving bishops in the imperial councils. Theodosius I then clinched Christianity's victory. In 380, he declared Nicene Christianity the official state religion, and by 394, he issued edicts suppressing pagan worship. Effectively, the old religion was outlawed. Other traditional temples were repurposed or closed. Public sacrifices to Jupiter and the gods ceased, and the ancient fire of the Vestal Virgins was extinguished after burning for a millennium. By the early 5th century, the elite and urban populations of the empire were largely Christian in name, if not always in sincere practice. This religious revolution brought a new sect of values and institutions to the forefront of Roman life, changes which some later critics would argue, destroyed the entire empire. But what exactly changed with Christianization? First of all, cultural priorities shifted in rather notable ways. Classical Roman culture had celebrated martial virtues, civic duty, and the glory of the state. The old Roman ideal was the patriotic citizen soldier, like Scipio, that kind of thing, embodying gravitas, discipline, and, above all, the willingness to die for Rome. But by contrast, Christianity preached more spiritual virtues. It was all about charity, humility, and forgiveness, and urged believers to focus on the kingdom of heaven over any earthly city. Just as St. Paul had written, "Our citizenship is in heaven." Many Christians in late antiquity took this rather to heart. Acts of renunciation of worldly affairs became common. Devout men and women withdrew into ascetic life as hermits or monks, turning away from those civic officers and military careers. The monastic movement burgeoned in the 4th and 5th centuries, with thousands abandoning cities for remote desert or mountain monasteries. And to critics, these monks were healthy young people who might have been soldiers, farmers, or fathers to more Roman children, now essentially, in the eyes of the government, useless. and Gibbon later remarked caustically that monasticism drained the empire of its best manpower, as zealots chose seclusion and prayer over defending the borders. Moreover, as Christianity spread, the church's hierarchy, bishops, priests, monastic abbots, became an alternative power structure within the empire. Enormous resources flowed into the church institutions. Wealthy converts donated land and treasure to the church, building charitable hospitals and almshouses, but also accumulating vast ecclesiastical estates that were tax-exempt and beyond the state's direct control. As for the bishops, they wielded growing influence in society, often mediating between the populace and the imperial administration. In some cities, the bishop, rather than the Roman governor, became a de facto community leader by the 5th century. And while this ecclesiastical network could bolster social support, for example, bishops organized relief during barbarian sieges and ransomed captives, things like this, it also meant that loyalty had now become divided. Pious Christians might heed their clergy over imperial officials, especially if the two were at odds with each other. Now, Christian moral teaching also began to reshape the Roman laws and norms. Gladiatorial games, a quintessential Roman institution, were progressively frowned upon by the Christian emperors. And in 404, a monk named Telemachus famously attempted to stop a gladiatorial fight in Rome's arena. According to tradition, he was killed by the angry crowd, so mission failed. But Emperor Honorius was so appalled that he banned gladiatorial combat thereafter. So mission accomplished? Maybe. Similarly, laws against infanticide and child exposure were strengthened under Christian influence, and eventually even slave emancipation was encouraged as a virtuous act. Now, I don't think that anyone can say that these were not positive humanitarian developments, at least in our modern sensibilities. Yet to conservatives at the time, they seemed like the softening of Roman toughness. The old martial glory, the spirit that had built an empire, it was now being replaced, they feared, by a preoccupation with piety, charity, and otherworldly salvation. Military training and discipline supposedly suffered as a result. One sarcastic Roman aristocrat is said to have quipped that under the new Christian dispensation, when a Goth was at the gates, Romans would sooner gather in the church to pray rather than arm themselves for battle. It's likely an exaggeration, but it certainly captures a perceived mentality shift, that's for sure. But it is important to note that not all aspects of Christianization weakened the state. The Christian church often actively supported Roman authority. Bishops urged their flocks to obey the emperor, as long as he was orthodox, and many church leaders worked hand in hand with imperial officials to maintain order. Let's take one example. St. Ambrose of Milan in the late 4th century was a staunch defender of the empire, even as he championed the church. Christian emperors still led armies in person too. Constantine and later Theodosius were formidable generals who fought hard to protect and unify the empire. And indeed, one could argue that Christian ideology sometimes boosted morale. The idea of a Christian Roman Empire, protected by the true God, gave a new mission to Rome's dominion. Art and literature of the late 4th century often portray the Christian emperor as God's chosen ruler, leading a kind of, like a holy commonwealth, if we want to put it in that term. And this might have strengthened loyalty among Christian subjects. But when barbarian Goths, many of whom were Arian Christians, ravaged Italy in the 5th century, Catholic Romans rallied around symbols like the relics of saints or the protection of St. Peter's Basilica, believing that these sacred things could shield them from harm. And in the sack of Fort 10, indeed, the Gothic soldiers largely spared the churches. especially the basilicas of St. Peter and St. Paul, treating them as sanctuaries for those who fled inside. Now, this remarkable fact that barbarian invaders showed restraint out of all Christian scruples hints that the new faith had become a common cultural language even between Romans and some of their foes, and that arguably mitigated some of the destruction. I suppose Gaulish pagans wouldn't really have any qualms about destroying Roman pagan shrines, or at least converting them into the more Gaul kind of things. However, we must remember to a traditional Roman of the old school, say a senator who still privately performed the pagan rites at home when no one was looking, the transformation of society under Christianity could look like a civilizational self-sabotage. The complaint was not just that people were more pacified, but also that the unity of purpose that Rome once had was now broken. Instead of all citizens worshipping the same gods of the capital, Mars, Jupiter, Vesta, and so on, which symbolically bound the empire together, now many of them worshipped an oriental and foreign god, one who taught the equality of all souls, even slaves and barbarians, and who had no special love for Rome over other nations. The old patriotic festivals, the secular games and triumphal sacrifices were all gone, and in their place were fasts, penances, the veneration of saintly relics. Now that certainly creates a vastly different mood on the cultural side. By the late 4th century, even the imperial legions marched to war under the labarum, that is the Christian churro banner, instead of the eagle standard of Jupiter. To conservatives, it might seem the soul of Rome had changed, and in their eyes, not for the better. But whether these changes truly enfeebled the empire or just coincided with other problems, that is the matter for debate. So let's see how that debate first played out among the Romans themselves, pitting pagan critics of Christianity against its staunch defenders in the immediate aftermath of Rome's fall. So in the wake of Rome's sack of 410, the fierce blame game had already erupted. Many shocked Romans, especially the old pagan aristocracy, argued that Christianity was solely to blame for this horrid situation they found themselves in. And there was a logic. It followed two lines of thought. First, they said the spread of Christian teachings had made Romans weak and unwarlike. Instead of valor and patriotism, people now prattled on about turning the other cheek and seeking heavenly rewards. Certainly a drastic departure from the kill-em-all mindset of the old Rome. Now, this widespread embrace of these new Christian virtues, it encouraged people to focus on loving one's neighbor, doing good deeds, preoccupied with heavenly things and not the things of the earth. Pagans charged that these virtues had become vices, a recipe for a soft and complacent society. In their eyes, Rome's soldiers had lost the old fighting spirit, and citizens no longer rallied to defend their city as in past sieges, or because that new religion made them pacifistic or fatalistic. Now secondly, and more pointedly, I suppose, that the pagans were claiming that by abandoning the ancient gods, Rome had forfeited their divine protection. They used to have a god of war, and now they had a god of love that favored all nations equally. You see, for a millennium, Romans had performed the sacred rites to honor Jupiter, Mars, Vesta, countless other guardian deities. These gods in pagan belief had rewarded Rome's piety with victory and security. The Pax Diorum, peace of the gods, was seen as the foundation of Rome's success. But now, Christian emperors had suppressed the sacrifices and dismantled the temples. So was it any wonder that pagans asked that the gods allowed Rome to be punished? The fall of Rome was the ultimate revenge of Rome's jilted deities, as one writer paraphrases their view. When Romans stopped sacrificing to the gods stopped caring about Rome. And indeed, coincidence seemed pretty stark. Within a generation of Theodosius's final ban on pagan worship in the 390s, the Visigoths had invaded Italy and sacked Rome. It certainly didn't take too long. Superstitious or not, many saw it as a cause and effect. The old protective spirits had departed. An anecdote circulated when Alaric approached Rome that some pagan senators secretly performed ancient rituals to summon the deity Bellona for war. But it was too late. The gods turned a deaf ear, abandoning the city that abandoned them. But among those blaming Christianity, there weren't just aristocrats, but also at least one pagan significant historian of the time. You might have heard the name Zosimus, a former Roman official and a pagan writing in Constantinople a century later. In his history of Rome's decline, Zosimus unabashedly blamed Constantine's conversion to Christianity as the turning point of ruin. He portrayed Emperor Constantine, the first Christian emperor, as impious and the origin of all of the empire's troubles, accusing him directly of neglecting the traditional gods and thus causing Rome to lose the divine favor that had guarded it. Zosimus claimed that after Constantine's reign the empire had rapidly deteriorated. Its frontiers were stripped of its troops, its finances squandered, and barbarians allowed to encroach. In short, that Constantine's Christian piety went hand in hand with disastrous management. The implication was clear. Had Rome stayed true to its ancestral gods and customs, these disasters would have never happened. Zosimus even recounted how Constantine sought forgiveness for murdering his own son and wife. When pagan priests refused him absolution for such a heinous crime, Constantine turned to a Christian bishop who readily absolved him. Proof to Zosimus that the morals of Christianity were far too relaxed, and immoral conduct went unpunished. Well, of course, that all contributes to hastening the divine wrath. Though later scholars criticize Zosimus for a bit of bias, his work preserves the pagan perspective of a Roman intelligentsia that saw the new faith as a great folly that brought down great empires. Standing in direct opposition to these charges were the Christian bishops and writers of the time, who of course rushed to defend their religion and offer alternative explanations for Rome's fall. The most famous rebuttal is St. Augustine's monumental work, The City of God, written over 13 years between 413 and 426. Augustine, the bishop of Hippo in North Africa, was incensed by pagan accusations. In sermons and letters immediately after 410, he argued passionately that Christianity was not to blame. One of Augustine's key points was historical. Rome had suffered disasters long before Christ. Did not Rome endure calamities in the past, during the Republic and under pagan emperors, he asked? And that's a fair question. Indeed, Rome had nearly been annihilated by Gauls in 390 BCE, and had weathered the horrific conflict of the Second Punic War against Hannibal, when entire armies were slaughtered, and they faced civil wars and plagues, all while the old gods were faithfully worshipped. Thus, Augustine said, it was absurd to pin the latest sack on a Christian god, when the pagan gods had failed to prevent so many earlier catastrophes. If anything, he flipped the script. He had claimed that the pagan gods never protected Rome at all, citing all these instances. They didn't save the city from the Gauls, nor ensure just governance or moral behavior. Augustine pointed out that the Trojan hero Aeneas, the mythical founder of Rome, had fled a burning Troy, despite worshipping the pagan gods, and those same gods failed to protect Troy, the very cradle of the Roman people, implying the pagan deities were either powerless or at worst non-existent. Furthermore, Augustine contended that the Christian God had actually mitigated Rome's suffering in 410. He and other sources observed that the Goths, being Christians, albeit Arian heretics, which is a conversation for another time, showed unexpected mercy, compared to past conquerors at least. Many fled into churches and were spared, something no pagan conqueror would have respected. Augustine wrote, "And yet the pagan gods, no matter their number, did not preserve the city. So how can the Christian God be blamed for not doing what your gods also failed to do?" In Augustine's opinion, the sack was a tragedy, but not a theological defeat. The earthly city of Rome could perish, as all human institutions eventually do. But the city of God, the community of the faithful, that endures eternally. Augustine thus shifted focus from the temporal to the spiritual. He urged Romans to stop searching for scapegoats and recognize that no empire is forever. He preached, "Do not lose heart. There will be an end to every earthly kingdom. If this is now the end of Rome, God sees it. Perhaps it has not yet come to that. We are all hoping that it has not yet come." So in essence, Augustine counseled that Rome's fall was ultimately part of God's inscrutable plan, a test of faith rather than punishment for abandoning Jupiter. Other Christian writers were even more blunt in turning blame back on the pagans themselves. Paulus Orosius, a student of Augustine, wrote 7 books of history against the pagans. He did this around 417, systematically refuting the notion that times were worse since Rome became Christian. Orosius made an almost apologetic, statistical argument. He catalogued the calamities of the past, wars, disasters, famines, showing that the present 5th century woes were no worse, and in some ways things were much better than what the Romans had had to earlier endure. He optimistically dubbed the era since Christ's birth as the New Golden Age, an extremely rosy view given the chaos of the 5th century, I must admit, and claimed that the very fact that so many barbarians were becoming Christians was a sign of providence. In an astonishing twist, Orosius suggested that Alaric's sack of Rome was itself a kind of Christian victory. The Goths were Christians too, so this wasn't a triumph of paganism over the church, but rather God using Christian barbarians to chastise sinful Roman Christians, and ultimately bring more souls into the church. I mean, it's an interesting point of view, I guess. I don't think it would have been taken very well at the time, but all right then. In any case, he noted that after the sack, churches were filled with repentant Romans, and even some barbarians converted. To Orosius, the real enemies were the pagan Romans who persisted in vice. The barbarians were merely God's instruments to reform the empire. In one striking passage, he argues that if admission of barbarians into Roman lands leads to them becoming Christian, then even if it weakened the empire, it was worth it for the salvation of souls. Well, that's radically non-Roman, isn't it? We can almost say it's an anti-imperial viewpoint, throwing out everything and prioritizing spiritual growth over survival of the state. Of course, not all Christian commentators were so sanguine. Another voice, Salvian of Marseille, a priest writing in the 440s when the empire was even closer to collapse, fully acknowledged Rome's decline, but he attributed it to sinful behavior rather than the new faith. Salvian delivered a scathing moral indictment of his fellow Romans. "Be ashamed, you Roman people everywhere. Be ashamed of the lives you lead," proclaiming that Rome's defeats came not from weak bodies or inherent lack of strength. He went on to say, "Let no one think otherwise. It is our vicious lives alone that have conquered us." Salvian argued that Christian Romans were Christian in name only, but they were still mired in corruption. while the barbarian tribes, many of whom were Arian Christian or semi-pagan, lived more virtuously by comparison. He noted with embarrassment that some Germanic peoples were chaste, honest, and frankly less cruel than Romans, who routinely oppressed the poor and indulged in decadent behavior. Thus, in his interpretation, God allowed Rome to fall to morally superior barbarians as a judgment and a correction. This view kept Christianity itself blameless. The failing was in not living up to Christianity's morals. In Salvian's eyes, the remedy was not to return to Jupiter, but just to become better Christians. Quote, "If we are overcome, it is because of our own sins. The barbarians conquer us more by our vices than by their valor," a hard truth that he wanted Romans to accept. Well, the clash between pagan blame and Christian apologia shows how contemporaries understood the fall in widely different views. On one side, nostalgia for the old gods and virtues fueled a narrative of religious betrayal, that Rome was essentially murdered by its own conversion. On the other side, Christian intellectuals denied this and reframed the fall as either irrelevant to God's true plan or even part of it. They stressed other causes, the moral decay of society, perhaps not in the Christian faith per se, but in modern terms, Augustine and Salvian were already pointing to internal weaknesses and ethical decline as causes rather than the change of religion itself. So who really won this war of words? Well, in the immediate centuries, Augustine's view became highly influential in the Christian world, and the pagan critique receded as paganism itself dwindled. Yet the debate never fully died. I mean, we're talking about it right now, right? The idea that Rome fell due to a loss of its traditional values, often implicitly meaning its traditional pagan faith and martial ethos, would resurface many times in later historiography. In fact, it carried through to Enlightenment thinkers like Gibbon, which we will get to soon. But before evaluating all that in modern theories, let's complete our survey of all the major factors at play. As compelling as a religious argument is, it wasn't happening in a vacuum. So let's look at the political and military breakdown of the Western Empire and understand the external blows from the relentless barbarian invasions without which Rome's collapse cannot be understood. So by the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was a shadow of its former self in terms of effective governance. Emperors in this period were often figureheads or even minors dominated by powerful generals and court officials. Emperors in name only. The imperial throne itself became a revolving door, a series of short-lived rulers, some placed by the army, others by intrigue ruled in quick succession after 455. And this chronic instability at the top created paralysis in decision-making and made consistent defense policies pretty much impossible. An example of political decay is the role of barbarian generals/kingmakers. By the mid-5th century, men of partially or fully Germanic descent like Stilicho, Ricimer, Gundobad, Orestes, or Odoacer, they held the real power. Now let's talk about Stilicho. He was a half-Vandal general. He was effectively regent for Emperor Honorius around 400, and perhaps the last commander who truly tried to hold the West together. After Stilicho was executed in 408 amid other conspiracies, the Western Empire had no comparatively capable leader, and later Ricimer, a Suevic Gothic warlord, acted as a kingmaker from 456 to 472, deposing multiple emperors and installing his own puppets. The spectacle of a barbarian pulling the strings in Ravenna shows how the imperial dignity had fallen into quite a bit of contempt. Prosperous provinces like Gaul and Spain lost all their confidence in the central government, and they often had to fend for themselves. Generals in the provinces would declare themselves emperor, i.e. Constantine III in Britain and Gaul in 407, further fragmenting authority. The unity of the empire had given way to regional separatism and usurpations. The Roman state's administrative competence also waned. Earlier emperors like Diocletian had greatly increased the bureaucracy and centralized control, but by the 5th century this apparatus was completely breaking down, especially in the West. Communications, they were slow. Tax collection faltered as territories were lost, and corruption was everywhere. The Western court, often holed up in the well-fortified city of Ravenna, which was surrounded by marshes, grew discontent from the frontiers and from the people's plight. A telling anecdote describes Emperor Honorius, who reigned 395 to 423, so detached that when he heard Rome had perished after the 410 sack, he panicked, thinking that his favorite pet chicken named Roma had died, only then understanding that it was the city that fell. While possibly apocryphal, the story reflects a perception of imperial incompetence, and indeed, Honorius's reign was catastrophic. The British province was abandoned to rebels and Saxons. Gaul was overrun by Vandals and others, and nothing effective was done to stop the Visigoths until they reached the gates of Rome itself. Later emperors did very little better. The young Valentinian III, reigning 425 to 455, reigned long but achieved very little. In a tragedy of palace politics, he murdered his brilliant general Aetius, who had saved Gaul from Attila the Hun in 451, and was himself assassinated shortly after, leaving the West leaderless at a critical moment. The removal of Aetius, sometimes called the last of the Romans, from his military skill was a fatal blow, and within a year the Vandal king Gaiseric sailed from Africa and sacked Rome again in 455, virtually unopposed. And so one by one, the organs of the Western Empire failed. The Roman Senate, once an important institution, it became mostly ceremonial. Though still rich and influential socially, senators could not turn the tide. The legions were too thin as to what they used to be. Discipline had slackened as the army became a patchwork of mercenaries and foederati, that is, allied barbarian contingents. A late Roman military treatise by Vegetius complains that soldiers no longer wore proper armor, and they didn't do their regular drills, and that legionaries had become physically softer compared to those of older times. Quote, "The infantry, armor, and the burden of the helmet are deemed too heavy. The result is that the troops in battle, unprotected, are easily killed or wounded," he writes in De Re Militari, around 400. Now this indicates a decline in training and morale. Whether due to complacency or shortage of resources, the army simply was not as formidable. By the mid-5th century, the Western Imperial Army had virtually disintegrated. Key campaigns against barbarians were often carried out by one barbarian group fighting another. For instance, Roman generals of Germanic origin recruiting Huns to fight Goths or vice versa. And when those transient alliances collapsed, Rome pretty much didn't have a native force left to rely upon. A critical event showing the Western Empire's failure of governance was the loss of North Africa to the Vandals. North Africa, so we're talking modern Tunisia and its environs, was the breadbasket of the West, providing much of its grain and tax revenue. In 429, the Vandals crossed from Spain into Africa, and by 439 they seized Carthage and established an independent Vandal kingdom. The Western government was unable to mount an adequate response. With the grain supply cut, Rome's population, which had already been on the decline, suffered famine and further depopulation. The loss of Africa's tax base also bankrupted the Western treasury. The Eastern Empire at one point attempted to reconquer Africa, But a huge joint east-west expedition in 468 failed disastrously against the Vandals, and at a great financial cost. After that debacle, any hope of restoring the status quo was completely gone. The West couldn't afford large armies anymore. The imperial center had effectively ceded the richest provinces, and was now fighting over scraps. By the 470s, the Western Emperor controlled little beyond the parts of Italy. Gaul was fragmenting into Gothic and Frankish kingdoms. Spain was divided among the Visigoths and the Suebi. Britain long lost to Anglo-Saxon newcomers, and Africa in the hands of the Vandals. And so the stage was set for the final act. In 475, a Roman general of Germanic origin, Orestes, installed his own teenage son on the imperial throne in Ravenna, the boy Romulus Augustulus, ironically named after Rome's legendary founder and its first emperor, Romulus and Augustus. Now this last emperor was a mere puppet, Little Augustus in nickname, ruling in a very diminished function. The next year, 476, Odoacer, leader of the Germanic foederati in Italy, marched on Ravenna, killed Orestes, and deposed the boy emperor Romulus without much resistance. Odoacer did not bother appointing a new Western Augustus. He simply declared himself ruler of Italy, eventually accepting the title King of Italy, and sent the imperial regalia to Constantinople, acknowledging the Eastern Emperor as the sole Roman emperor in theory. In effect, the Western imperial office was abolished. A chronicler reports that when the Eastern court asked about restoring an emperor in the West, the Roman Senate replied that one emperor in Constantinople would be enough, a poignant admission that Rome's old political order had ended. Now the date, 476, thus stands as the traditional end of the Western Roman Empire. But from the perspective of political and military causes, the fall of Rome can be seen as a result of gradual state failure, civil strife, incompetent leadership, and over-reliance on outsiders for defense, and loss of control over resources that didn't help either. The internal machinery of the empire fell apart to the point that by 476, removing the last emperor caused barely a ripple. The empire had already essentially collapsed in all but name. Without a functioning army or bureaucracy, even a devoutly pagan Rome might have fallen under those conditions. And this suggests that whether Rome was pagan or Christian, if its governance decayed so severely, the outcome would pretty much be the same. Yet was the governance decay itself linked to a religious change? Did Christianity perhaps undermine the loyalty or the quality of the bureaucracy and army? Of course, some argue yes, for instance pointing out that many competent officials might have retired to monasteries, or that religious factionalism, Catholic versus Arian versus pagan, bred infighting that hurt unity. There's a kernel of truth there too, in my opinion at least. All that religious division did cause some conflicts. Just look at the Christian officials refusing to cooperate with pagan generals, etc. But overall, there's stronger explanations for the political collapse in structural problems like succession disputes, the sheer size of the empire, the pressures of constant war overstraining Roman institutions. So if all the internal weaknesses left the Roman Empire brittle, it was that hammer fall of external invasions that finally shattered it. The term barbarian in the Roman usage referred to a mosaic of foreign peoples. You got Germanic tribes, Alans, Huns, others, who encroached on the Roman lands. Now, these groups didn't initially set out to destroy the Roman Empire. It wasn't really like that. Most of them were just driven by migration, desperation, or perhaps a bit of opportunism. But in any case, in the end, they carved the Western Empire into pieces. The chronology of barbarian incursions, it reads like a kind of drumbeat of crises. We start off with the Visigoths, that is the Western Goths. After their pivotal victory at Adrianople in 378, The Visigoths under Alaric lived as a semi-independent allies inside the empire. When mistreated or seeking better lands, they marched into Italy. They besieged Rome multiple times and finally sacked it in 410. Subsequently, the Visigoths were induced to leave Italy and were granted a large autonomous kingdom in southern Gaul and Hispania, that is the kingdom of Toulouse, as foederati, once again those Roman allies. Thus a pretty big chunk of the empire was effectively just given to them, as long as they would respect the peace. And then there's the Vandals, a Germanic group traversing Gaul and Spain and then famously crossed into North Africa. By taking Carthage in 439, they not only established a kingdom, but also built a pirate fleet that dominated the western Mediterranean. The Vandals, under King Gaiseric, even sailed across to Italy and sacked Rome in 455, a sack remembered as especially brutal, hence the term vandalism, if you're wondering where that comes from. They looted the city for 2 weeks, and they carried off treasures like the Temple of Jerusalem's sacred vessels that Titus had once displayed in his Roman triumph. The Vandals then retreated to Africa with countless captives, and their control of Africa strangled the Western Empire's food supply and commerce. And then we have the nomadic Huns from the Eurasian steppes, a terrifying force that accelerated the movement of other tribes. Under Attila, also called the Scourge of God, you don't get that nickname for no reasons, the Huns invaded Gaul and Italy in 451 and 452. Well, they were not out to occupy and govern really, but more to plunder and extort tribute, more of a hit and run. Attila's Huns met a combined Roman Visigoth force at the Battle of the Catalonian Plains. In 451, the Romans, led by General Aetius and their Visigoth allies, managed to halt Attila, one of the last major victories of the Western Empire. However, this victory was thanks in part to the cooperation of a barbaric ally, the Visigoths, underscoring Romans' dependence on barbarian help to fend off other barbarians. As for Attila, he invaded Italy in 452, devastating the north, though legend says Pope Leo persuaded him to spare Rome itself. After Attila's death in 453, the Hun threat receded, but the damage in Gaul and Italy was done. Well, then we have the Franks and Burgundians, other Germanic tribes settled in northern and eastern Gaul respectively, each forming the nucleus of future medieval kingdoms. Frankish kingdom, which is now France, Belgium, and Burgundians in the Rhone Valley. We have the Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes, German seafarers invaded Roman Britain starting in the mid-5th century, establishing their own realms and cutting Britain off from Roman rule around 410. That was when the Roman legions withdrew. And in the Danube regions, tribes like the Ostrogoths, the Heruli, and others were pressing in as well. In any case, by 476, virtually every province in the west had a barbarian king in place of a Roman governor, though often these kings styled themselves as keepers of Roman order. Odoacer in Italy, for example, maintained many Roman traditions and officials. He struck coins in the name of the Eastern Emperor, and governed through Roman law for Roman inhabitants. But it's critical to note that many of these barbarian actors had been both foes and at times partners of Rome. The empire had a long history of recruiting barbarians into its legions and making treaties with tribes to guard frontiers in exchange for subsidies. In the late empire, this policy intensified. The federate allies foederati were settled with the duty to defend certain regions. This was a pragmatic response to manpower shortages, but it was a double-edged sword. When the central government faltered in paying or controlling these foederati, they often turned from guardians to threats. For instance, Odoacer was originally a leader of foederati troops in Italy demanding land, and when denied, they revolted, and he took power. One might say the barbarians didn't so much conquer the Western Empire as supplant it from within. The Visigoths entered as refugees. They became allies, then adversaries, and finally rulers of a chunk of an empire. The Vandals were invited to cross Gaul as allies against other rebels before they went rogue. It was Rome's mismanagement and desperation that allowed these people in. And once they were in, the strength of the Roman army was just not enough to repel them. But no conversation about the fall of Rome would be complete without talking about Edward Gibbon's point of view. So let's move on to that. The notion that Christianity contributed to Rome's collapse gained fame with him, whose history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire is a landmark historiography. Gibbon, writing in the Enlightenment era, viewed the later Roman Empire through a critical and rationalist lens. He famously concluded that he had related the story of, quote, the triumph of barbarism and religion. In Gibbon's analysis, the rise of Christianity was a key ingredient in Rome's decay. He argued that the new religion undermined the old civic virtues and sapped the empire's strength. Quote, Christianity, infusing a spirit of indolence and neglect of worldly affairs, extinguished the patriotic ardor and had softened the minds of the people. Moreover, Gibbon claimed the church diverted the empire's wealth and attention. Vast resources went into building churches, supporting an idle clergy and monks, rather than into an army or infrastructure. The clergy preached resignation and otherworldly hope, which Gibbon saw as a breeding of passive citizenry. But he also noted internal religious conflicts, Arian versus Catholic disputes, fostering schisms where unity was needed against the external threats. However, Gibbon's theory has faced many challenges. Of course, he didn't just blame Christianity alone, he had a multi-causal view, but he did give it substantial weight, enough that his work shocked many devout readers in the day. And those critics point out that the Eastern Roman Empire was even more Christian. In fact, after 476 it was the standard-bearer of Christianity with greater fervor. Yet it didn't fall. It survived, and at times it flourished. So if Christianity inherently caused decline, why did the East endure for another 1,000 years? If Gibbon somewhat hand-waved the Eastern Empire as a stagnating despotism, not a true continuation of Roman greatness, but that assessment's debatable. Additionally, later historians found that military and economic failings have had more concrete explanatory power. By the 19th and 20th centuries, scholarly focus shifted to issues like overextension, class struggle, lead poisoning, which is another exotic theory, slavery's limitations on innovation, and so forth. The religious explanation was seen by many as too simplistic or ideologically driven, reflecting Gibbon's Enlightenment bias against organized religion. The Time magazine piece once summarized that while Gibbon and others saw Christianity as, quote, a fatal parasite on civilization, other historians like Arnold Toynbee rebuted that view, saying Rome, quote, decayed from inherent defects of its own. And Toynbee, in fact, saw civilizations as cyclical, but religions as enduring, arguing that Rome's fall cleared the way for a rise of a new Christian civilization, rather than Christianity itself causing the fall. Modern scholars largely agree that Christianity's role was at most indirect. For instance, the late antique historian Peter Brown emphasizes the continuity and adaptation of Roman society in the age of Christianization, the transformation view of late antiquity rather than outright fall. Many argue that the Roman Empire did not so much fall as transform into a Christian Roman successor civilization, Byzantium in the west, Byzantium rather in the east, and in the west Latin Christian kingdoms. And yet, in this view, Christianity might have altered the empire's character, but it didn't kill it. Rather, the Western Empire's political structure failed for more mundane reasons, and the Church actually helped preserve a lot of Roman legacy through the chaos. Just for one example, the Church maintained Latin learning, administrative practices, and a sense of universality that would later inspire the Holy Roman Empire, and so on. The famous medievalist Henry Pirenne went further to say Rome's true fall only came in the 7th to 8th century with the rise of Islam disrupting Mediterranean unity, implying the 5th century change was not as catastrophic culturally as once thought. But that being said, some modern historians do revisit the idea that religious change had consequences. They note, for example, that pagans and Christians sometimes distrusted each other, and that affected cooperation. The removal of the Altar of Victory from the Senate by Emperor Gratian in 382, a story often cited, angered the last of the pagan senators, who argue that it undermined Rome's protective spirit. It caused a rift between the Christian court and the pagan aristocracy. Symmachus, a leading pagan senator, wrote pleas to restore it, only to be rebuked by Ambrose. Though symbolic, it shows cultural division that might have weakened elite consensus. Also, imperial policies influenced by zealous Christian advisors occasionally verged on the fanatical. For example, some have speculated that the execution of Stilicho in 408 was partly fueled by anti-barbarian, anti-pagan court factions. Stilicho had been quite tolerant of pagans and was accused of impiety. In any case, after his death, a mini pogrom against allied barbarian families in Italy ensued, driving many of Stilicho's Germanic troops to join Alaric, a fatal mistake for Rome's defense. So one could argue that if not for the intrigue laced with religious and ethnic prejudice, that defection might not have happened at all. So religion enters the picture in such subtle ways. But nonetheless, when weighing all angles, the consensus today is that Christianity was at most a contributing factor to Rome's fall and not a primary cause. Its rise coincided with other, far more serious developments: civil strife and economic decline over reliance on mercenaries, unstoppable migration. The stark fact remains that the Eastern Empire thrived under Christianity, even as the West fell. Also, the Germanic conquerors themselves often converted to Christianity, albeit mostly Arian Christianity, even before Rome fell, or at least soon after. Which means both Romans and barbarians shared the Christian religion by the end. And if Christianity were fatal to imperial structure, those barbarian Christian kings should have quickly collapsed too, right? But they didn't. Some established very durable kingdoms. So clearly, factors like strategic geography, differing economies, and sheer luck played a huge role. Well, that said, the debate still goes on. Whenever a great power declines, people draw analogies to Rome and wonder if internal or moral spiritual decay is to blame. The idea that adopting Christianity weakened Rome is an appealing moral narrative. It suggests a lesson about societies abandoning old traditions at their peril. But historians caution that this is an oversimplification of a very complex reality. A modern analysis acknowledges multiple causes. It was multifactorial, a combination of long-term social changes, short-term military shocks, and the sheer contingency of leadership. And as noted before, no single cause, not even Christianity, can fully explain it. Perhaps we can conclude that Christianity's rise coincided with a period of decline. It might have slightly redirected the empire's focus from worldly power to spiritual concerns, and in doing so it might have made the empire less ruthlessly efficient. For example, more hesitant to persecute or assimilate barbarians by force since conversion was an option. But it also gave the empire a new kind of resilience, cultural unity, and a sense of purpose beyond politics. The final collapse of the Western Roman Empire, I think, is ultimately a result of human failures and historical pressures. It's far beyond one single ideological shift. There is no Occam's razor. In any case, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Long before the heroes of classical Greece, and long before the knights of medieval legend, there was the Bronze Age, and it gave rise to some of the first epic heroes in human literature. These early heroes, mighty warriors, wise kings, and sometimes even demigods, captured the imagination of their people, immortalized in poems and tales inscribed on clay tablets. Their stories are not simple fairy tales, however. They are complex narratives. They blend history, mythology, and even a few moral lessons. They speak of battles with monsters and men, journeys across uncharted lands, friendship, betrayal, and of the eternal human quest for meaning and even immortality. And so from the bustling cities of Mesopotamia and Egypt to the shores of the Aegean Sea, the Bronze Age world teemed with larger-than-life figures like Gilgamesh and Achilles, and those are names that still resonate with us today. So let's take a journey back to the Bronze Age, and we can meet some of the heroes that defined that period. Before we do, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Hello to any newcomers. And allow me to remind you that we are 100% ad-free due to the support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, donations through PayPal and Super Thanks, and also those who choose to visit the merch store. But short of that, the best way that you can help us out is just by spreading the word. Let people know about that ad-free history channel. It's not a bad deal. And do all the algorithm stuff, like, comment, subscribe. You know what to do, I don't have to tell you. Well, now that you have done the deed, let us begin. And I suppose we better begin by defining this heroic tradition of the Bronze Age, because it's a little bit different. You see, the Bronze Age lasted from roughly 3300 to 1200 BCE, and it was a formative era for civilization. The period saw the rise and fall of the first cities, the invention of writing, and the formation of kingdoms and empires in regions like Mesopotamia, Egypt, Anatolia, and the Aegean. It is against this backdrop that the earliest recorded hero tales emerge. The development of writing was crucial. It allowed myths and stories to be preserved in a fixed form. In Mesopotamia, scribes pressed cuneiform characters into clay tablets, while in Egypt, scribes inked hieroglyphs and hieratic scripts into papyrus. These records mean that some Bronze Age heroes have actually come down to us in direct textual form. And that's pretty amazing considering we're talking 3,000, 4,000, even up to 5,000 years ago. Quite an achievement, that's for sure. But it is important to understand what a hero means in the context of the Bronze Age. Now, often heroes were not simply do-gooders or moral exemplars. They were rather figures of extraordinary ability or significance, sometimes with one foot in the divine realm and one foot in the human realm. Many Bronze Age heroes were kings or warriors whose deeds were believed to have shaped society, slaying monsters, winning battles, even bringing back knowledge from the gods. Crucially, a hero story in this era often had a dual purpose, entertaining the audience with adventure and imparting cultural or religious values. And another hallmark of the Bronze Age hero narrative is their close intertwining with mythology and religion. The line between history and myth in these times is pretty blurry. Anyone who's looked at Greek history will know that. Some heroes were probably inspired by real individuals whose deeds became legendary over time, while others might have been just purely made up, mythological figures in their own right. In either case, the gods played an intimate role in their tales. The pantheons of ancient civilizations Whether the Sumerian gods, the Egyptian deities, or the Greek Olympians frequently intervene in hero stories, guiding or thwarting human protagonists. This reflects how Bronze Age people saw their world: human destiny, subject to divine will, and only a truly exceptional person, a hero, might earn divine favor or challenge fate. Of course, the Bronze Age also had a concept of a heroic age in later memory. For instance, let's look at the much later Greek tradition in Hesiod's works. It spoke of an age of heroes who lived in a bygone era, often corresponding to the Bronze Age, of course. It is with this nostalgia that even in antiquity, people looked back on the Bronze Age as a time when giants of courage and strength walked the earth. The great wars and journeys described in epic poems were often set in that remote past, lending them an air of grand significance. And nowhere is this more evident than in our first story, the quintessential Bronze Age hero, and often considered the earliest epic hero narrative in the world. That is, of course, if you've not guessed it by now, the tale of Gilgamesh of Uruk. And that's where our journey begins, right here with Gilgamesh, the legendary hero king. Gilgamesh's story is told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is often cited as the oldest surviving epic in world literature. The epic, written on clay tablets in cuneiform, took shape during the Bronze Age, and it evolved over many centuries. Earlier Sumerian poems about Gilgamesh date back to around 2100 to 2000 BCE, and they were later woven into a unified Akkadian epic around the second millennium. By about 1200, a Babylonian scholar named Sin-Leki Unini had compiled the standard version of the epic that we know today, preserving a tale that had already been told for 1,000 years. And what a tale it was. I did a full reading of it a while back. You can find it in the readings playlist. But who exactly was Gilgamesh? Well, in the epic, he's described as 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, the son of the goddess Ninsun and the mortal king Lugalbanda. This unusual lineage immediately marks him as somebody that is quite extraordinary, a demigod with superhuman strength. Historically, there may have indeed been a King Gilgamesh of Uruk around 2700. His name actually appears in the Sumerian king list as a monarch of Uruk renowned for building its great walls. Over time, however, the figure of Gilgamesh was exalted and mythologized. He was even worshipped as a divine ancestor in later periods. By the Bronze Age, when scribes recorded his epic, Gilgamesh had become a cultural hero symbolizing the ideals and perhaps also the anxieties of Mesopotamian civilization. So what happens in the story? Well, it opens by portraying Gilgamesh as a mighty but tyrannical young king. He lorded over Uruk with a heavy hand, so much that the people begged the gods for relief. The gods' response was to create Enkidu, a wild man of the wilderness, as a counterbalance to Gilgamesh's power. At first, Enkidu lived among the animals, knowing nothing about the city life. But after being civilized, in part through a transformative encounter with a temple courtesan named Shamat, Enkidu came to Uruk to confront Gilgamesh. The two fought fiercely, shaking the city's walls. But neither one of them could win the fight. In the end, Gilgamesh and Enkidu recognized each other as equals and became devoted friends, which is, well, not what the gods wanted, but that's what happened. In any case, this friendship is one of the epic's emotional centers. The arrogant king found in the wild man a true companion, one who could temper his excesses and guide his courage. And so together, Gilgamesh and Enkidu set out on heroic adventures that have a mythic quality to them. They decided to journey to the far-off cedar forest, likely the distant forests of Lebanon, to slay the giant guardian Humbaba and cut down the sacred cedar trees. This quest was daring. Humbaba was a fearsome monster, appointed by the god Enlil to protect the forest. The very act of confronting him was a challenge to the divine order. Yet Gilgamesh was eager for glory. Added to that, he was restless for action, and he convinced Enkidu to join him. In their journey, we see a motif common in hero myths. The hero seeks to carve his name into eternity by accomplishing a perilous feat. Gilgamesh declares that he will set up his name where the names of famous men are written, a clear expression of the Bronze Age heroic ideal, to win immortal fame through great deeds. And so, when the favor of the sun god Shamash, thanks to prayers from Gilgamesh's mother and the goddess Ninsun, the heroes entered the cedar forest, braved terrors, and confronted Humbaba. In a dramatic battle, Gilgamesh and Enkidu managed to slay the giant. The victory was not without moral complexity, though. Humbaba actually begged for his life, and at one point Enkidu had to stiffen Gilgamesh's resolve to finish the deed. Ultimately, they beheaded the monster and offered the giant's head to the gods. Now this scene shows a Bronze Age narrative pattern, the slaying of a chaotic monster by heroes working with divine aid, akin to other myths in which gods or heroes establish order by vanquishing monstrous beings. Gilgamesh's triumph over Humbaba brought him fame, but it also subtly foreshadows consequences. By upsetting the guardian put in place by the gods, the heroes had overstepped a boundary. But returning to Uruk, they were celebrated as champions, and Gilgamesh next drew the ire of the goddess Ishtar, also called Inanna. The love goddess was attracted to Gilgamesh's strength and offered to marry him. But Gilgamesh, well, he didn't want anything of that. He spurned Ishtar's proposal, and not in a gentle way either. He rather harshly rebuked her, listing the unfortunate fates of all of her previous boyfriends. Now this insult to a goddess had immediate repercussions. A furious Ishtar convinced her father, Anu, the sky god, to send the bull of heaven to punish Gilgamesh's kingdom with drought and devastation. True to their heroic form, Gilgamesh and Enkidu together faced this new threat. In a titanic struggle, they killed the celestial bull as well, further asserting their prowess. But they also sealed their own doom. And this was a critical turning point. The slaying of the bull of heaven was sacrilege, and the gods could not let it go unpunished. Soon after, tragedy strikes our heroes. The gods decree that for these transgressions, one of the pair must die, and they choose Enkidu. Gilgamesh's dear friend falls ill and suffers for days. Enkidu's deathbed scene is heart-rending. The wild hero curses the door he constructed from the cedar wood, a reminder of their exploit, and initially curses the priestess who brought him from the wild. But he later retracts that curse, accepting his fate. When Enkidu dies, Gilgamesh is devastated. The epic reveals an intense exploration of grief and mortality. Gilgamesh weeps bitterly for 7 days and 7 nights over Enkidu's body and refuses to bury him until a maggot falls from the corpse's nose. That gruesome detail shocks Gilgamesh into recognizing the finality of death. He's overcome with the horror that if mighty Enkidu could die, well then he too, despite being part divine, will one day face the same fate. This realization triggers Gilgamesh's greatest journey, not one for conquest or for glory, but one in the search of immortality. In mourning, Gilgamesh abandons his kingly duties and roams the wilderness dressed in animal skins. His objective becomes finding Utnapishtim, a legendary figure whom the gods have granted eternal life. Utnapishtim, as the epic relates, was the survivor of a great flood in ages past, an episode that notably parallels the later biblical Noah story. He lives in a faraway place at the mouth of the rivers beyond the known world. The path to get there is understandably quite treacherous. Gilgamesh must pass through a tunnel of total darkness beneath a mountain and cross the waters of death, which, well, you sort of know what you're in for when they call them that, don't you? In any case, all of this vividly describes Gilgamesh's determination as he overcomes each and every obstacle, driven by fear of his own mortality. So when Gilgamesh finally meets Utnapishtim, the immortal man shares the story of the flood, and he imparts a sobering lesson. Life, which you look for, you will never find. For when the gods created man, they let death be his share, and life they withheld in their own hands. In other words, mortality is the fate of humankind, and even a hero, even one as strong as Gilgamesh, cannot escape it. But still, Gilgamesh desperately hopes for a remedy. Utnapishtim challenges him to prove himself worthy of immortality by conquering sleep, a brother of death. But Gilgamesh fails, dozing off for days. In a gesture of compassion, Utnapishtim finally reveals a herb of rejuvenation, a plant at the bottom of the sea that can restore youth. Gilgamesh miraculously obtains this plant by diving deep and binding stones to his feet. Here, perhaps, a glimmer of hope. Has he found a way to renew life? Maybe. Yet, the epic delivers one final twist of fate that just underscores its message. Gilgamesh is exhausted from his quest, and he stops to bathe on his journey home. Well, while he's not watching, a snake comes along and steals the precious plant, carrying off the secret of rejuvenation and shedding its skin as it slithers away. Thus the snake becomes young again, but humankind loses its chance forever. This symbolic moment shows that immortality slips out from Gilgamesh's grasp. Heartbroken, but perhaps a little wiser, Gilgamesh returns to Uruk empty-handed, accompanied only by the ferryman who guided him. When he arrives, however, the sight of Uruk's great city walls, which he once built and proudly maintained, brings him a kind of epiphany. You see, Gilgamesh comes to accept that although he cannot live forever, human achievements, like the city's enduring walls or the story of his own exploits, can give him a form of immortality. By inscribing his tale on tablets, as the epic itself suggests, Gilgamesh ensures that his name will indeed live on, even though his flesh will not. Now, it's a very interesting story, and it's profoundly human in its introspection, despite the presence of monsters and gods. It grapples with the question that must have weighed on the Bronze Age people's minds, as it still does today. An almost juvenile question, I think, but a fair one to ask. Why do we have to die? And how do we live, knowing that we will die And here's another one. What gives life meaning when it's all going to end anyway? Think about them. Well, in the end, as for Gilgamesh, he transforms from a brash young warrior king to a wiser ruler who understands his place in the order of things. His quest for literal immortality fails, sure, but he gains immortal wisdom, the understanding that one should embrace life, perform one's duties well, and cherish human companionship and achievements, since those, at the end of the day, are our real lasting legacies. So let's now shift from Mesopotamia to the Aegean world, where we meet another pretty popular name, Achilles, the paramount hero of Greek myth during the Bronze Age, and the central character of Homer's Iliad, an epic poem that, although written down in the 8th century BCE, draws on oral traditions about Mycenaean Bronze Age Greece, particularly the legend of the Trojan War, dated around 1200 BCE, the traditional fall of the Bronze Age. In Greek cultural memory, the Trojan War was a defining campaign at the end of the Bronze Age where coalitions of Greek kings, the Achaeans, besieged the city of Troy. Within that grand saga, Achilles was celebrated as the greatest of Greek warriors, peerless in battle, yet fated to die young. The story exemplifies the Greek heroic ideal of kleos, glory or renown, obtained through valor even at the expense of one's own mortality. And just like Gilgamesh, Achilles had a kind of semi-divine pedigree. His father was King Peleus of Phthia, a mortal, but his mother was Thetis, a sea nymph, a goddess of the sea. Thetis tried to make her infant son invincible. In a later myth from the Roman era, it was said that she dipped Achilles in the sacred river Styx, rendering him invulnerable, except for the heel by which she held him. This is the origin of the term Achilles' heel, of course, meaning a single fatal weakness, though interestingly, Homer's Iliad itself does not mention this detail. What the Iliad does emphasize is that Achilles' extraordinary prowess and his close relationship with the gods, especially his mother, was pretty important. From youth, Achilles was destined for greatness. He was even tutored by the wise centaur Chiron in some legends, learning arts of war, medicine, things like that. By the time of the Trojan War, Achilles was said to be a young man of unmatched martial skill, and also stunningly handsome, apparently. Often called swift-footed for his speed as well. Really had it all, a venerable Chad of the Bronze Age. Yet Achilles' heroism is marked as much by its inner conflict and emotions as by its battlefield exploits. You see, at the outset of the Iliad, we meet Achilles not in triumph, but in a moment of fury and wounded pride. During the siege of Troy, the Greek commander Agamemnon offends Achilles by seizing Briseis, a captive woman whom Achilles regards as a war prize, and in a way, a symbol of honor. Feeling dishonored and enraged, Achilles withdraws from the fighting, refusing to fight for the Greeks any longer. Well, this is kind of a big deal because the act has huge consequences, with their champion sulking in his tent, one hand on both cheeks sort of thing, you know. He's definitely not in that good mood to support anyone, really. The Achaeans also begin to falter against the Trojan onslaught led by Prince Hector, right when they need the champion with them. Achilles is often described as wrathful or angered. In fact, the very first line of the Iliad invokes the wrath of Achilles. His anger at Agamemnon is personal, but it carries a cosmic weight in the story, leading to a chain of events that will test Achilles' character. Now at this point, Achilles embodies the Bronze Age warrior ethos to its extreme. He is extremely concerned with honor and glory. To Achilles, Agamemnon's slight is intolerable because it undermines his honor. Thus, Achilles chooses to abstain from battle, even though it means his compatriots are going to suffer and die. In doing so, he puts his personal honor above collective duty, a striking choice that paints him as prideful and stubborn. However, it is also during this absence from battle that Achilles faces a profound decision about his fate. In one of the Iliad's most famous passages, Achilles reflects on a prophecy told by his mother Thetis, that he has two possible fates. If he continues to fight at Troy, he is doomed to die young, but his name will be immortal and his glory eternal. If he leaves Troy and returns home, he will live a long, good, and peaceful life. But he will be forgotten, with no legacy. No one will remember his name. It's quite a dilemma, isn't it? And it gets to the heart of Achilles' story and, well, indeed, a core theme of heroic literature. That choice between a short life of eternal glory versus a long life of obscurity. At first, Achilles leans toward the latter, valuing his life over the abstract concept of glory, and thus prepares to sail home. He even tells Agamemnon's envoys that nothing is worth his life, expressing a surprisingly sober perspective on mortality for a hero. Quote, "Cattle and fat sheep can be had for the raiding, but a man's life's breath cannot come back again." In that moment, Achilles seems to value life itself over the warrior's code, promise of fame. The turning point comes eventually, though, and it comes with a tragedy that echoes the story of Gilgamesh, the death of a beloved companion. Achilles' closest friend is Patroclus, his dear comrade. Some later interpreters would say lover as well, but, well, the text only emphasizes brotherly camaraderie. Well, when Achilles withdraws from battle, Patroclus cannot bear to watch the Greeks lose. Patroclus dons Achilles' distinctive armor and leads the Myrmidon warriors into battle to hearten the Greeks. He fights brilliantly, but eventually he encounters Hector, Troy's greatest champion, and is slain by him. Patroclus' death is a heart-rending moment, and it shatters Achilles' resolve. The grief and guilt Achilles experiences are overwhelming. His rage shifts now to focus. No longer is he angry at Agamemnon. No, now his wrath is directed at Hector and the Trojans, and even at himself for allowing Patroclus to go. Achilles realizes that by staying out of the fight, he indirectly caused his friend's demise. In a scene of intense pathos, Achilles mourns Patroclus much as Gilgamesh mourned Enkidu. He weeps, he beats the ground, he refuses to eat or wash. Achilles is even visited by his mother Thetis, who laments that she will soon lose her son to his fated death. Achilles' sorrow transformed into a renewed sense of purpose. He will avenge Patroclus. He will kill Hector, even though by doing so he ensures his own fate. And here, Achilles decisively chooses glory and loyalty to his friend's memory over his own longevity. It's as if Patroclus' death reminds Achilles of what truly matters to him. The warrior's code and personal affection merge. Achilles can only make Patroclus' sacrifice meaningful by rejoining the war and achieving the heroic destiny he had contemplated abandoning. And so, Achilles returns to the battlefield. First he receives new armor, forged by the god Hephaestus at Thetis' request. including the famous shield of Achilles, richly described with scenes of human life and cosmic imagery. Armed and filled with a terrible resolve, Achilles cuts through the Trojan ranks with merciless efficiency. The climax comes with his duel with Hector, the prince of Troy, who had killed Patroclus. The Iliad presents Hector as a noble and honorable warrior, in many ways a mirror image of Achilles, just on the opposing side, but with perhaps a more relatable human side. Hector is shown saying farewell to his wife and infant son in a poignant scene. When Achilles and Hector finally face off outside the walls of Troy, it is a meeting of two heroic ideals. Achilles represents the unstoppable martial prowess and the pursuit of eternal glory, whereas Hector stands for duty, honor, and the defense of one's home. The outcome, driven by Achilles' nearly inhuman fury and aided by the goddess Athena's trickery, is that Achilles kills Hector. His victory over Hector is brutal. In his grief-fueled rage, he does not afford Hector the dignity that heroes usually grant a worthy foe. Instead of handing over Hector's body for burial, as the Trojan royal family desperately pleads for, Achilles rather ties Hector's corpse to his chariot and drags it around the walls of Troy. This horrifying act, born of pain and anger, actually serves to highlight Achilles' humanity, ironically. It shows how deeply wounded he is by Patroclus' loss, that he momentarily loses that noble restraint which is expected of a hero. And so, for days, Achilles continues to abuse Hector's lifeless body, and it seems like his heart is just turning to stone. However, the Iliad concludes with a moment of emotional catharsis and regained compassion. King Priam of Troy, an old man and Hector's father, sneaks into the Greek camp by night, and he finds Achilles. Priam humbles himself, kneeling and begging Achilles to return Hector's body, appealing to Achilles' memory of his own father. He asks Achilles to pity a father's grief. And this encounter is profoundly moving. Achilles is struck by Priam's bravery and sorrow, and he finally lets go of his rage. He weeps with Priam, recognizing the shared pain of loss that even enemies can feel. And in that instance, Achilles becomes more than an engine of war. He becomes empathetic again. He agrees to release Hector's body for a proper funeral, and even pauses the war to allow the Trojans time to mourn their hero. The Iliad ends not with the fall of Troy, but with Hector's funeral, and Achilles' wrath at last abated. Achilles himself does not die within the poem, but it is understood from prophecy that his end is near. Later myths detail that Paris, with Apollo's help, shoots Achilles with an arrow, often said to strike his vulnerable heel and kill him. In any case, Achilles' tale, especially as portrayed by Homer, is thus an exploration of the costs and meaning of heroism. Achilles is unequaled in strength, but he is not invincible in the face of fate. He achieves the immortal glory he desired. Thousands of years later, we are still speaking of his deeds, of course, but at the ultimate price of his life. Moreover, Achilles' character arc shows a movement from prideful isolation to passionate engagement, from rejecting the war out of spite to avenging Patroclus, and ultimately to a tempered, sorrowful wisdom, showing mercy to the old man King Priam. In this way, Achilles kind of embodies this tragic beauty of the heroic ideal. He shines brightly, but he is flawed and capable of deep feeling, and he leaves a legacy that endures long after the Bronze Age had ended. So thus far we've looked at Mesopotamian and Greek heroes, but over in Egypt they had their own characters, albeit somewhat with a different flavor. Egyptian narratives about individual protagonists often blended adventure with moral or didactic themes. One of the most famous examples is the tale of Sinuhe, sometimes called the story of Sinuhe if you want to look it up. It dates to the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which is around 1900, so squarely within the Bronze Age era. Sinuhe's story is not really an epic of gods or monsters, but rather it's a personal saga of exile and return, and it offers an insight into what heroism meant in the Egyptian cultural context. Sinuhe is not a royal or a demigod, but rather an official, an attendant in the royal harem, serving under Pharaoh Amenemhat I. And the tale begins quite dramatically. Amenemhat dies unexpectedly. Now the circumstances are mysterious, possibly an assassination, and Sinuhe, who overhears news of the king's death while abroad with the king's son, begins to panic. Fearing the chaos that might ensue, or perhaps implications in court intrigues, Sinuhe decides to get out of Egypt. His flight is frantic and unplanned. He traverses the desert by himself, nearly perishing of thirst. Eventually, Sinuhe crosses into what the Egyptians called Regennu, the Levant, roughly modern Syria-Palestine. He is discovered and rescued by a chieftain of a Bedouin tribe, who recognizes Sinuhe as an Egyptian. And thus, Sinuhe's life in exile begins. He is welcomed by a local ruler, Amunenshi, who gives Sinuhe a position of honor. Sinuhe then marries the chieftain's daughter and adapts to nomadic life, and becomes a respected figure among these Asiatic people. Over time he thrives. He says, "Wealth came to me. Cattle on cattle were given to me." Importantly, Sinuhe also demonstrates his valor in this foreign land. At one point, a formidable challenger, described as a strong man of Regennu, issues a single combat challenge to him, likely to test the famous Egyptian who's risen in their society. Maybe there was a little bit of a jealous streak of that, I don't know, maybe. In any case, Sinuhe is not a coward, and he accepts the duel. In a scene that establishes his heroism, Sinuhe cleverly and swiftly fells the challenger. In some translations, he looses an arrow into the man's neck at the moment of attack, which is usually pretty effective. This victory echoes the motive of champion combat. It's common in many hero tales. Think of David and Goliath in the biblical tradition, various duels in Homeric poems, and it cements Sinuhe's reputation. He says, in effect, that he gave strength to the weak, implying he protected the tribe, much as a hero should. Excuse me, just clearing my throat. Now, despite his success abroad, Sinuhe's heart remains squarely in Egypt. The tale emphasizes his longing for home and the cultural identity that he can never quite shed. Even as he prospers, Sinuhe describes gazing toward Egypt and feeling a deep nostalgia. This reflects a powerful Egyptian value, the homeland, especially being buried in Egyptian soil, that was central to one's afterlife hopes. Sinuhe fears that if he dies abroad, he will not receive proper mummification or burial rites, a terrible prospect for an Egyptian of status. And so he prays that the king will have mercy and allow him to return. In a stroke of narrative providence, Pharaoh Senseret I, the new king, the son of Amenemhat, does indeed invite Sinuhe to return, and this is after many years. The pharaoh's letter to Sinuhe is a highlight of the story. Sensoret, now secure on the throne, pardons Sinuhe and assures him that he is forgiven and that the palace is not angry with him. Overjoyed and also a little bit anxious, Sinuhe leaves behind his foreign family and riches and journeys back to Egypt. Upon arrival, he prostrates himself before the king. Sensoret treats him graciously, calling him father and giving him a place at court. And so, just like that, Sinuhe is reinstated into Egyptian high society, given fine clothing, and, notably, the king orders that a grand tomb be built for Sinuhe, complete with all the honors due to a dignitary. The tale ends with Sinuhe addressing the visitors of his tomb, and the tale returns to its originary funerary textilization. So, why do we consider Sinuhe a hero of the Bronze Age? He certainly didn't kill any monsters, he certainly didn't win any huge battles. But I think that, while it may lack supernatural feats, the tale exemplifies heroic qualities prized by Egyptians. That is, loyalty. Despite his flight, he remains loyal in his heart to the Egyptian crown. Bravery, in the duel where he proves his courage. And wisdom and modesty. He ultimately attributes his return to the king's mercy and divine providence, not just his own merit. Sinuhe's adventures in foreign lands made him a kind of culture hero in literature, showing that an Egyptian could go abroad, live with foreigners, and remain virtuous and come home to tell the tale. But the story also served a political purpose. It shows the benevolence of the king. Sensoret I appears as a forgiving and almost godlike figure who restores order and justice by bringing Sinuhe home. And in that sense, the hero's journey in Egyptian terms is often about leaving the ordered realm. Egypt was seen as order and civilization, and then getting to the foreign lands being chaos, and then returning to order, a cycle that reinforces how splendid and comforting one's own civilization is. So we can sum it up like this. Sinuhe's tale enriches the panorama of Bronze Age heroes by showing a different kind of heroism, peaceful kind, one of reconciliation and personal honor. The inclusion of a duel, though, does show that even Egyptians enjoyed a good scrap every now and then, but the resolution is uniquely Egyptian. The hero's greatest triumph is just to go home, welcomed by the pharaohs, and getting a proper burial. Through Sinuhe, we can learn that even outside the famous epics, Bronze Age cultures were telling stories about individuals who faced trials and displayed courage and character. And, well, I don't know about you, but I think that is the essence of what makes a hero. So let's move on to Canaan and Anatolia, because the Near East had its own rich hero legends too, particularly in the modern Syria, Levant area and modern Turkey. Now, unlike the famous individual heroes of Greece, these tales often emphasize family, fate, and ultimately divine will. Two of the longest Ugaritic poems from the Bronze Age Syria illustrate this quite well. The stories of King Keret and Akkad. Now let's start with Keret. He is a Canaanite king whose epic from around the 14th century BCE begins with a personal tragedy. He's lost his family. His wife is gone. All his children have perished, leaving him without an heir. In the context of the ancient Near East, a king without a dynasty is in crisis, both personally and for his kingdom's future. The high god El, the chief deity of the Canaanite pantheon, appears to Keret in a dream and guides him on what to do. Under El's direction, Keret sets out an expedition to a distant city to win a new wife and thus restore his lineage. The journey includes a military campaign. Geret marches an army to the city of Udum and besieges it. But rather than sacking it, he negotiates for the hand of the Princess Hurriya. Some versions of the story's fragments suggest an emphasis on wooing rather than pure conquest. But of course, nothing's going to impress a woman more than destroying her hometown. I suppose the Bronze Age was a different time, I guess. Now, the plan actually succeeds, and Geret gains a new wife. He eventually has children too, reviving the hopes of a dynasty. However, it's not all happy endings. No daylights nor heel taps, I'm afraid. After these successes, King Geret fails to fulfill a vow he made to the goddess Asherah. Perhaps he had promised a tribute or offering in exchange for divine help. You gotta fulfill your end of the bargain. And subsequently, Geret falls gravely ill, seemingly as divine punishment. His kingdom falters, and one of his sons even tries to seize the throne while Geret lies sick. The surviving tablets break off before the conclusion, but the message is pretty clear. The hero king's fate depends on respecting the gods and keeping oaths. Geret's story portrays a hero whose success and suffering come directly from divine intervention, and that's a reminder too that in Canaanite belief, a king's strength must be coupled with piety, or else, well, you're in for a bad time. Well, then we have the tale of Akat, also from Ugarit, and that carries a more tragic tone of its own. Danel, a righteous man, prays to the gods for a son. The gods grant a wish. A son, Akat, is born, and the divine craftsman god gives Akas a marvelous bow as a gift. That's pretty cool, isn't it? As Akat grows, the goddess Anat, that is, by the way, the patroness of war and hunting, well, she desires the bow. She offers Akat gold, and eventually even immortality in exchange for it. Akat, however, refuses her, bluntly stating that immortality is the lot of gods, not humans. Insulted and enraged, Anat arranges Akat's murder. A divine assassin strikes him down, and as for the precious bow, it's lost. Akat's death leaves Danel and his daughter Pagat in grief. Pagat vows to avenge her brother. The tale ends fragmentarily, but its themes are quite striking. A mortal youth is destroyed, not by lack of valor, but by the whim of a god, after asserting the reality that all humans must die. The Akat story shows the fragile line that Bronze Age heroes walked. One little misstep, one offense to a deity, could doom even the bravest. Now, interestingly, Akat's refusal of immortality, and his fate of dying young, invites comparison to heroes like Gilgamesh and Achilles. But in Akat's case, the narrative allows no triumph, only a somber recognition of mortality and divine power. The theme of heroic struggle against overwhelming divine forces also appears in the mythology of Anatolia. In the Hittite song of Ulikumi, for example, the weather god Teshub battles a monstrous stone giant set against him by an older god, essentially a tale of a storm god hero fighting a chaos creature. Similarly, the Ugaritic Baal cycle portrays the god Baal as a hero vanquishing Yam, the sea, and Mot, death, to secure the natural order. In these stories, the heroes are gods themselves, but they behave like Bronze Age warrior heroes, engaging in combat to protect the community of believers. This blur between deity and hero shows a key aspect of Near Eastern heroism. The gods were the ultimate heroes who guaranteed cosmic stability. and human heroes often acted with divine sanction, or were even semi-divine in their own right. What unites the Canaanite and Anatolian hero tales is the idea that mortals are deeply subject to the will of the gods. Courage and strength don't alone guarantee a happy ending. A hero's fortunes can be reversed by divine anger or caprice. The stories carry a more cautionary and sometimes pessimistic tone when compared to Greek epics. The king's greatness can crumble if he offends heaven, as with Keret, and a young warrior's life can be cut short, despite his righteousness, as with Akkad. But the heroes of these tales illustrate virtues like devotion to family, endurance of suffering, and faithfulness to vows. But they also serve as reminders that human heroes cannot control destiny. And so, we may say that in the Bronze Age Levant, being a hero meant upholding one's duties and honoring the divine order, for only by doing so, one might earn the gods' protection and achieve lasting glory, or at least a peaceful end. So there are a few common threads, aren't there? One is the close relationship between the heroes and the divine. In every culture, heroes either carry divine blood or rely on a god's aid, yet they must also beware of divine anger. A Bronze Age hero's success or failure often hinges on the will of the gods. For example, Gilgamesh relies on Shamash's favor in battle but cannot defy the gods' decree of mortality. And this shows a key point, that piety and humility before higher powers are often just as important as bravery. Another universal theme is the hero's confrontation with mortality. These stories are frank about the limits of human life. Gilgamesh's entire journey is driven by fear of death. Achilles faces a stark choice between long life or eternal fame. And Akkad's refusal of immortality, well, that leads to his demise, somewhat ironically. But no Bronze Age hero, not even a demigod, can ultimately escape death. But how they face mortality is what makes them heroic. In fact, the quest for lasting renown or life's meaning in the face of death unites heroes across cultures. Sometimes this quest is literal, as when Gilgamesh seeks immortality, and sometimes it's about securing one's legacy, as Achilles does by choosing glory. And so we see the powerful motive of friendship and loyalty. Heroes are often defined by their relationships. Gilgamesh is transformed by his friendship with Enkidu. Achilles' story pivots on his love for Patroclus, and Sinuhe remains devoted to his Egyptian king, even when in foreign exile. The deep bonds between comrades, or between a hero and his people, give emotional depth to these tales and often spur the hero's greatest actions, such as Achilles avenging Patroclus or Gilgamesh lamenting Enkidu. And it reminds us that even in antiquity, the hero's human connections were seen as a source of strength and motivation. Moreover, all Bronze Age heroes engage in epic battles or at least challenges to prove their valor. Whether it's slaying a monster, besting a mighty warrior, or just outsmarting adversaries, as Odysseus does in the later Greek myth, the hero's journey involves testing their courage and skill. Victory in combat brings glory. But these narratives also warn against excessive cruelty, and of course, pride in victory. Achilles must learn compassion after defeating Hector, and Gilgamesh incurs divine punishment after killing the bull of heaven. And so in this way the Bronze Age epics often celebrate martial heroism, but try to backpedal a little bit, temper it with a few lessons about honor and moderation. And finally, the hero's journey itself is a common thread. Many heroes go on long voyages or exiles, venturing beyond the known world, and then returning changed. Gilgamesh travels to the ends of the earth. Achilles leaves home for Troy, and Odysseus in the post-war epic wanders for 10 years at sea. And then there's Sinuhe, who was abroad for 10 years before coming home. It's during these times that the heroes gain wisdom, or achieve a mission that benefits their people. The return, or in some cases like Achilles, the hero's death far from home, brings closure that often restores order, or inspires their society. The notion of the hero who leaves, suffers trials, and either returns or leaves a legacy was already firmly established in the Bronze Age. And it has been ever since. I don't think it's going away anytime soon. Water. It covers the stage of countless ancient dramas. So imagine the story of a torrential rain and raging sea swallowing the world. Humanity reduced to a few terrified survivors, clinging to a makeshift vessel. This compelling vision of a great flood is not one confined to any single culture, but it appears in the folklore of peoples separated by oceans and millennia. So why did so many early civilizations, from Mesoamerica to Mesopotamia, tell of a time when the earth was inundated by a catastrophic flood? Today, we are going to voyage through these flood myths across the ancient world. We'll hear the voice of Utnapishtim in Mesopotamia, warning, abandon your house, build a boat, save yourself. We'll listen as a small fish tells Manu of India that the flood will sweep away everything, and learn of how Emperor Yao of China lamented waters that rose up to heaven, encompassing the mountains. We will explore the tales of the Nauchian deluge in the Hebrew Bible, the Deucalion flood in Greece, and the indigenous flood traditions of the Americas. Each society's version has its own unique twists, yet the recurring motive of a world-engulfing flood is quite striking. So by examining these stories in their historical context and original sources, we can appreciate both the diversity and their uncanny common threads. Were these stories purely symbolic? Were they moral parables? Or could they dimly echo real prehistoric deluges? We'll have to think critically about that. Throughout, we must remain mindful not to favor any single culture or theological interpretation. Our aim is a comparative, global perspective. So with all this in mind, prepare to dive deep into the ancient world and look at these profound narratives of destruction and rebirth, captivating human imagination since antiquity. Well, welcome to the channel. Introductions all said and done. It's good to see you again, but if you're new, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I invite you to do so, and throw the video a like and leave your thoughts in the comments for the algorithm. Also, this video, like all the other videos on the channel, are ad-free. Isn't that wonderful? Of course, made possible by the generous support of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who were kind enough to check out the merch store. Now, with all that being said and done, if you want to support the channel, you know exactly where to go. Links in the pinned comment and the description of the video. But let's all get nice and relaxed first, and we can go back into the ancient world. Don't forget to bring a towel. Let's begin in Mesopotamia. What better place to begin in the ancient world than there? And this is the place where one of our earliest known flood myths comes from. In fact, If you're familiar with it, Mesopotamia means the land between the two rivers, where the inundations of the Tigris and Euphrates were both a blessing and a curse. The Mesopotamians left multiple accounts of a great flood, recorded on clay tablets in cuneiform script, among humanity's earliest written stories. These Mesopotamian narratives, including the Sumerian tale of Ziusudra and the Akkadian Atrahasis epic, and the flood episode, of course, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, are remarkably rich and are thought to predate and influence later flood tales in the region. Let's start with the Epic of Atrahasis, circa 17th century BCE. The gods decide to destroy humanity with a flood. Uniquely, the reason is not humanity's sinfulness, but its noisiness. That's right. They were too loud. The chief god, Enlil, grows irritated because humans, having multiplied too much, simply make too much noise, and while all the gods are trying to sleep, they are simply too noisy for them. They can't have a proper rest. In one passage, Enlil complains, "The noise of mankind has become too much. I have become restless at their noise. Sleep cannot overtake me because of their racket." After lesser measures to curb human population, such as plagues and droughts, failed, Enlil resolves on total destruction. However, the wisdom god Enki betrays his plan to his faithful devotee Atrahasis. Enki whispers through the walls of Atrahasis' home, advising him to dismantle his house and build a giant boat. Reject possessions and save living things. The boat that you build, roof it like an abyss, so the sun cannot see inside it. Atrahasis follows the divine instructions. He loads the vessel with his family and animals of the field, and when that allotted time comes, he seals the door with bitumen as black storm clouds gather. The narrative vividly describes the unleashing of the flood as follows. The storm winds were raging. No one could see anyone else. They could not be recognized in the catastrophe. The flood roared like a bull, like a wild donkey, screaming. The winds howled. The darkness was total. There was no sun. And so, for 7 days and 7 nights, the torrents pour down. And in the end, Atrahasis' boat survives the tempest and comes to a rest. But when the chief god Enlil discovers that some humans have escaped his decree, he is quite furious, only to be chastened by Enki and the mother goddess, who remind him of the need for life's preservation. A reconciliation ensues, and measures, like making humans mortal and vulnerable, are taken so humanity will never again grow so noisy as to trouble the gods. The most famous Mesopotamian flood account appears in Tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Here, the hero Gilgamesh seeks out Utnapishtim, the immortal flood survivor, to learn the secret of eternal life. Utnapishtim then recounts to Gilgamesh the story of how he survived the great deluge. The Gilgamesh version closely parallels Atrahasis, but there are some differences in detail and in emphasis. Utnapishtim, also called Utnapishti or Noah of Babylon, tells how the gods decided to send a flood to wipe out the city of Shuruppak on the Euphrates. The god A, or Enki, whispers the warning to him as follows. Utnapishtim, abandon your house and build a boat. Seek life instead of riches. Save yourself Take with you on the boat an instance of each living thing so they may be safe from the obliteration of the flood. Utnapishtim follows the god's instructions to the letter, but he too faces the dilemma of how his sudden building project looked to the curious town people. A advises him to give a deceptively benign reason. Say that Enlil has driven him out and that a bountiful rain is coming, a ruse to get people to ignore the ark. When the flood comes, it is a cataclysm. The tablet says, even the gods were frightened by the flood, and they crouched, cowering like dogs. Utnapishtim's boat endures the onslaught for 6 days and nights. On the 7th day, all is quiet. Utnapishtim opens a hatch and sees a calm sea, littered with debris. His boat had come to rest on a mountain, Mount Nimush, or Nisir. To test if the waters have receded, he sends out birds, a dove, a swallow, and a raven. The first to return, finding nowhere to land, but the raven sent last does not return, indicating that dry land is emerging. Utnapishtim then disembarks and offers a sacrifice. The hungry gods gather over the soothing aroma of the offering. Enlil, at first enraged that a mortal survived, is eventually reconciled, and in an act of grace, or perhaps to remove humans from the earth, he grants Utnapishtim and his wife immortality and sends them to live far, far away. It is this secret of the gods, the story of the flood, and the gift of immortality that Utnapishtim imparts to Gilgamesh. The Epic of Gilgamesh's flood account is our primary Mesopotamian source, first translated in the 19th century, which alerted the modern world to how much older this flood myth was to the biblical story. But scholars widely agree that the Hebrew Bible's flood narrative from Genesis 6 to 9, featuring Noah, was heavily influenced by these earlier Mesopotamian stories. The parallels are numerous and undeniable. A chosen man, warned by God, builds an ark, takes animals aboard. A global flood comes as divine punishment for human wickedness, and the ark floats to a mountain, Mount Ararat in Noah's case of the Hebrew version. Birds are sent out to test the water. Noah sends a dove 3 times. The sacrifice is then offered, and a divine promise is made never to destroy humanity by the flood again. The Mesopotamian gods likewise agree on a new order, with a promise marked by a necklace of Ishtar, akin to the Rainbow Covenant in Genesis. Yet there are differences, and they reflect each culture's values. In Genesis, the cause is moral corruption. Genesis 6:11 says, the earth was filled with violence, and the flood is a kind of ethical cleansing by a sole, righteous God. Whereas in Atrahasis, the cause is overpopulation and noise, and multiple, fallible gods are at odds with each other, some regretting the havoc. The biblical account is also notably monotheistic, and emphasizes a moral lesson and comfort. God spares Noah for his righteousness, and promises never again to send such a flood. But it is important to view each account in its own cultural context. Still, the lineage is undeniably evident. The ancient Babylonian flood tale, likely passed down through oral tradition, and perhaps through sources like the Mesopotamian priest Berosus of the 3rd century BCE, who wrote of the flood hero Xisuthros, found its way into the lore of Israelites during the Mesopotamian exile period. Thus, Mesopotamia's flood myth became the world's most famous flood story through the Bible, illustrating how mythological motives can travel and transform across cultures. So, we will, for reference sake, treat the story from Genesis as one prominent branch of the flood myth tradition, with Mesopotamia as its earlier root. Interestingly, archaeologists have found evidence of significant flooding in early Mesopotamian history. In an excavation of the city of Ur in the 1920s, Sir Leonard Woolley discovered a deep layer of flood-deposited silt, leading him to claim that he had found proof of Noah's flood. Of course, we know that that layer represents a serious local flood around 2900 BCE, which affected some Sumerian cities, but not the entire world. Other flood layers of varying dates are found at other sites, and this suggests that devastating river floods were part of Mesopotamian life, and likely inspired these legends of a universal deluge. However, no single event in geology matches the scale of the myths. Rather, the myths, in rather typical ancient fashion, exaggerate and synthesize the reality of periodic floods into one grand narrative. The Mesopotamian flood myths thus blend observation with theology. That is, floods happen and can certainly be catastrophic, and the theory that gods use floods to intervene in human affairs. Perhaps a dash of creative storytelling, too, can become canon over time. But there's no need to stick around in Mesopotamia for too long, as much as we'd like to stay there. There are other flood myths that we need to get to the bottom of. So let's go a little bit east, find ourselves in India. And there's a very interesting flood legend. The story appears in the Hindu tradition, with the earliest recorded version in the Satapatha Brahmana, that is a Vedic prose text, dated to roughly the 8th to 7th century BCE. Of course, later it was elaborated in the Mahabharata and the Puranas, like the Matsya Purana, for example, with a few variations in between. Now, the core narrative centers on Manu, that is, this character of the primordial man, often considered the first human or lawgiver in Hindu lore. Now, of course, the lore is quite deep, so I'm just going to try and explain it on a surface level. The old Vedic texts are very complicated, and they require videos of their own. Perhaps I'll get to them soon. Anyway, uniquely, Manu is warned of the flood by a tiny fish that he had rescued. According to the Satapatha Brahmana, one morning, this is how the story goes, as Manu was washing his hands, a little fish jumped into his palm. The fish spoke, a surprising and obviously numinous event. "Rear me, and I will save thee." Of course, Manu is understandably quite astonished, and he asks what the fish is going to save him from. The fish then reveals that a flood will carry away all of these creatures. From that is what he will be saved from. The fish then requests Manu's protection, knowing that small fish are easily eaten by bigger fish, and Manu, showing compassion, place it in a jar of water. But the fish kept growing, and miraculously fast, outgrowing vessel after vessel, until Manu released it into the sea once it was enormous and safe. The fish, by now clearly a divine being, then told Manu the time had come. Quote from the text, "In such and such a year that flood will come. Thou shalt then prepare a ship, and when the flood has risen, thou shalt enter into the ship, and I will save thee." So, of course, As instructed, Manu builds the wooden ark. When the foretold flood arrived, true to prophecy, it, quote, swept away all the creatures, and Manu alone remained. The great fish swam to Manu's ship, and Manu tied the vessel to the fish's horn. The fish then safely guided Manu's ship to a high mountain in the north. As the waters subsided, the fish advised Manu to secure his ship to a tree on the slope, so it would not drift as the flood receded, and to descend gradually. Manu's ark thus came to rest on a mountain, sometimes identified in later texts as the Himalayas. So after the flood, Manu performed sacrifices, and in time he miraculously obtained a partner. In one version, a woman named Ila emerges from the sacrificial fire or the melted butter of the offerings. Once again, it all sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? The floods, the mountaintop, the sacrifices. Well, Manu and this new woman, Ila, then became the progenitors of a renewed humankind. Think about the Indian flood story. It's remarkable for a few reasons. First of all, the savior is a fish. Later interpretations, the fish is identified as Matsya, an avatar or incarnation of the god Vishnu. Thus, in Hindu tradition, Vishnu takes the form of a fish to preserve the universe's cycle by rescuing Manu, the seed of the next age. Kind of like a new Adam, Ilu being kind of a new Eve, if we are going to understand it in strictly Western theological terms. So, second, unlike the Mesopotamian or biblical floods which are sent as a punishment, the early Indian text doesn't actually explicitly state why the flood comes, only that it is a cosmic inevitability. Later versions do imbue it with moral or cyclical rationale. For example, some Puranas say that Brahma was going to dissolve the universe with a flood as part of the Yuga cycle, or that Vishnu, in fish form, appears to restart creation. In the Satapatha Brahmana, the emphasis is on Manu's role in preserving life and performing the proper rites to begin the world anew after the flood. The Rig Veda, which is actually older than the Satapatha Brahmana, does not contain a global flood myth, though it has hymns about rains and cosmic oceans. Now, what does this suggest? Well, essentially, it suggests that the flood myth entered Indian lore in the later Vedic period, possibly from contact with Mesopotamian-influenced regions or independent development. Some scholars have speculated on Mesopotamian influence due to trade links. And yeah, sure, it's a pretty easy conclusion to jump to. But we must remember that the Indian story has distinct features, like that fish avatar, and that all argues for a local evolution of the theme. There's never any simple copy-paste for this. No plagiarism in these stories. Of course, they rhyme to a certain extent, but, like we said, regional variations matching up with local cultures and customs. Now, Manu's flood. It's often cited as a parallel to Noah's story, and indeed the basic plot, the virtuous man heeding a divine warning, building a boat, surviving a flood that wipes out others, repopulating the world. Like I said, it all rhymes. But you see, Manu's tale, in the tone of it, is less about moral judgment, and more about the preservation and continuity of the life cycle through each cosmic order. Once again, we talk about this Yuga cycle within Hindu theology. The presence of the supernatural fish helper shows again that theme of divine care and ensuring creation's survival. The flood myth was incorporated into Hindu thought as part of the broader concept of cyclical errors, that is, the Manvantara, named after the successive Manus. But it did not become as centrally a morality tale as the biblical version did, but rather just an old story about the transition from one epoch to another. But think about it even deeper. From a geological viewpoint, could India's flood reflect real events? Just look at the map. The Indus Valley and other parts of the Indian subcontinent, they certainly have evidence of ancient flooding. The melting of glaciers in the Himalayas, or a massive riverine flood, might have made a deep cultural impression. For instance, and just for an example, around the time the story might have formed, that is the 2nd millennium BCE, the Sarasvati Gaga river system in northwest India was drying up, not flooding, but catastrophic floods from monsoons or glacier outbursts in the Gangetic Plain. They were certainly not unheard of in later millennia. While no specific Manu's flood event is identified, the ubiquity of flood stories certainly suggests that ancient people everywhere experienced devastating floods. And of course, it all gets woven into that cultural memory. Now, let's go to China, shall we? In ancient China, flood stories take a bit of a different form. You see, rather than focusing on a single righteous man in an ark, the Chinese legends emphasize the heroic efforts to control a massive flood that had already begun. Of course, the most famous is the tale of Yu the Great and the Great Flood, which is foundational to Chinese civilization's narrative of the Shah dynasty's establishment. Primary references to this are found in texts like the Book of Documents, the Shujing, originally attributed to Confucius compiling older records, and of course in historical recollections such as Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian of the 1st century BCE, which themselves once again quote the much older lore. So according to these accounts, during the time of the wise Emperor Yao, this is a legendary sage king, traditionally dated to around 2350 BCE, China was beset by an immense flood. The canon of Yao in the Book of Documents describes it in dramatic terms. Quote, "The waters of the flood rise up to heaven, and their vast expanse encompass the mountains and overtop the hills. The common people are in distress." Now that's a vivid depiction, especially this, the common people are in distress. Well, the flood waters are said to reach the sky and submerge even the highest hills. The problem is not the total annihilation of humanity, you see, but the chaos and destruction that is wrought upon the land. It's more the aftermath that they're worried about. Emperor Yao, burdened by the crisis, sought a savior who could stop the deluge. He first entrusted a man named Gun to tame the flood. Gun tried for 9 years, but nothing seemed to work. His methods, building dams using self-expanding soil according to the myth, did not alleviate the problem. After Yao passed the throne to the next sage king, Shun, Gun was executed for his failure. In myth, he's sometimes said to have stolen a magical soil to block the waters and thus angered heaven. So, Gun's son, Yu, however, was there to take up the task, albeit with a different approach, not using Dad's old-fashioned means. The son had more modern techniques. Well, at least for 2000 BC. Yu's flood control strategy was not to dam the waters, but rather to channel them. With extraordinary perseverance, and even physical transformation in some legends, he is said to have grown passages through the mountains, or his feet became worn and callous from never resting. There are a few little anecdotes from the old stories. You traveled the length and breadth of the land, digging canals, dredging riverbeds, and leading the waters to the sea. The task took years of ceaseless labor. One oft-cited detail of Yu's dedication is that in the 13 years he spent controlling the flood, he passed by his own home 3 times, but he never went in. That was how determined he was, not to rest until the job was done. And eventually, lo and behold, the great Yu succeeded. The flood waters were guided off the plains, lakes and rivers were properly channeled, and fertile land re-emerged. The people were saved from the watery chaos, and agriculture could finally flourish again. In gratitude and recognition, Shun ceded the rulership to Yu, and therefore made him the founder of the Xia dynasty. Now that is, by the way, traditionally regarded as China's first dynasty. And thus, over 4,000 years later, Yu the Great is still a cultural hero. He symbolizes the taming of nature's fury through wisdom, engineering, and of course, good old-fashioned hard work. Now, what is notable in the Chinese flood myth is the emphasis on mitigation rather than divine wrath. The flood is portrayed as natural, or, in the most generous interpretations, semi-divine, but still a disaster afflicting the secular world, and the heroes are those who manage to end it. Not some deity stepping in, but the people doing what they do best, responding to a crisis. Now this likely reflects the realities of ancient China, especially along the Yellow River, which has long had a history of calamitous floods. Indeed, the Yellow River's nickname is China's sorrow for its deadly floods that periodically change the landscape. And believe me, still these days, China certainly has problems with flooding, not just from the rivers, but from the rains, especially in southern Guangdong province. It really gets up to your knees. Well, the Great Flood of Yu may be a mythologized memory of ancient flood control efforts. There is some archaeological evidence around 1920 BC of a massive landslide dam failure and a flood in the Yellow River Basin. It's called the JSTOR Gorge event, which some scientists have speculated could correspond to a historical kernel of the Yu legend, though that, of course, is still debated. The Chinese tradition also has a more mythological version of a cosmic flood. The story speaks of the monster Gong, a god of water, who in anger smashed his head against the pillar that supports the sky, knocking it askew and causing the sky to crack. Water from heaven flooded the earth, and fire raged, until the goddess Nuwa repaired the sky with 5-colored stones and re-established the cosmic order. Now, in this myth, water and fire catastrophes are paired, and the flood is part of a larger cosmic disorder. Nuwa's repairs end the crisis. This tale, recorded in sources like the Huainanzi in the 2nd century BCE, and later folklore, shows a fascinating counterpart to the Noah-esque scenario. Instead of one chosen human, a deity herself intervenes to stop the flood and save the world. another Chinese flood tale, from the ethnic minorities such as the Miao or Yao people. It's more similar to the other global versions. A couple, often a brother and sister or husband and wife, survive a worldwide flood in a drum or boat, and then repeople the earth. These are outside the mainstream Han Chinese cultural canon, and there's also a few little stories among the Lisu people, as well, some of the Baizu people. There's plenty of them. But either way, regardless of being outside the main Han canon, they certainly show the flood motive, even in East Asia, can take the form of a total wipeout and restart. But as with all Chinese stories, especially mythological ones, it comes down to that restoration of balance, the cosmic order. As above, so below. Still, to this day, that maintaining of balance and order is culturally the most important thing in China. Well, you know me, I could go on about China all day, but we have to go back to Greece now. They've got their own myths, you know, and turning to the ancient Mediterranean, we certainly encounter them. In Greek mythology, as recorded by sources such as Apollodorus's Bibliotheca, the 1st to 2nd century CE, and the Roman poet Ovid's Metamorphoses, 8 CE, which retells the Greek myths in Latin, great source by the way, we find the story of Deucalion's flood. Now, this myth served to end the Bronze Age of men in Greek lore and usher in a new age. So let's get to it. According to this myth, Zeus, the chief god of the Greek pantheon, decided to one day destroy the humans of the Bronze Age because of their wickedness and impiety. The pious couple, Deucalion, son of Prometheus, and his wife Pyrrha, the daughter of Pandora, they managed to find favor, or at least they were warned by Prometheus of the coming disaster. Prometheus instructed his son, Deucalion, to build a large ark and stock it. When Zeus poured rain upon the earth and caused the sea to overwhelm the land, Greece was flooded. Ovid describes the scene with poignant imagery. Farms and towns submerged, people climbing hills or even, quote, rowing above their drowned orchards, as the entire world became a seamless expanse of water. In Ovid's poetic words, quote, now seas and earth were in confusion lost, a world of waters and without a coast. I suppose it's lucky that the Greeks were good sailors. Certainly the time to use that skill. Mountains were covered. The entire human race perished in the flood, except, of course, for Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survived in their floating vessel. After 9 days, their ark came to rest on Mount Parnassus. They emerged to a desolate world. As Ovid narrates, quote, he with his wife were the only ones left behind of perished men. They, too, were humankind. Realizing they were the sole survivors, Deucalion and Pyrrha sought guidance from the gods on how to repopulate the desolated earth. The Titan goddess Themis, speaking through an oracle, cryptically told them to cast behind you the bones of your mother. After some puzzlement, the couple understood mother to mean Mother Earth, and her bones to mean stones. So they picked up stones and threw them over their shoulders. From the stones, Deucalion tossed arose new men, and from those Pyrrha tossed arose new women, restoring the human race without having to go for that incestuous union. Thus, humanity was born anew, literally from the rocks of the earth, cleansed and rejuvenated after the great flood. So there you have it, the Greek flood myth. Well, while clearly paralleling the Near Eastern ones, it certainly has its own unique flavor and context, once again matching itself up with the local customs. Now, notably, and you might have noticed, there is no mention of preserving animals. Only humans are explicitly recreated. Perhaps the Greeks assumed animals survived or were just recreated by other means. But either way, the cause in Greek myth is straightforwardly moral. Zeus saw the flagrant evil of mankind. In Ovid's telling, this comes right after the horrific story of King Lycaon's attempt to trick Zeus into eating human flesh, which so enrages Zeus he calls for the annihilation of humans. The survivors are spared for their piety and goodness, much like Noah. Indeed, later commentators in antiquity, and today of course, often compare Deucalion to Noah. Ancient Greek writers themselves had multiple flood traditions. Some spoke of an earlier flood of Ogyges, the primordial flood in Attica, but the Deucalion story is the most developed and therefore widely cited. By Hellenistic times, Greek thinkers like Plato were aware of the Near Eastern flood stories. In Plato's Timaeus, the character Critias mentions that according to Egyptian priests, the Greeks remembered only one flood, that is being Deucalion's, but in reality, multiple catastrophes had occurred, hinting at a overall ancient awareness of recurring disasters. Plato also spun his own tale of a sunken civilization. You might have heard of it. Atlantis, destroyed by the sea in a single day and night of earthquakes and floods. Though Atlantis is more of an invented allegory or philosophical myth than a traditional folk legend, it shows the Greek fascination with flood-like cataclysms. Plato dated Atlantis' fall at 9,000 years before his time, possibly an allusion to the end of the Ice Age. But that's kind of speculative. It's a link that some have later drawn between Atlantis and rising sea levels. But let's return to Deucalion. Our primary sources for this flood are literary. Apollodorus' Bibliotheca sums it up quite succinctly. Quote, Zeus, wishing to destroy the men of the Bronze Age, poured a great rain from heaven and flooded the earth, so that all humans perished, except a few who escaped to the high mountains. And Deucalion, by the virtue of his wisdom, built an ark and saved therein his wife Pyrrha. And of its metamorphosis, though a poetic retelling in Latin, gives us a colorful narrative of the flood's devastation and the hopeful renewal after. From these accounts, the Greek flood myth likely crystallized in the first millennium BCE, though it could preserve older oral traditions. Given that Greek culture had contacts with the Near East through trade, etc., it is plausible that Greeks adopted a flood story from the East, but adapted it to their own pantheon and moral framework. And think about it. The motive of repopulating the world by throwing stones, well, that's distinctly Greek in character. There's no parallel in Near Eastern or biblical versions, and reflects this Greek preference for rationalizing myth. The bones of Mother Earth being stones is a clever etymological play, you see. The word for people, laos, was linked to las, stone. So there's that too. But of course, Greek mythology did not treat the flood as the absolute beginning. It was one event in a sequence. So in Greek thought, The flood is a major interruption, not a total restart of recreation, or restart of creation, rather. The gods survive unaffected. It's just humanity that has to go through a harsh reboot. But it's also worth noting the Norse myth here as a comparison from another part of Europe, though much later recorded. In Norse mythology, there isn't a story of the gods flooding the world to punish humans. However, there is a curious echo of the flood motif in cosmogony. When the primordial giant Ymir was slain by Odin and his brothers, so much blood gushed out that it caused a flood that drowned most of the giants. They seem to have a little bit more of a violent flair to them, the Norse myths. But only one giant, Bergelmir, and his wife survived by floating on a wooden box, often interpreted as a boat or perhaps a hollow tree trunk. And from them, the first frost giants descended. Now, this is essentially a giant's flood at the dawn of time. It doesn't affect humans. They'd not yet even been created. But it's strikingly similar in structure. A world drowned in blood, metaphorically water, with a single couple surviving in a vessel. The Norse did not carry this motive into a moral tale, sure, but it shows how widespread the ark and survivor's pattern is. And this video is all about patterns, even in a context where the cause is different. That is, the violence of cosmic creation. Now, returning to Greek and Near Eastern connections for a moment before we move on, the Greco-Roman world eventually connected the dots between Deucalion and the Eastern Flood heroes. By late antiquity, some commentators outright identified Deucalion with Noah, though for the Greeks, Deucalion was local and Noah's story came with Christianity. But it is a testament to how flood mythology resonated across cultures. Each one could recognize its own version in the other's tale. Well, going far, far away now to the Americas, all the way across the globe, and long before any contact with the old world, various indigenous cultures harbored their own flood traditions. These were passed down orally, and later recorded by missionaries and anthropologists. It's fascinating to observe these stories because they developed in isolation from Eurasia. Yet they still mirror many motives of the old world myths. And that raises a question of convergent tradition versus a very ancient, shared human memory. Let's look at a few examples from the Americas. Mesoamerica, the Andes, and North America's First Nations. Let's start with the Maya of Central America. In their sacred book, the Popol Vuh, transcribed in the 16th century from older oral accounts, there is a flood in the sequence of creations and destructions of the world. According to them, the creators, heart of sky, heart of earth, and other deities, made several attempts at fashioning human beings, with varying degrees of success. The first attempt, humans of mud, was a complete failure. The second attempt produced wooden people. They could speak and even multiply, but they had no souls or memory of their makers. These wooden people sinned by not acknowledging their gods, and so the gods decided to destroy them. Quote, "The heart of sky devised a flood for them. A great flood was made. It came down on the heads of the mannequins' wood carvings." The Popol Vuh describes how a thick, resinous rain fell, and how even inanimate objects turned against these people. Their tortillas, pots, and grinding stones rised up and attacked them, and animals descended upon them. It was as if everything was against them, doing the gods' will. It's actually quite imaginative in terms of this kind of catastrophe. There was another quote from the text. There came a rain of resin from the sky. Gouger of faces came, gouging out their eyeballs. Sudden bloodletter came, snapping off their heads. In the end, the wooden people were annihilated. Some say that they became the monkeys in the forest, an evolutionary leftover of that imperfect creation. Only then did the gods create the successful final version of humans, from maize dough, actually, which is the ancestry of the Maya. The flood here is part of a creation cycle. It is a tool that the gods use to erase an unsatisfactory creation. This is a slightly different angle than punishing moral evil. The wooden people's failing was their lack of mind and gratitude, a theological flaw. The Popol Vuh flood is locally described, i.e. resin instead of water, household objects attacking their owners, etc., showing the Maya genius for storytelling. But also, interestingly, results in monkeys, a nod to almost an evolutionary idea that monkeys are a previous prototype of humans, though it is perhaps just a coincidence. It's an age of the world myth that parallels how the Greek flood ends the Bronze Age to start a better one, or how some Mesopotamian versions consider the flood a break between antediluvian and post-diluvian times. Now, let's move on to the Aztecs of Mexico. We're talking around 15th century CE now. They had a cosmology of 5 suns, or 5 ages of the world. Each age ended in a cataclysm, and the previous 4th sun, the Atlanteotl, or the Nahuatl, the sun of water, excuse my Aztec pronunciation now, ended in a giant flood. In the Nahua legend, reported in sources like the Codex Chimalpopoca, which contains the legend of the suns, the gods decided to destroy the 4th age with water, because the people had become wicked and neglectful of their creators. The rain god poured down a great flood, but 2 humble humans were warned. Are you surprised? A man named Tata, also called Nata or Note, and his wife Nena received a divine message, sometimes from Tlaloc and other times from Tezcatlipoca, to hollow out a great cypress tree and shelter inside it. They were told to stock it, not just with 1 pair of ears and maize for subsistence, but not to light a fire or eat anything except the corn. Tata and Nena did exactly as they were told, and they survived the flood by floating in the log. When the flood waters subsided after some time, they emerged, quite cold and hungry. Finding themselves alive, they decided in joy and forgetfulness to catch a fish and cook it. Now this violated the explicit command of the god who had warned them not to eat anything beyond corn. At the delicious smell of cooking fish, Tlaloc descended in anger. He scolded them. "This is how I am repaid for saving your lives." In punishment, he transformed Tata and Nena into dogs, and thus they did not become the progenitors of a new human race. In fact, the Aztec flood myth usually says that the world of the 4th sun was completely destroyed after the flood, the gods had to create a fifth sun and create humans anew. That being in the fifth age now, which the Aztecs believed they were living in the 15th century CE. In another version, the survivors are named Koskov and Xochiquetzal, and they escaped in a boat to repopulate the earth. But the problem was, their children are born dumb, until the gods send birds to grant them languages. Kinda like the Tower of Babel-like coda. The details vary, but clearly the Mesopotamian peoples had flood stories with familiar elements. Divine punishment for impiety, a favored pair forewarned and preserved in a vessel, and landing on a mountain, sending out birds to... One tradition says the man released a dove and the other birds to test the land, as in the story of Thisbe, which closely mirrors Noah's dove and raven. Of course, all these similarities amazed early anthropologists and missionaries. Some thought they indicated Old World influence, though there's no solid evidence of that. It seems more likely that these tales arose independently, shaped by the prevalence of floods in Mesoamerican environments. The Valley of Mexico, for example, has periodic lake floods, and Tabasco's lowlands flood regularly. Now, let's head to the Inca civilizations. In the Andes, the Inca and other highland peoples have flood legends associated with their creator god, Viracocha. In one Inca story, Viracocha created an early race of giants or primordial people, but they proved unruly or indifferent to him. This did not make Viracocha very happy, of course. He sent a great flood called the Una Pachacute, meaning water that overturns the world, to wipe them all out. In this version, unlike the biblical one, Viracocha doesn't explicitly save anyone, he just wipes the slate clean. However, some versions do say that he allowed 2 people to survive. In one account, Viracocha saved 3 men, one of them actually named Taquapaca, who later rebelled. Either way, he saved 3 of them by sheltering them to assist in the next creation. Another more popular variant says that a man and a woman survived by floating in a box on the flood waters. When the flood was over, Viracocha remade humanity. Some accounts say he fashioned new people from stone, or brought ancestors out of caves and waters around Lake Titicaca after the flood. The high lake, Titicaca, is significant. Inca myths often place the flood's end there, with survivors emerging at that lake, which was sacred as an origin point. Just as other cultures would have a mountain landing, the Andean one fittingly involves the highest lake in the world, nestled among the mountains, as the post-deluge site. Quite a fitting end, I think. The Inca flood myth again shows this divine dissatisfaction with an early race, and a fresh start with a new and improved humanity. Now let's have a look at North America now. Flood legends are found there too among the indigenous groups, often with unique twists, but also some common patterns. A widespread motive is the Earth Diver myth. After a global flood, the world is rebuilt by animals who dive to the ocean's bottom to fetch mud from which the earth is created. For example, the Ojibwe and other similar peoples tell of a great trickster or culture hero who survives a deluge, sometimes caused by his own mischief or as punishment by the Creator. He and a few animals, such as a loon, an otter, and a muskrat, are floating on a log or raft out of the endless waters. He asks these 3 animals to dive and get soil from beneath the flood. the loon and the otter fail, but the little muskrat heroically dives in, and at the cost of his own life, manages to grab a pawful of mud before drowning. The character of the tale takes the mud back and spreads it on the back of a turtle, or a bit of earth is placed on a turtle's back, some variation, and it miraculously then begins to expand until it becomes a vast new land. Hence, North America is called Turtle Island in many Native American traditions. In this type of myth, the flood serves as a prelude to creation, a cleansing of a previous world, or an incident after which the present world reforms. The cause of the flood in these stories varies. Sometimes it's sent by the Great Spirit to wash away wickedness or giants. Other times it's due to some cosmic mishap. But the idea is that a second chance arises from cooperation between humans and animals. It's a pretty touching, symbolic message of renewal and the interdependence of life. Another example, the Caddo people have a story of a flood from which only one man survives in a canoe with some animals and corn. Eventually the waters recede. He sends out a dove to find land, once again that familiar motive, and repopulates the earth with the help of the corn. The Tsalagi, or Cherokee people, speak of the waters above the sky vault occasionally pouring through. Not exactly a moral flood, but a way to explain that periodic flooding rains. The Hopi, in their complex cosmology, explain how at the end of the third world, people became evil, and the deity commanded a spider woman to save the righteous. She guided them into hollow reeds. The world was flooded and destroyed by water, and the chosen people emerged in the fourth world by traveling on those hollow reed crafts. This has resonance with the concept of selected survivors in vessels, in this case, those made from reeds. Well, from Alaska to the tip of South America, dozens of such narratives exist. Some involve only water, others involve water and fire together, as in some Californian native myths, where after a flood a fire comes, reflecting a local wildfire experience. If you know anything about California, well, that is certainly an experience. Some tribes explicitly mention that all humans today descend from flood survivors. Interestingly, a few traditions in Mesoamerica and South America mention that after the flood, languages got confused. A parallel, of course, to the biblical Tower of Babel, but in flood context. For example, a Maya story has that detail, and the Nahua story of Koshkosh that we saw has the dove granting languages to the flood survivors' children. Well, of course, beyond the well-known civilizations, we have plenty of others. In Pacific Islander traditions, for instance, there are deluge stories, despite many islands being quite small. In fact, the Polynesians of Hawaii tell of Nu'u, who built an ark on God's command and escaped a flood, landing his vessel on top of a mountain, and then he offered sacrifices to the moon, mistaking it for the god who saved him, until the true God came and corrected him and sent a rainbow as a sign of favor. This Hawaiian tale, recorded by missionaries, has quite a few obvious biblical parallels, that some even suspect that it was influenced by missionary teachings, yet some Hawaiian priests still insist it was an authentic ancient story. In the Maori lore of New Zealand, a story exists of Ruatapu, who caused a flood to avenge an insult, drowning many people, with only a few, like Paikea, who rode on a whale, surviving to re-establish humanity. In Africa, flood myths are rarer, but not absent. The Kikuyu of Kenya have a legend where a supreme being, Ngai, told the patriarch Tumbainot to build an ark because of a coming flood. Tumbainot's family and some animals survived, and afterward they repopulated the land, which reads like a nearly exact parallel to Noah. However, some West African groups had more homegrown flood tales. For example, a Yoruba story speaks of a great flood that once covered the land of Ile-Ife until a sacred chain was used to bring down a god who receded the waters. Even within the Middle East, outside Mesopotamia, there were other flood tales. The Quran, in the 7th century, retells Noah's story with a few differences, etc. One of Noah's sons is said to have perished by refusing to board the ark, showing the continuing influence of the flood motive in later religious thought. In folklore, Persian and Turkish legends sometimes localize the ark's landing on their own mountains. Mount Judy, for instance, in one Islamic tradition. So what do we make of this global mosaic? I'm sure this video has had plenty of raised eyebrows. That's if you're not already asleep. I bet you are, aren't you? Well, either way, the sheer distribution of flood myths on every inhabited continent suggests that floods, as real events, were among the most traumatic and memorable disasters that our ancestors faced. Whether it was river floods, monsoon rains melting glaciers, tsunamis breaching lakes, many communities had some memory of catastrophic water-related disasters. These memories passed through oral tradition for generations, and they likely grew in the telling and took on a mere spiritual significance. The Great Flood's a powerful canvas, you see, on which one can project themes of divine judgment, rebirth, the fragility of life. It's all there. But at the same time, we have to be cautious, because not every culture has a flood myth. Some don't, or have other types of world-ending myths like fire or wind. So it's not 100% a universal archetype in the strict sense. Don't catch yourself saying every culture in the world has a flood myth, because it's not quite correct. You're far better off to say most of them do, as it's very widespread. No one can deny that. But what does it all mean, ASMR historian? What does it all mean? Well, let's reflect a little bit. The prevalence of the ancient flood myth certainly leaves us with quite a few questions. Did a single catastrophic event in prehistory inspire them all? Or are they purely symbolic narratives that arise from both common human psychological patterns? I think the answer's a bit of both. It's a mixture of mythic archetype and collective memory of real events. After all, floods happen all the time. Now, some scholars have suggested that the flood symbolizes a cleansing of the world in psychological and symbolic terms, a return to a primordial state, followed by rebirth, essentially a story of death and renewal that resonates with the human psyche. Many cultures have a cyclical view of time. The flood can represent the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. The ubiquity might then be explained by a sort of convergent evolution of stories. Different peoples, independently imagining a flood as the way that the gods might wipe the slate clean. In fact, water is a natural symbol of both destruction and fertility, So as a metaphor, it's quite potent, destroying evil and allowing life to finally start anew. That moral dimension of many flood myths. It shows that how myth serves to encode cultural values, warning listeners to behave or respect the divine, or else. But let's think about some historical and environmental triggers, because you see, on the other hand, these stories likely do contain kernels of truth, or at least local truths. The end of the last ice age, circa 10,000 to 7,000 BCE, saw a dramatic sea level rise, about 100 meters globally as the ice sheets melted. Now this would have gradually, and sometimes in pulses, flooded vast coastal areas. Land that was once home to humans, such as the Sahul Shelf around Australia, Sundaland in Southeast Asia, parts of the Persian Gulf Oasis and the Black Sea Basin, all inundated. So imagine generations living near a fertile low-lying plain by the sea, and over centuries the ocean encroaches, swallowing villages. Such occurrences could implant enduring memories, solidify into myth. Geologist William Ryan and Walter Pittman's Black Sea Deluge hypothesis is one prominent example. They proposed that around 5600 BCE, the rising Mediterranean burst through the Bosphorus Strait catastrophically, turning the then freshwater Black Sea Lake into a saltwater sea and flooding shoreline communities with a rise of possibly 10 meters within a short period. This event, they suggest, could have been remembered in oral traditions of peoples who later spread into Mesopotamia and Europe, contributing to flood legends like Noah's flood and all the rest that we've discussed. While the story remains debated, it's certainly put a spotlight on how real deluges might echo in storytelling. Similarly, the Persian Gulf region. Some have theorized that the flooding of the Gulf, once a lush valley, by the way, by the Indian Ocean, around 6 to 5000 BCE, could underlie these Mesopotamian flood tales. Those who fled the rising waters might have carried with them a tale of paradise lost under the sea. In the Indian subcontinent, the bursting of glacial lakes or ancient river shifts could have inspired the Manu story. And in North America, native groups on the Pacific Northwest coast have their own oral histories that match the timeline of a known massive tsunami in 1700 CE. This shows that dramatic water events do get preserved in legend for centuries. Perhaps the great flood myths are similar preservations, but just on a grander timescale. But then, could all of these myths be distant collective memory of the end of the Ice Age? Perhaps the biggest global flood humans ever experienced between 12,000 and 7,000 BCE. Some scientists and mythologists have toyed with this idea. Sea levels rose, sometimes perhaps rapidly, drowning coastal plains worldwide. As a more extreme hypothesis, some have even connected Plato's Atlantis to this time frame, around 9600 BCE in his account. Another intriguing little bit for you. Geology tells us of post-glacial mega-floods. For example, the breaking of giant ice-dammed lake, like Lake Agassiz, that flooded into the Atlantic, or the Storegga slide around 6200 BCE, which caused a tsunami that hit Scotland. These were region-specific, but enormous. Early peoples might not have been able to scientifically explain such events, so they did the only thing they knew how to do. They put it into a story. Either way, that survived the test of time. We still have to talk about, so credit where it's due. But that being said, not every myth need correspond to a specific event. You see, mythic time is not literal history. cultures might embellish or even fabricate flood stories to serve their own cosmology. Think about it. The Maya and the Aztec didn't necessarily witness a global flood. They just embedded it into their creation cycles regardless. Well, of course, then some flood myths might also be metaphorical retellings of local floods. For instance, river cultures like ancient Egypt didn't have a doomsday flood myth, possibly because the Nile's floods were regular and rarely catastrophic in the way the Tigris and Euphrates or the Yellow River, for example, could be. Meanwhile, Mesopotamia, being more flood-prone and unpredictable, certainly did. So, environment shapes myth to a degree. The prevalence in maritime or coastal cultures like the Pacific Islands, that makes a lot of sense too. They are intimately aware of the ocean's destructive potential. Typhoons, storm surges. It's all there. But it's worth noting how each culture colored the flood myth with its own worldview, and we have to avoid this single perspective bias. Mesopotamians saw the gods as irritable and somewhat arbitrary. The Chinese focused on moral duty and engineering. Indians incorporated the theme into a dharmic, cyclical time. Abrahamic tradition made it about sin and covenant with one god, and the Greeks used it to bridge mythic ages and teach human virtue. The Mesoamericans, they used it to explain why their current world is the nth attempt by the gods to impart a lesson on proper respect toward deities. None of these is the same story. Each is a chapter in humanity's broader spiritual grappling with disasters. Because after all, you have to explain it somehow. So take a step back, before we go, that is. What do all the ancient flood myths tell us? Well, on one level, they highlight our ancestors' vulnerability to nature. It's natural that societies asked why and found answers for the will of the gods in need for renewal. But on another level, it's a bit of a paradoxical message about destruction and hope. They are essentially stories of apocalypse and genesis. While nearly everyone and everything dies in these tales, they all end with survival, rebirth, and often a better order than before. Evil is washed away, and the world is fresh again. Whether it's Noah's family repopulating a cleansed earth, or Deucalion's stone-born men free of their forefathers' wickedness, or even Manu restarting humanity through austere rites. The flood acts as a grand reset button, albeit one that no one really wants to really experience. So what enduring lessons might we take from them? Perhaps it's a humble reminder of humanity's small place in the grand scheme. Our ancestors used the stories to warn each other that we must live in balance with the gods, moral law, and nature, or face dire consequence. Yet they also embedded a promise. Even if catastrophe hits, a new dawn will always come. A survivor will remain to keep the flame of humanity alive. In the flood, therefore, we see reflected both our greatest fears and greatest optimism. The ancient myths told around fires, and later inscribed on stone and paper, they all continue to captivate us, because they speak to the resilience of life and the hope of restoration even after the most total devastation. And as the waters eventually recede in each of these tales, so too do our darkest times eventually pass. It gives way to renewal. Let's hope that after your great flood, that you will be able to rebuild too. We've all had them, and sometimes the world looks a lot better afterwards. And so in that sense, the flood myth, though born of destruction, ultimately conveys a deeply life-affirming message. And that echoes through the ages, from the campfires of cavemen to the listener on YouTube. It'll always be there. The civilization of ancient Egypt. It inspires endless fascination. It's a land of pharaohs, deities, pyramids, and hidden knowledge. And indeed, for all that we have learned from the hieroglyphic texts left behind and the archaeological digs in our modern age, Egypt still retains many of its unsolved mysteries. How did those laborers in ancient times quarry, move, and lift millions of stone blocks to build the monuments with such precision? What happened to fabled cities like Pi-Ramesses and Akhenaten that flourished briefly, only to be swallowed by the sands of time? And where are the lost tombs of illustrious figures, the resting places of Cleopatra VII, the mummy of Nefertiti, the burial of the master architect Imhotep? What secrets would those tombs reveal? Egypt's artifacts themselves pose their own riddles. A wooden bird that some claim is a model glider, carved reliefs that resemble modern light bulbs, ancient discs of unknown purpose, and cryptic papyri hinting at forbidden knowledge. And even its language and religion hold their own enigmas, from the elusive meanings of certain hieroglyphic inscriptions and the spells from the Book of the Dead to the unprecedented monotheism of Akhenaten's sun cult and the true significance of divine symbols and ritual. What does it all mean? Well, we're not exactly sure, but maybe we're on the right track. What we're going to do today is look through some of Egypt's hidden mysteries, the things that have puzzled historians, archaeologists, and perhaps a few conspiracy theorists alike. But we can't dismiss them just yet. We're yet to have all the information. So, let's take a look at the mysteries of ancient Egypt together. And before we do, allow me to issue the customary welcome to the channel. If you are here for your first time, well, you might want to click that subscribe button. Also leave a like and a comment for the algorithm. And by the way, you won't get any interruptions in this video, or indeed any other videos on the channel, because it's all mid-roll free. No ads to stop the experience or interrupt your rest or learning. It's because we are proudly supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, which has a very nice selection of little Egypt things too, and also the occasional donation on Super Thanks through YouTube and the PayPal link. Now with that in mind, all said and done, spread the word, tell your friends, and we may begin. Of course, why don't we build out from that foundation of the most imposing landmarks in the Egyptian skyline, the pyramids? Now, of course, we found out quite a lot about the pyramids and the engineering of them. The problem is, the more we think we've figured it out, the more little details we discover, and the whole theory gets turned on its head all over again. Of course, they're one of the most iconic unsolved engineering challenges from antiquity. They were constructed over 4,500 years ago, although some people think they're a bit earlier than that. But generally, in a historical context, we look at 4,500 years. Now, these colossal tombs provoke a question, and a fairly obvious one. How did a Bronze Age society manage such precision along with such scale? Let's look at the Pyramid of Khufu, rising about 146 meters originally. It was built from roughly 2.3 million stone blocks, and each one averaged from 2 to 15 tons. Archaeological evidence now paints a clearer picture of the labor and logistics involved, even if some techniques remain debated. Far from the slave labor myth popularized by Herodotus, excavations reveal a workforce of skilled Egyptian laborers organized into crews and even well provided for by the state. In the late 20th centuries, Egyptologist Mark Lehner uncovered a vast worker settlement at Giza, a lost city of the pyramids, with barracks and bakeries that likely housed thousands of laborers and specialists just southwest of the plateau. Remains of bread ovens, fish and cattle bones indicate these workers had plentiful rations, including prime cuts of beef, supplied by a centralized economy. Now this contradicts the old notion of slaves toiling under the whip. Instead, it suggests an organized labor tax, or perhaps a corvée system, where crews from different nomes, or that is, provinces, took turns in building during the flood season when farming couldn't be done. Of course, the Nile River inundates, and well, you're not going to be doing much farming underwater, aren't you? A graffiti and burials of those workers near the pyramid further show that they were respected Egyptians. They were not slaves, often buried with honors near the sacred site that they helped construct. Now, of course, this was one of the prevailing myths about Egypt for a long, long time, that the slaves built the pyramids. Of course, we know now that it was just not true, in any sense of the word. Well, perhaps there might have been some slavery to a certain point, but it's really nothing that we can prove on a historical level. In any case, let's move on from that. Now let's look at the construction process. It required quarrying limestone and granite, transporting blocks, and lifting them into place with astonishing accuracy. Egyptians lacked iron tools, so pyramid builders relied on copper chisels and saws, stone hammers, wooden sledges, ropes, and good old-fashioned muscle. One recently discovered papyrus diary has illuminated the logistics behind Khufu's pyramid construction. In 2013, archaeologists unearthed at Wadi al-Yarf on the Red Sea coast the logbook of an official named Merer, dating to year 27 of Khufu's reign. What a find that would have been. And 2013, so, well, only 12 years ago. Merer supervised a team of about 200 boatmen. They were ferrying limestone blocks from the Tura quarries to Giza via the Nile and canals. His journal details loading stone at Tura and sailing upriver to what he called the horizon of Khufu. What he was referring to, of course, was the Great Pyramid. This was a trip of 2 to 3 days. Now here's something important. Merer notes reporting to Ankh-Haf, Khufu's half-brother, who was chief for all the works of the king, confirming the involvement of high royal officials in managing pyramid construction. And this papyrus is our oldest inscribed eyewitness account of pyramid building, and it corroborates archaeological hypotheses that the Egyptians built a temporary harbor or canal at Giza to receive the heavy materials. Indeed, traces of an ancient canal and basin have been detected north of the Giza pyramids, indicating boats could approach closer to the plateau than the modern Nile allows. The ability to move multi-ton blocks by river barges and then by sledges lubricated with water across the desert, that's certainly a key innovation, and I'm sure you'll admit, quite clever for the time. Workers likely hauled stones on sledges up earth ramps, using ropes and perhaps wooden lever devices as no pulleys existed. And a recent discovery in 2018 at the Hadnub alabaster quarry in Middle Egypt revealed a 4,500-year-old ramp system with stairways and post holes on either side. Archaeologists Yanis Gordon and team found that by using a sled mounted with a large stone block and ropes tied to wooden posts, workers could drag blocks up very steep inclines, 20% grade or even more. What a system. A central ramp flanked by a staircase like rows of post holes. It suggests a mechanism for hauling heavy stone upward, potentially analogous to methods for pyramid construction, not destruction, excuse me. Now, while the Hatnub ramp was for quarrying softer alabaster, it does show the principle of using man-powered sleds and rope pulleys to overcome gravity. Egyptologists theorize that similar ramps, whether straight, zigzagging up, or the pyramid sides or corkscrew ramps within the structure, were used to raise the masonry courses as the pyramid grew. No traces of the large external ramps survive. Perhaps they were dismantled or eroded. It's certainly been a few thousand years, so kind of hard to not erode. Of course, that fuels alternative theories from the water lift systems to even alien intervention. Rather famously, from the Ancient Aliens documentary aired by the, quote, History Channel, unquote. Well, the consensus still favors the simple elegance of earthen ramps and human force, given discoveries like Hatnub. And as one Egyptologist quipped, the ancient builders didn't leave an instruction manual, likely intentionally. It was a state secret, something that the Egyptians wanted to keep to themselves, perhaps. So, our understanding has to evolve as new evidence appears. But we can't just run away with outlandish theories. That being said, there's a few worldly theories that we can't dismiss just yet. But some of the more outlandish ones I think we can put in the no pile. But here's one that is interesting. It is the astronomical alignment, and just in general the preparation of the site. That is another enduring mystery of how the pyramids were aligned so precisely to cardinal directions. The Great Pyramid's sides are actually oriented almost exactly north, south, east, and west. And that's with an error of only a few arcminutes, that is a fraction of a degree. Now, achieving this with Stone Age surveying equipment seems to be quite remarkable, and that's because it is remarkable. A lot of this has led to a lot of speculation. Scholars have proposed that Egyptian surveyors used the circumpolar stars or the sun's shadow to find true north. Could be. One plausible method is observing the position of a star like Kochab or Mizar as it circles the north celestial pole. By marking its position at rising and setting and bisecting the angle, they could pinpoint north. And there's another method too, the solar gnomon technique, tracking a rod's shadow at equal morning and afternoon lengths, which gives a true north-south line at midpoint. The consensus, however, is that the pyramid builders had a sophisticated grasp of astronomy and geometry to orient their monuments, more than a lot of modern observers give them credit for, and they also achieved extraordinary accuracy in leveling the foundations. The base of Khufu's pyramid is almost perfectly flat, with only minimal differences in elevation across the 230-meter span. Some researchers do speculate that the Egyptians may have used water-filled trenches or channels as a leveling tool. Of course, water will always seek a level plane, no matter what vessel it's in. Well, when preparing the bedrock platform, this would have been quite a useful tool. And indeed, the bottom courses of the Great Pyramid were cut into the natural limestone plateau after careful leveling, creating a stable platform. This meticulous site preparation meant that the massive weight of the pyramid was evenly distributed, likely one reason that the structures have stood for so long without significant tilting or structural failure. Now, that is not to say that all pyramids had this precise engineering. There's plenty of, Sudan has more pyramids than Egypt. You don't hear about that very much. but they're just on a smaller scale. And of course, there's plenty of monuments in Egypt that have crumbled away, fallen down. But when we talk about the pyramids of Giza, that's, well, when we say pyramids, that's what we think of. In any case, when casing stones, that is polished Tura limestone, covered the pyramid, the monument would have gleamed brilliantly in the sun and have been geometrically symmetrical. The alignments and execution were so precise that some have wondered if they had help from advanced technology or even extraterrestrials, once again a notion firmly rejected by archaeologists and historians, 99% of them. Well, perhaps not 99, but you know what I mean. In general, people favor the hypothesis of human ingenuity. But unfortunately, no written plans or blueprints from the Pyramid Age survive, at least ones that we have managed to discover yet, forcing researchers to have to reverse engineer methods from the physical evidence that we have. Well, the next thing we have is a few unexplained features, internal passages, secret rooms, things like this. And that certainly opens up not only the imagination of the historian, but the treasure hunter. So even with modern mapping, there are parts of the pyramids that remain unexplored. In 2017, a team of physicists and archaeologists with the Scan Pyramids project made a headline-grabbing discovery. They discovered a large void hidden deep within Khufu's Great Pyramid. That's right, a big old empty space. Using muon tomography, that is a cosmic ray imaging technique akin to X-rays, they detected a cavity at least 30 meters long above the Grand Gallery. The purpose of this cavity is still unknown. It could be a hidden chamber, a revealing space to lighten the weight on the gallery, or a byproduct of construction. Now fast forward to 2023, the Scan Pyramids team also identified and accessed a corridor-shaped void just behind the north face of the Great Pyramid, not far from the original entrance. An endoscopic camera revealed a narrow tunnel with a gabled roof, untouched since constructions. Well, speculatively, this corridor might have been built to redistribute weight, or could conceivably lead to another sealed chamber that is yet to be found. These high-tech revelations show that the pyramids may still conceal a few secrets yet, even after over 200 years of archaeology in its more modernized sense. Napoleon was the one who really kicked off Egyptian archaeology, by the way. In any case, the notable thing is the mummy of Khufu himself has never been found either. His sarcophagus lies empty in the king's chamber, and that suggests that his remains were looted in antiquity, which was pretty common, unfortunately. Most of what we have is all gone, and the only reason why Tutankhamun is so famous is because his was a tomb that wasn't robbed. Otherwise, he was a pretty minor ruler, died quite young, didn't really accomplish anything. But, well, he left behind quite a nice little treasure room. Well, could some hidden recesses still contain parts of Khufu's burial goods, or perhaps clues to his funerary ritual? That's a very good question. That's the kind of question which we base our further explorations of. And while details of construction techniques remain debated, i.e. whether straight ramps on one face, a spiraling internal ramp, or multiple lifting levers, the overall picture is of a society that mobilized enormous resources and ingenuity to achieve these engineering marvels. And the mystery is not whether the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids. We know that they did, but how exactly they accomplished it, and what knowledge might have been lost in the process. In any case, each new discovery that we make, from the logbook of Mera to the muon-detected chambers, it brings us that little step closer to understanding this feat. But some aspects may remain secret, I suppose. The secret of those pyramid builders 4,500 years ago, concealed beneath millions of stones, and perhaps controversial opinion. Maybe it's better that it's left that way. After all, Egypt is interesting because of its mysteries. Maybe when we discover them, the answers might be a little lukewarm, not as exciting as we thought. Of course, if we've got pyramids that stand out very obviously, well, there's also other monuments that go a little bit more unnoticed. The shifting sands of time have buried entire cities, some lost to history until recent times. We have two remarkable royal capitals, Pi-Ramesses in the Delta, and Akhet-Aten, also known as Amarna in Middle Egypt, and they epitomize the mystery of cities that flourished briefly and then just vanished, leaving scant traces and even more questions. Pi-Ramesses, let's look at that first, the vanished capital of Ramesses the Great. We find ourselves in the 13th century BCE. Pharaoh Ramesses II built a glittering new capital in the northeastern delta called Pi-Ramesses. That is, of course, the House of Ramesses. Ancient records describe it as opulent, with temples and bustling harbors on the Nile, a thriving cosmopolitan city with a large population. Now, what is unusual is that this great city virtually disappeared from memory. By the first millennium BCE, it was forgotten. No one knew where it was, and this led early archaeologists on quite a wild goose chase, kind of like the ancient Egyptian version of Finding Troy, that kind of thing. In the 1880s and early 1900s, excavations at Tanis, modern-day San el Hagar, uncovered large Ramesside statues and temple stones, so scholars long misidentified Tanis as Pi-Ramesses, a confusion popularized in fiction too. Tanis, by the way, is the lost city sought in Indiana Jones, blending the two sides. Well, of course, we're not going to throw Indiana Jones away. Well, at least not the first few films. The modern films were not good. Rest in peace to that franchise. Another victim. Well, anyway, the true Pi-Ramesses remained hidden until the mid-20th century, when evidence pointed to Cantir, about 30 kilometers south of Tanis. Extensive magnetometry and excavations at Cantir have since mapped streets, foundations of vast temples, and even royal stables, confirming this was indeed the capital of Ramses II. But why then? Why was it abandoned? That's the real question. Why build this big city and then just leave? Well, it appears that its fate was caused by nature. The Paleocene branch of the Nile that had fed Pi-Ramesses canals began to silt up and shift course after Ramesses' era. Within a century or so of its founding, the once great waterfront city was left high and dry. By around 1100, Egypt's rulers relocated the administrative capital to Tanis, nearer the Nile's new course, and in doing so, they literally recycled Pi-Ramesses. Archaeological findings show that many monuments and building blocks were uprooted and transported to Tanis to construct new temples. Some temples at Tanis are built of stones bearing Ramesses II's cartouches that clearly originated in Pi-Ramesses, indicating an ancient urban transplant. And just quickly, that word cartouche, the French word for bullet, I believe it's a French word for bullet or casing, something like that. You will find these bullet-shaped frames for names of Egyptian royalty on a lot of the tombs, so the French archaeologists called these cartouches. You'll hear this quite a lot in Egyptology. Thus, we can certainly say that Pi-Ramesses did not so much collapse as it did migrate, and not just the population, the infrastructure cannibalized to create a successor city in a more prime real estate location. Is free real estate. Well, today, the fields of Cantir still hold the foundations of Ramesses City, detectable by remote sensing, but certainly difficult to excavate fully, as the area is near the water table, and then there's the modern villagers. Regardless of any historical discoveries, people don't like their houses being ripped up, so what are you going to do? In any case, the mystery of Pi-Ramesses lies in its rapid rise and fall, how a metropolis was the pride of Egypt's greatest empire, and how it could be largely erased. Only in the recent decades has scholarship untangled the clues and identified its remains. Ongoing digs keep going too, continuing to unearth workshops, and possibly the palace of Ramesses II itself. Actually, recently they found a trove of horse bits and chariot parts too. Quite befitting for a city famous for chariots. Yet much of Pi-Ramesses may remain under mud, groundwater, a little difficult to get to, and who knows how much of it is left. The full grandeur of this lost capital is still being pieced together. It shows that even mighty cities can vanish when geography, politics, and ultimately Mother Nature begins to shift their mood. Well, next we have another royal city that has passed into legend, Akhenaten, built by Pharaoh Akhenaten around 1346 BCE. Now, unlike Pi-Ramesses, whose memory persisted in distorted form, Akhenaten was deliberately excised from official history, a city of profound religious significance that was abandoned and almost forgotten until modern archaeology resurrected it. Now, as for Akhenaten, originally Amenhotep IV, he was the one who founded Akhenaten, meaning horizon of the Aten, as the center of his revolutionary monotheistic religion venerating the sun disk called Aten. Quite controversial at the time, basically throwing away the entire Egyptian pantheon. He was not very popular. He did select an undeveloped site on the east bank of the Nile, roughly halfway between Memphis and Thebes, marked by a semicircle of cliffs that form a natural horizon. Boundary stelae he carved into the cliffs recorded that he chose this site specifically to belong to Aten, free of any other deity's claim. And within a few years, indeed a splendid new city sprang up. Akhenaten was designed with Aten's worship in mind. Its temples had open courtyards with altars exposed to sunlight, rather than dark inner sanctums containing gods' statues. The great Aten Temple and small Aten Temple dominated the central city, alongside the royal palaces. Archaeologists have excavated the remains of wide processional roads down which Akhenaten rode his chariot daily to bathe in Aten's rays. Residential quarters, offices, gardens, vibrant artisans' workshops, they had it all, and they were all producing the distinctive Amarna art. And the art itself, that is quite mysterious, depicting the royal family in an exaggerated, almost caricatured style, with elongated heads and limbs, pot-bellies, and androgynous features. Some scholars theorize this unique style might reflect medical conditions, suggesting that Akhenaten had a kind of genetic disorder. But most now interpret it as more of a symbolic thing, emphasizing how the king's divine nature and the fertile boundary of the Aten. So for about 16 years, the city of Akhenaten buzzed with life and the radical energy of Akhenaten's religious experiment. But that only lasted until Akhenaten died, after 17 years on the throne. The experiment seems to have went to the grave with him. His young successor, the boy king Tutankhaten, later, by the way, named Tutankhamun, abandoned Akhenaten around 1332, under the pressures to restore the gods of the old pantheon. The court and capital relocated back to Thebes and Memphis, and Akhenaten was left to the whims of the desert. Later pharaohs, disdaining Akhenaten as a heretic, intentionally dismantled parts of the city. Akhenaten's name and the city's name were omitted from the king's lists. His temples were razed, and the stone talatat blocks reused in new constructions elsewhere. This purposeful erasure was so effective that Akhenaten's very location, was lost until the 19th century, when travelers and archaeologists, notably Flinders Petrie and others, identified the ruins at a site then called Amarna. Of course, today the site of Amarna is one of the most extensively excavated ancient cities in Egypt, providing an unparalleled snapshot of a city's layout and the daily life in 14th century BCE. Streets, villas of nobles, modest houses of workers, workshops, bakeries, and cemeteries, they all offer evidence into how people lived in Akhenaten's reign. Yet the mysteries still remain. There is one puzzle. That is the fate of Nefertiti, Akhenaten's chief queen, who was highly prominent in records up to a certain point, but then disappears. A little bit more on her later. But first, there's another about the succession after Akhenaten. Indications are that one or two co-regents, Semenkare and perhaps Nefertiti under another name, ruled briefly. But the historical details are a little hazy. The royal tomb at Amarna, intended for Akhenaten and his family, was found looted, and possibly his mummy removed in antiquity. An unfinished side chamber in that tomb appears to have been either intended for Nefertiti or perhaps someone else, but it was never used, suggesting she either died elsewhere or was interred in a different location, a mystery we'll get back to later. Now, Akhenaten itself, after its abandonment, saw sporadic reoccupation. Tombs at Amarna show evidence of later burials, and even a brief revival as a Roman-era village centuries later. But essentially, Akhenaten was a ghost city, frozen in time. Its lost city mystique lies in how quickly it rose and fell, a spiritual utopia that lasted not even a generation. Why Akhenaten's religious revolution failed, we don't quite know. Was it simply unpopular, or did practical politics, the power of Amun's priesthood, doom it? That is still a debate. Perhaps going from having dozens and dozens of gods to just one was a bridge too far for the ordinary man on the street. Maybe. Amarna gives historians a lot of data, but it also tantalizes with what we cannot fully answer about the psychology of the era. Recent research at Amarna's commoners' cemetery reveals high instances of nutritional stress and manual labor injuries in the population, suggesting that the burden of the king's vision was weighing heavily on the ordinary people. And not everyone at Akhenaten might have been as fanatically devoted to Aten as the royal inscriptions proclaim. Excavators found household altars to traditional gods hidden in some houses. The city's DNA, climate, and archaeological analyses continue to yield a few insights, but the full story of Akhenaten's dramatic city and its equally dramatic collapse remains one of ancient history's most evocative enigmas. Of course, beyond these two examples, Egypt holds the other lost cities and sites. the legendary city of It-Tawi, the Middle Kingdom capital of around 1900 BC, is still not definitely located, likely beneath fields in the Fayum region, just out there somewhere, awaiting discovery. In 2021, a team announced the stunning find of a 3,000-year-old city on Luxor's west bank, nicknamed the Golden City of Aten, dating to Amenhotep III's reign. Buried under sand near the Memnon Colossi, this well-preserved town had mud brick houses with furniture, bakeries with ovens and storage jars, and workshops with tools left as if inhabitants suddenly walked away. Early reports call it the largest ancient Egyptian city ever unearthed, likening its discovery to Pompeii. But why it was abandoned, that's quite unclear. We just don't know. Perhaps it was connected to the move to Amarna, as Amenhotep III's son was Akhenaten. In any case, excavations continue, and I dare say will continue for quite some time. And already, the lost Golden City is shedding light on an opulent period, with finds like jewelry, scarabs, and inscribed pots. Similarly, along the Mediterranean coast, Egypt's once thriving port cities, Tunis, Heraklion, and Canopus, sank beneath the sea, only to be detected by underwater archaeologists in the 2000s, complete with temples and statues preserved in silt. And these discoveries remind us that Egypt's map has been in flux for over a millennia. The whole urban centers have been relocated, renamed, or vanished due to environmental change or human decisions. Each lost city found is like resurrecting a chapter of history itself. Yet for every rediscovery, other ancient Egyptian cities remain elusive or only partially explored. The ongoing hunt for lost capitals and settlements, well, that's a real-life treasure hunt, guided by ancient texts, ground-penetrating radar, and sometimes just good old-fashioned sheer luck. In any case, as technology aids us in peering under sands and fields, we can certainly expect to discover more lost cities of Egypt to emerge, solving old mysteries, and at the same time, undoubtedly, raising a whole bunch of new ones. Right, so let's move on to tombs and burials. Egypt's practice of lavish burials for royalty and elites means that the desert is dotted with tombs. What it doesn't mean is that we've found them all. Some tombs remain quite elusive, or even puzzling in their contents, and it fuels quite a few expeditions and speculation. Likewise, some famous individual mummies are unaccounted for, which leaves quite a glaring gap in the historical record. So let's start with the first one, perhaps the most romanticized of the lost tombs, is that of Queen Cleopatra VII, the last pharaoh of Egypt. Cleopatra, together with her Roman lover Mark Antony, died in 30 BCE amid the aftermath of their defeat by Octavian, who would become the future Emperor Augustus. Classical writers describe Cleopatra's dramatic end, reportedly taking her own life with the assistance of an asp biting her, and say that Octavian permitted the Queen and Antony to be buried together. Well, that's all good and well, but where are they buried? Let's look at the ancient sources. They hint at a mausoleum in or near Alexandria, Cleopatra's capital. Alexandria, however, has been drastically transformed over 2,000 years. Earthquakes, tsunamis in later eras submerged parts of the Ptolemaic city under the harbor, and all the rest lies beneath a modern metropolis. Good luck getting the permits to rip that down on a whim. But despite numerous searches, no confirmed trace of Cleopatra's tomb has surfaced in Alexandria. In recent years, an alternative possibility has somewhat captivated researchers. the temple site of Taposiris Magna, about 45 kilometers west of the site of Alexandria along the coast, rather. There, on a rocky ridge overlooking Lake Marriott, stand the ruins of a Ptolemaic-era temple to Osiris. Since 2005, Dominican archaeologist Dr. Kathleen Martinez has been excavating at Taposiris Magna with a theory that Cleopatra and Antony could have been interred in or near this temple, which was active in their time. But what is her reasoning? Basically, the reasoning is that Cleopatra had strong associations with the goddess Isis, who was Osiris's consort, and may have sought burial in the sanctuary of Osiris/Isis to emphasize her divine royalty. Now, the digs have indeed yielded a few exciting clues. A cache of coins bearing Cleopatra's likeness, a bust possibly of the queen, a statue of a priestess, and high-status burials in the temple vicinity. As early as 2022, Martinez and her team discovered a massive rock-cut tunnel, 13 meters underground, running for over 1,300 meters in length, which has been called a geometric miracle of engineering. Parts of this tunnel are now flooded by groundwater, but it does suggest that the temple complex had extensive subterranean passages. The Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities noted the tunnel's resemblance to an ancient Greek aqueduct, raising hopes it might lead to hidden chambers. So could Cleopatra's mausoleum lie at the end of this corridor, or in a submerged section? But that remains speculative. But the discovery does show that Taposiris Magna holds more than a few secrets. Nearby, Martinez found 2 gilded mummies of what might be important officials from Cleopatra's era, suggesting that the site was used for elite burials. If Cleopatra's tomb exists here, it might be intact, and that's a staggering prospect, given the fate of most of the pharaonic tombs. Zahi Hawass, the former Egyptian antiquities chief, commented that finding Cleopatra and Antony's tomb would be the most important discovery of the 21st century. But even if not found, the search itself has yielded significant artifacts and knowledge. As of now, what have we got? August 2025. Cleopatra's tomb remains undiscovered, one of the great archaeological riddles of our time. Whether it lies beneath Alexandria's urban sprawl, or in some seaside temple sanctuary, the allure of finding Cleopatra keeps the mystery very much alive. And then we have Nefertiti. Let's talk about her for a while. The famed great royal wife of Akhenaten, another legendary queen whose final resting place is a mystery. Nefertiti's elegant painted bust found at Amarna is one of the most recognizable artifacts of ancient Egypt. Yet, her mummy has never been conclusively identified, a fact often called the 3,300-year-old mystery of Nefertiti. During Akhenaten's reign, Nefertiti was depicted almost as a co-equal. She vanishes from the inscriptions in about year 12, leading to a myriad of theories. Maybe she died of the plague. Perhaps she fell out of favor. Or did she assume a new identity as pharaoh? Some posit that she became the short-lived pharaoh Semenkhare, or ruled as Neferneferuaten. When Tutankhamun later restored the old religion, he and his successors would have the motive to erase Nefertiti's memory as part of the Amarna heresy. But what really complicates the search is that Nefertiti might be one of several unidentified female mummies from the late 18th dynasty. That takes us back to 1898. Anatomist Grafton Elliott Smith found in tomb KV35 in the Valley of the Kings. That is what KV stands for, King's Valley. A side chamber with a jumble of royal mummies, apparently hidden by ancient priests in the Third Intermediate Period. Among them were a youthful female, dubbed the Younger lady. Well, there was also an older woman, dubbed the Elder Lady, plus a prince. In any case, DNA analysis published in the year 2010 gave a pretty stunning result. You see, the younger lady in KV35 actually seems to have been Tutankhamun's mother. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? Well, and also the daughter of Amenhotep III and Queen Tai, and that makes her very likely a wife and sister of Akhenaten. Many suspect this younger lady mummy is actually Nefertiti, as she fits being a wife of Akhenaten and a mother of Tutankhamun, though other candidates like Princess Merit-Aten or a secondary wife, Kia, have been suggested. Now, the mummy has a notable characteristic too. She was presumably beautiful, despite damage to the face by tomb robbers, and had an elongated skull feature consistent with Amarna royalty depictions. However, no inscription directly identifies her. Meanwhile, another clue emerged in the tomb of Tutankhamun KV62. In 2015, Egyptologist Nicholas Reeves proposed that high-resolution scans of Tutankhamun's burial chamber walls showed faint lines that could indicate hidden doorways plastered over, possibly leading to an extension of the tomb. Reeves hypothesized that the small size of Tutankhamun's tomb was due to it originally being made for Nefertiti instead, and that her intact burial chamber might lie untouched behind a partition wall. Well, that is one idea, isn't it? Quite an interesting one. In any case, it prompted ground-penetrating radar scans inside the tomb in 2016. Initial scans were inconclusive, or suggested anomalies, but a more rigorous survey in 2018 by National Geographic and Politecnico Torino team found no evidence of hidden chambers, effectively refuting the theory. I know, it's pretty disappointing, but at least it answered one version of Nefertiti's tomb mystery, that she likely wasn't secreted away with Tutankhamun. The focus thus shifts back to the mummies in KV35, or perhaps a burial at Amarna. Interestingly, Akhenaten's own burial is unresolved. A badly damaged coffin and body found in KV55 is often thought to be Akhenaten, based on DNA and artifacts. But it's not 100% proven. Close, but not 100%. That being said, if KV55 is Akhenaten, well, you might expect Nefertiti to have been moved to the Valley of the Kings as well. There are still unexamined leads. For instance, tomb KV21 contained 2 unidentified female mummies from around Tut's era, one of which had DNA matching Tutankhamun's lineage, possibly Anaxinamun, Tutankhamun's wife, who was actually Nefertiti's daughter. Could the other be Nefertiti? DNA results have been inconclusive so far. There's only so much that can take us. The Egyptian authorities have been actively pursuing this mystery too. In 2022, Zahi Hawass announced that his team had been conducting DNA comparisons on unidentified mummies, and he believed that they were quite close to confirming the identity of Nefertiti. He suggested an announcement might be forthcoming once results are validated. If Nefertiti's mummy is indeed among those in Cairo Museum's cache like KV35 Younger Lady, a DNA fingerprint might soon solve the puzzle definitively. But until then, the fate of Nefertiti and her final resting place remains one of the great mysteries of Egyptology, a case of a famous person lost in that shuffle of history, maybe hiding in plain sight amidst all the other remains. Solving it would not only satisfy curiosity about her, but also clarify the tangled relations of the Amarna royal house. In any case, for now, the beautiful queen continues to elude us in death, just as much as she fascinated us in her life. But of course Cleopatra and Nefertiti are the most celebrated women with lost tombs. But there are plenty of other notable missing burials. And I'm sure you've been waiting for me to talk about Alexander the Great. Now, although he was a Macedonian conqueror, he did die in Egypt, 323 BC, in Babylon rather, but his body was brought to Alexandria. So, not quite died in Egypt, but was certainly brought back there. In any case, his tomb in Alexandria became a shrine for centuries. But then, in late antiquity, it just vanished. Despite numerous claims of finding Alexander's tomb, no one has really been able to authenticate it, leaving one of history's greatest conquerors essentially in the missing pile, comfortably in there with Cleopatra and a few others. Then we have Imhotep, the architect of the first pyramid, that is, Djoser's step pyramid, and later deified as a god of wisdom, is said by tradition to have been buried at Saqqara. But despite intensive searches, his tombs have never been identified. If discovered, it would be quite a momentous find, sure you agree, potentially full of insights into Old Kingdom knowledge. There are also unlocated tombs of certain pharaohs. For example, Thutmose II of the 18th dynasty's tomb in the Valley of the Kings is unaccounted for, as is that of Ramesses VIII in the 20th dynasty. The Valley of the Kings, though thoroughly explored, still has a lot of surprises for us. AV5 is one of them, the largest tomb in the valley with over 120 chambers built for the sons of Ramesses II, was only rediscovered in the 1990s after being dismissed as unimportant previously. In 2006, a small tomb, KV63, was found near Tutankhamun's, containing coffins and mummification materials. Though there was no mummy in there, it seems to have been an embalming cache or a storeroom. Still, pretty cool. Well, this was the first new tomb found in the valley since 1922, and that is proof that persistence certainly pays off. But many suspect more small tombs or caches remain to be found in the Theban cliffs. One particularly poignant lost burial is that of Queen Ankhesenamun, Tutankhamun's young widow, and Nefertiti's daughter. Historical records suggest that she married Ai, Tut's successor, and then just disappears. In 2017, radar scans in the Valley of the Kings near Ai's tomb detect a possible subsurface anomaly that some hope could be Ankhesenamun's tomb. Excavations in 2009 revealed evidence of foundation trenches, including a tomb entrance, but as of last reports, no tomb has been fully excavated there yet. But the possibility is still open, so there's that. And while dozens of royal mummies have been recovered, often in cached tombs where the New Kingdom priests hid them from looters, a few royal mummies are still missing. For instance, we've not definitively found the mummy of not the money of Amenhotep I, that was an 18th dynasty king. Although a mummy labeled as him was found in a cache, it remains wrapped and unexamined due to its pristine wrappings. Don't want to disturb something like that. The 19th century pharaoh Seti II's mummy was possibly identified, but with some uncertainty. Each unidentified mummy in museum collections could be one of these missing individuals, and solving those identities is an ongoing detective project, using CT scans, DNA, and, of course, the forensic technology, the best that we have for our current modern age. But besides wholly missing tombs, there are tombs that were found, but, well, they raise a few questions. One example is tomb KV55 in the Valley of the Kings. Discovered back in 1907, it contained a confusing assemblage. A desecrated coffin of a man, but with a queen's gilt mask, jars with the name of Akhenaten's mother Tai, and inscriptions partially hacked out. The mummy in the coffin turned out to be a relatively young male, and many believe this was Akhenaten's makeshift burial. But because the inscriptions were erased, debate persisted for decades whether the mummy really was Akhenaten Sementkare, or perhaps just another minor prince. But then DNA tests in 2010 showed the KV-55 mummy is Tutankhamun's father and the son of Amenhotep III, which essentially confirms it as Akhenaten. So in this case, a mystery tomb has been largely resolved by modern science, yet this circumstance of the burial, why such a hasty and defaced interment, reflect a tumultuous aftermath of Akhenaten's reign. Another intriguing tomb is KV-62, that is Tutankhamun's own tomb, not for being lost, but because it might hold a secret. As discussed, the theory of an additional chamber, possibly for Nefertiti, captures quite a lot of attention. And while current evidence discounts a hidden room, Tutankhamun's tomb still has peculiar aspects. Many of his grave goods seem originally made for someone else. Several items name his predecessor, Neferuaten, possibly Nefertiti. His golden death mask's facial features appear to be reworked from an earlier owner. And these clues suggest that Tutankhamun's sudden death at about 19 years old forced officials to repurpose Nefertiti's funerary equipment for him. And if so, Nefertiti's intended tomb in Amarna or elsewhere was dismantled, and her body relocated, perhaps to KV-35 as we suspect. Tutankhamun's tomb thereby indirectly whispers hints about the fate of Nefertiti, a fascinating case where one tomb's content provides puzzle pieces for the mystery of another tomb. Finally, there are legendary tombs like the so-called Hall of Records, a conjectural library said to be hidden under the Great Sphinx of Giza, rumored by mystics but never found by archaeologists. Extensive drilling and scanning around the Sphinx have revealed only some natural cavities and a small dead-end tunnel. While mainstream scholars dismiss the Hall of Records as a fable, the notion taps into a broader theme. Might some tombs or chambers still lie hidden in famous monuments containing papyri or artifacts that revolutionize our knowledge? As shown by these scan pyramids discoveries, it is plausible that royal tomb builders incorporated sealed voids or caches that we've yet to find. For example, some suspect that there may be undiscovered storage chambers in or around the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, that is KV-17, which is the longest and one of the most lavishly decorated tombs. A recently discovered tunnel in that tomb extends deeper underground, and its end is still not reached due to safety concerns. These tomb mysteries, as we can call them, keep Egyptologists very busy, and of course very enthused. And you must remember too that we are in an era where technology can finally solve these age-old questions, as well as an era where cultural heritage authorities exercise caution to preserve what is found. It's not like 100 years ago when you would just be selling it on the black market, or even grinding mummies up for medicine. Yes, perhaps a topic for a different video. In any case, the Valley of the Kings is still holding its breath, perhaps to yield one more royal burial to one lucky excavator. After all, if they can find the Rosetta Stone just by sifting through the sand with their bare hands, just imagine what they can find with the best technology of 2025. In any case, the next thing we're going to talk about is a little bit on a smaller scale. It's not a great king or queen. It's not a giant pyramid. We're talking about the more hidden treasures, the unexplained little artifacts, and of course to some of those texts that are quite puzzling. First, let's talk about the Saqqara bird. Well, that story starts in 1898. This peculiar object was found in a tomb at Saqqara, a small wooden figure resembling a bird with outstretched wings. It has the general shape of a falcon, about 18 centimeters across, carved from a sycamore wood, with a vertical tail, but notably it lacks the detailed feathers or feet typical of a bird statuette. Well, initially it was catalogued as a wooden bird, of course, likely a toy or a votive offering, from the Ptolemaic period, that is around 200 BCE. However, in the mid-20th century, some enthusiasts noted that the artifact's aerodynamics looked a bit more like a modern glider. They noticed it had a fuselage-like body and curved wings. And of course, well, this led to a pretty sensational hypothesis that the Saqqara bird is actually a model of an aircraft, and that ancient Egyptians had developed the principles of flight. Well, some experiments with replicas showed that it can glide short distances when launched, further fueling these fringe theories. However, rigorous analysis by aeronautical engineers and Egyptologists certainly debunks this notion. The Saqqara bird lacks any tail rudder or horizontal stabilizer that a true aircraft would need for controlled flight. Computational modeling in 2023 confirmed that the artifact is aerodynamically unstable and has a very poor lift-to-drag ratio. In fact, to make it glide in modern tests, people had to add a rudder piece that the original does not have. Well, that is, of course, a clear sign that the design was not intended as a scale model of a flying machine. Mainstream scholars instead interpret the object within its context. It was found in a tomb dedicated to the god Ptah, and the bird is likely a representation of a falcon, symbol of the god Horus or the soul in flight. Similar wooden birds and bird-shaped gliders were used as toys or ritual items in Egypt at the time. A plausible purpose is that it served as a votive offering, perhaps a ceremonial boomerang or a weather vane, or an object placed into the tomb to magically fly the soul of the deceased toward the heavens. The falcon was a common motive for royalty and divinity, so a wooden falcon in a tomb is not really unusual. Thus, while the Saqqara bird is a fascinating artifact, even a poignant one, symbolizing humanity's eternal dream of flight, well, it's not evidence of Egyptian airplanes. They would have to wait until the Egypt Air came in for that much later, I'm afraid. Well, it reminds us that an ancient object can resemble something familiar to us, of course, like a toy plane. But to the ancients it had a completely different meaning. So we have to look at it all in that context, and we have to be quite cautious not to jump to conclusions. Now, speaking of jumping to conclusions, deep within the temple of Hathor at Dendera, tourists are shown carvings on the walls of a crypt that, with a bit of imagination, look strikingly like oversized light bulbs. That's right, just like the modern ones that we have in our era of 2025. In these reliefs, an elongated oval shape with a serpent inside is held up by a pillar-shaped object, and a priest figure is shown presenting it. Popular writers and tour guides seized on this imagery to propose that the Egyptians actually had electric lighting, pointing to the Dendera light as evidence of a crook and flail-shaped filament inside a bulb-like glass, perhaps by the so-called Baghdad Battery, a separate Middle Eastern artifact often speculated to be a galvanic cell. However, this interpretation falls apart under the scrutiny of accompanying hieroglyphs and the Egyptian religious symbolism. The Dendera reliefs actually depict scenes of the creation myth and the interplay of the Egyptian gods. This bulb, if we want to call it that, is actually a hen container, womb or lotus bud, from which the snake, representing the god Harsomptus, emerges. The pillar supporting it is a jed pillar, symbolizing the stability and associated with Osiris. In this context, it probably signalized the energized, life-giving force. The human figures are not electricians, but rather priests and deities. In essence, these carvings show the serpent deity Harsomptus rising from a lotus blossom, shining with the light of creation within a symbolic container often interpreted as the night bark or the womb of the sky goddess. They appear in a crypt, which was likely used to ritually recharge cult statues in darkness, equating the confined space to the primeval darkness before creation. The hieroglyphic captions around the relief made no mention of anything technical. They speak of gods and mystical energies, not wires or batteries. And in fact, one relief explicitly shows the jed pillar with human arms lifting the, quote, light serpent in lotus, a clear religious motive. Egyptologists have thoroughly debunked the light bulb theory, ruining the fun as always, I'm afraid. The snake within the oval is the form of Harsomptus, and the entire scene is part of a series of crypt reliefs describing secret ceremonies. And of course, if the Egyptians had electric light, one might ask, why did they continue to use oil lamps and torches in all of the other contexts and leave no actual artifacts of electrical remains? Good question, right? In fact, the Dendera light bulb is a prime example of how modern eyes can misinterpret ancient art when taken out of context. But it is a fascinating visual resemblance, I'll give you that, albeit a purely coincidental one. Now, the next one we have is the unsolved enigma of the schist disk of Sabu. This one takes us to 1936, and Walter Emery was excavating at Saqqara, that is the tomb of Prince Sabu in the first dynasty, circa 3000 BCE. And well, Mr. Emery found quite a curious object. A round disc of 61 centimeters in diameter, made of solid schist, that is a brittle stone, with 3 evenly spaced lobed blades curving inward from the rim towards the central hub. This Sabu disc, as it's called, looks like no other artifact from its time. It resembles a 3-bladed propeller or a complicated wheel. In any case, its function is unknown. It might have been the stand or foot of a ceremonial bowl or brazier. Emery thought it could be part of a vessel or lamp, given it had a central hole and was found near remains of other vessels. However, producing such a shape out of hard stone with the era's tools would have been exceptionally difficult, leading some to speculate it was copied from a metal prototype, since carving those thin lobes in stone is quite risky. Naturally, fringe theorists have jumped on the Sabu disc as evidence of an advanced technology, calling it a machine part or turbine, or even an ancient power wheel. But no other such discs have been found, and there's no indication it was anything more than a piece of ritual furniture or decoration, and the context, a high-status tomb, suggests it might have been a unique luxury object. Possibly it was the stand for a large pot or offering dish, the lobes being ornamental as handles or supports. Some early reports fancifully dubbed it a lamp, implying it might have held oils and wicks, but no soot or residue was noted, so, well, there goes that theory, unless they never lit the thing, in which case, why would they not light it? In truth, the Sabu disc remains unique and not well understood, so we have to remain a little open-minded. But it does show the high craftsmanship of early dynastic Egyptians, and hints that many objects from that age may not have survived or been discovered yet, making this one appear quite anomalous. In any case, the mystery disc invites us to avoid making hasty conclusions from isolated finds. Scholars continue to examine it, but without parallels it's pretty hard to interpret. So while the tabloids might label it an Egyptian UFO part, archaeologists lean more towards a mundane purpose that simply just does not have a modern equivalent. Of course, next thing we need to talk about is a few of the more cryptic inscriptions that we have. Of course, we know that Egypt was a literate civilization. Well, Egypt is, rather we could say ancient Egypt was a literate civilization. They haven't gone that downhill, I'm sure. Well, one of its greatest mysteries for centuries, however, was the writing system itself. Hieroglyphs. Of course, you don't just have hieroglyphs, you've got demotic, but everybody knows hieroglyphs anyway. Now, until the Rosetta Stone was deciphered by Champollion in 1822, hieroglyphic texts were just a big mystery, indecipherable, and of course this spawned many mystical interpretations in the interim. Someone had to give an answer somewhere, of course, right? Well, today we can read them, but that doesn't mean that we can say we understand everything that the Egyptians wrote. It's a little bit more niche than that, I'm afraid. Some texts are obscure on purpose. For instance, certain royal tombs, like that of Seti I, feature passages written in cryptographic hieroglyphs, a form of code where standard signs are replaced with rare or enigmatic ones, perhaps only known to priests. These might have been meant to hide sacred names or formulas from the uninitiated, perhaps. Probably something like that. We don't quite know, but that seems to be what's going on. Now, in terms of decoding these cryptograms, that is a real challenge. But Egyptologists never shy away from a challenge, you know that, and they've cracked many of them by finding parallel text written in a more normal manner. Another linguistic enigma lies in the very sounds of the Egyptian language. The hieroglyphic script recorded mostly consonants, and that leaves out the vowels. So while we can translate and transliterate the words, we don't often know the exact pronunciation, which is a little bit frustrating. Reconstructing vocalizations involves comparative linguistics, so we're talking about Coptic and other Afro-Asiatic languages, and of course a little bit of educated guesswork. The true pronunciation of pharaohs' names or spells is an unknown in a sense. If we heard an Egyptian speak in the ancient times, we might comprehend the meaning, but we might be surprised by the actual sound. Now, in terms of religious texts, they pose their own puzzles. The Book of the Dead, a New Kingdom collection of spells to guide the deceased, is relatively well understood, but some spells contain allusions or divine names whose significance is still a debate. A famous example is spell 17 of the Book of the Dead, which was so ancient and obscure that the papyri often include a gloss or commentary by the scribe himself trying to explain it. Even the Egyptians, centuries after the original compositions, sometimes struggled with their own archaic religious texts, and if it was old and confusing to them, well, what hope have we got? In any case, the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom, that is subscribed from the 5th to 6th dynasty pyramids, include the so-called cannibal hymn, lines describing the pharaoh in the afterlife, devouring parts of the gods to absorb their power. Now, this is a pretty bizarre imagery, and it led early scholars to conjecture about ritual cannibalism, but, well, now it's interpreted metaphorically as a way to expect the king's dominance over the gods. The exact nuance of such texts can be hard to pin down. Are they literal, or are they symbolic? Well, in the case of the cannibal hymn, consensus leans strongly to symbolic, but it does show how at the fringes of translation, mystery and conjecture still remains. Egypt's certainly not something where we can certainly close the book and say, well, that's that. I think we've got another couple 100 years of trying to figure things out completely. But one of the most intriguing religious enigmas is the great hymn to the Aten from Amarna, and that was composed by Akhenaten himself. This long poem, found in the tomb of an official named Ai, praises the Aten, that is the sun disk, as the sole creator and sustainer of life. It has uncanny parallels to Psalm 104 in the Bible too, by the way. Both describe the world's creatures walking with the sun and the sun setting and bringing darkness, among a few other motifs. Did the great hymn influence Hebrew poetry, or is that just a big coincidence? Scholars debate possible connections. Direct influence is unproven, but it does raise the tantalizing idea that Akhenaten's short-lived monotheism might have echoes beyond Egypt. The hymn itself is poetic and beautiful, yet its deeper theological intention, well, was Akhenaten truly a monotheist, denying all the other gods? Or was he just elevating Aten as the chief god in a henotheistic way? Well, that, of course, is another topic that is still discussed. Just like religion in modern contexts, well, this has just as many interpretations as you'd expect. Some argue that Akhenaten's language is explicitly monotheistic. Others note he still allowed mentions of other gods like Re in the early years. In any case, the precise nature of his religious thought is a historical mystery tied to textual interpretation. Now, in the realm of hidden texts, there is the persistent legend of the lost knowledge hidden in the Egyptian monuments, the idea of a secret library or archive, perhaps under the Sphinx. The aforementioned Hall of Records is one that comes to mind, or in a lost wadi, and that still captivates the imagination, that's for sure. While these specific romantic notions lack evidence, Egypt did have libraries and archives, like the House of Life in temples, which could contain scrolls of literature, medicine, and magic, what have you. Pretty much anything, really. It depended on what what they wanted to put in there. There was no rules. But many of those have unfortunately not survived. Occasionally a cache of papyri is found that vastly increases our knowledge, etc. The papyrus Salt 830 that contains a trove of magical spells, or the Brooklyn Medical Papyrus with therapeutic recipes. And each discovery is like finding a puzzle piece behind the couch, thought that we lost forever. A notable find in recent years is the Cairo calendar, that is Papyrus Cairo 86637, essentially a hieratic papyrus that's a day-by-day almanac of lucky and unlucky days with mythic reference. Translating and interpreting these allusions is still ongoing, but it certainly opens a window into how Egyptians thought of time and fate. Another mysterious text is the Book of Thoth, often referenced in later sources as a compendium of secret knowledge written by the god Thoth himself, containing powerful spells, of course. The only thing you'd expect from Thoth. Well, it does appear in a Ptolemaic tale of a prince who finds a magic book in an underwater chest only to suffer tragedy, suggesting a moral that some knowledge should be kept forbidden. And while it is, well, likely fictional, the Book of Thoth concept might be based on a real collection of papyri. In fact, a set of demotic papyri from Greco-Roman Egypt containing initiation dialogues and teachings has been nicknamed the Book of Thoth by modern scholars. It might represent a priestly training text. In any case, its fragmentary state and cryptic content make it a challenge to understand, showing that even when we have texts, they can still be quite mysterious, especially if we lack the context. Many Egyptian symbols, too, the Ankh, life, the Jet, stability, and the Was, scepter, power, have known general meanings, yet their precise origins and ritual use remains the mystery. The Jet pillar, for example, was raised in ceremonies likely symbolizing the resurrection of Osiris. Well, but was the jet originally a bundle of sheaths? A representation of a spinal column, or perhaps something else? We don't know. Competing theories do exist, though. The ibis-headed Thoth and baboon often appear with unclear symbolism. Egyptian ritual practices like mummification have largely been decoded by archaeology, but some steps or purposes remain debated, etc. The exact use of certain amulets, or why the brain was discarded. Or did they truly think the brain was unimportant, or was it a more pragmatic choice, etc.? Well, even the construction of obelisks, that massive single stone pillar monuments, they pose a technological mystery. We know that they quarried them, and likely dragged them on sleds, but the final process, standing them upright, has been hypothesized with various methods, without a definitive universal agreement, because no explicit description by Egyptians has survived. So I'm afraid we're left up to our own devices. And then finally, for our section, magical and funerary artifacts. Items like the Mehen game, a mysterious board game with a coiled snake pattern found in early dynastic tombs, are still not fully understood in terms of rules and significance. Was it purely recreational, or perhaps a ritual thing? Once again, we don't know. And then we have the famous Nama palette from 3100 BCE, with its intricate iconography of kings and gods, purely commemorative of the unification of Egypt, or did it serve a ceremonial function for grinding cosmetics in a temple context? We do assume the latter, though, but the palette's precise ceremonial use, well, that remains once again a bit of educated guesswork. Okay, now I promised that I'd talk about Nefertiti a bit more, and I'm not so rude as to break a promise. So, the beautiful one has come. That's what her name means, by the way, Nefertiti. Perhaps she is among the most famous women of the ancient world. Everyone knows the name, sure, but the story's filled with quite a few gaps and mysteries. Let's start with the basics. She was the great wife of Akhenaten, and played a role in his religious revolution. In imagery and inscriptions from the early Amarna period, she is depicted almost as Akhenaten's equal. She appears smiting enemies, wearing the pharaoh's crown and officiating temple rituals to Aten, so definitely not a backseat character, that's for sure. Now her beauty, immortalized by the painted bust found in a sculptor's workshop at Amarna, has made her an icon. Well, let's start from her reign. The origins are a bit obscure, we will admit that, and some evidence suggests that she was the daughter of Ai, and possibly a woman named Te, which would make her of non-royal birth, but still of aristocratic lineage. Other theories propose she was a Mitanni princess, because her name is Tadukipa in that scenario. However, consensus leans more towards her being a native Egyptian. She married Amenhotep IV, that is, Akhenaten, likely as a teenager, and bore him 6 daughters, with very long and difficult names. Creative, though. Let's give myself a challenge. Let's see if I can pronounce them, okay? Meritaten, Meketaten, Kesenpaten, later Ankesennamun, Neferneferuaten, Tashrit, Neferneferure, and Setepenre. Well, that was the most difficult part of the video, wasn't it? Okay, moving on. Well, no sons are recorded from Nefertiti, and that might be why Akhenaten took secondary wives from whom he had Tutankhaten, which of course became Tutankhamun later on. Well, during the first half of Akhenaten's reign, Nefertiti's name appears frequently on boundary stelae, official inscriptions, and the famous murals of the royal family under Aten's rays. But after roughly year 12 or 13, her name disappears from the historical record. One of their daughters, Meketaten, died. Her burial is depicted in the royal tomb with Nefertiti shown mourning, so she was obviously still around at that point. Well, then Nefertiti is no longer mentioned. Several scenarios have been suggested, the first being she died from some cause. Plague speculated. An epidemic did strike Egypt back then, many people say. Also, she might have fell from favor with Akhenaten. And thirdly, she might have changed her name and status to become co-regent or even sole ruler after Akhenaten. And the third scenario is the particularly intriguing one. Of course, there are other inscriptions referring to a figure which people initially thought to be Smenkhare, a male co-regent, but certain feminine endings and the epithet of the different naming convention, beneficent in her husband's reign, strongly suggest that it was actually Nefertiti taking a kingly naming convention. And if that is so, Nefertiti might have become effectively a female pharaoh while Akhenaten was still alive, or perhaps immediately after. Well, we know now that Smenkhare, if a different person, died young and left, well, not very much impact, I'm afraid. One theory is that Nefertiti and Smenkhare could have even been the same person, i.e., Nefertiti assumed a male persona. Now that's not confirmed, but it's one way to interpret the scarce evidence. But what is clear is that just a few years before Akhenaten's death, there was something of a sharing of transfer of power. If Nefertiti did rule briefly in her own right, she would be one of the few women to do so in Egypt. And notably, of course, later Tutankhamun's widow, Ankhesenamun, may have also attempted to wield influence, as suggested by letters to the Hittites. Nefertiti's end remains unknown, too. Did she die at Amarna and get buried there? The royal tomb's unfinished side chamber, perhaps meant for her, suggests that she was intended to be buried in Amarna if she died during Akhenaten's reign, but no mummy or identifying inscription was found there. Well, this implies that she was never interred in that tomb. But if she lived beyond Akhenaten, perhaps she relocated back to Thebes and eventually lived out her days there, a tomb and body hidden to protect them from any backlash. Some have suggested Nefertiti could be the elder lady found in KV 35, as we identified before. And, the younger lady, too, in KV 35 is discussed as another candidate. But the consensus leans that the younger lady is Tutankhaten's mother, which could be Nefertiti if Nefertiti was his biological mother. However, many think that Tutankhamun's mother was another wife, Kia, or a sister of Akhenaten. The DNA from the younger lady indicates she was a daughter of Amenhotep III and Tai, which Nefertiti was not if she was Ai's daughter. Therefore, the prevailing view is younger lady is likely Akhenaten's full sister, which could be a woman named Nebeta, or one of her sisters, not Nefertiti. Now this leaves Nefertiti's mummy unaccounted for, unless she is the occupant of some yet identified burial. Maybe tomb KV-21A if DNA can be clarified. Well, hopefully I'll be making another video in 5 years' time which clarifies all of that. Who knows, we're discovering stuff at a pretty alarming rate lately, so it's good. In any case, this other perplexing aspect is that Nefertiti's name was not totally erased by later pharaohs, whereas Akhenaten's was. Now why is that? It could be simply because they forgot about her, or because she changed her name to Neferuaten, and that name was erased instead. Indeed, someone chiseled out references to that name on items in Tutankhamun's tomb, indicating that name was proscribed. So, if that was Nefertiti's throne name, They did attempt to remove her too, only directly. It took modern Egyptology a long time to realize that Neferuaten might be Nefertiti, and that shows how effectively the information was suppressed. Alright, so let's end it on let's end it at the end, I suppose. Because, the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the last pharaoh, Cleopatra, or rather Cleopatra VII, one of the most storied figures of antiquity. A queen whose life and death has been retold in literature, film, and drama. The Elizabeth Taylor film is my favorite. Yet disentangling the myth from the reality is a bit of a challenge, and archaeological evidence of Cleopatra's reign from 51 to 30 BCE is surprisingly rare given her fame. The political context of the time is well documented by Greco-Roman historians. We all know she was the last active ruler of the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt, a descendant of Ptolemy, who navigated a tumultuous era where Rome's civil wars spilled into Egypt. Cleopatra's unsolved mysteries mostly revolve around her death and burial, but even as aspects of her life, her true character, appearance, and intentions are subjects of debate and reinterpretation. Cleopatra came to the throne at 18, co-ruling with her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, whom she got married to, per custom. Yeah, just the way it is. Far be it for me to put my morality onto others. She was very well educated, though. In fact, the Ptolemies were of Macedonian Greek origin, but Cleopatra famously learned the Egyptian language and presented herself as a reincarnation of the goddess Isis, certainly fitting into the local culture. Good on her. But she was likely multilingual, versed in politics, philosophy, and science of the time. Ancient writers like Plutarch praise her wit and charm, emphasizing that her allure lay more in her intelligence and eloquence rather than in her classical beauty. She astutely allied herself with Julius Caesar when he arrived in Alexandria, chasing Pompey in 58 BCE, and that colorful story of her being smuggled to Caesar, rolled up in a carpet, seems to be quite legendary. She became Caesar's lover, and bore him a son, Ptolemy the 15th, also known as Caesarion. Caesar's assassination in 44 BC left her in a pretty sticky spot, I'm afraid, quite precarious. But soon after, she aligned with Mark Antony, effectively monkey branching quite quickly from one bloke to the next, and perhaps envisioned carving out an Eastern empire with him. Their famous love and political alliance culminated in the donations of Alexandria in 34 BCE, where they distributed lands to their children, an act that alarmed Octavian and the Roman Senate alike. Of course, the climax was the Battle of Actium, 31 BCE, where Octavian's forces defeated Antony and Cleopatra's navy. Returning to Egypt, with Octavian closing in, both Antony and Cleopatra took their own lives in August of 30 BCE. Antony fell on his sword, and Cleopatra traditionally was stung by the bite of an asp, but once again, here lies in a small mystery. Did she really die by an asp? Or was it a romanticized tale? We don't know. Some historians argue that a snake bite as a life-taking method is quite unreliable. Cobra venom can kill, but not instantly and not always. Alternative theories are that she ingested a fast-acting poison. Classical accounts, Plutarch and Cassius Dio, say that she carried poisons on her just in case, tested them on prisoners to find the least painful, and eventually used either an asp hidden in a basket of figs or a toxic ointment. Perhaps we'll never know the truth, but the consensus is she arranged her own death to avoid humiliation of being paraded in Octavian's triumph. After all, nobody wants that. Octavian was, however, reportedly quite annoyed at being robbed at showing her in chains. but he ensured that her children, except Caesarion, who was executed, were spared. Now, as for Cleopatra's tomb, Octavian permitted Cleopatra and Antony to be buried together, which implies they had a tomb prepared, likely in Alexandria. Classical sources mention a mausoleum Cleopatra had built for herself in her last days. She even retreated into it with her treasure before surrendering. The mausoleum's location is not described in detail, but presumably it was in the royal quarter of Alexandria, near the great Ptolemaic palaces by the harbor. Over time, of course, the geography of Alexandria has changed dramatically. Earthquakes in the 4th and 8th centuries, and tsunamis submerging the royal quarters, the area called Cape Locaius, and the nearby island of Antirodos, where Cleopatra's palace may have stood, are all underwater. Marine archaeologist Frank Gaudio has found some remains of this quarter underwater, columns, statuary, and even possibly Cleopatra's palace foundations, and a palace of the earlier Queen Arsinoe. So one possibility is that Cleopatra's tomb is now under the harbor, entombed in sediment, 2,000 years worth of it. Good luck digging through that. And if so, aquatic archaeology might one day identify it. But given the vastness of the submerged area, and the fact that many Ptolemaic tombs might have been plundered or destroyed in late antiquity, it is a long shot, a very long shot. But this does lead us to an alternative search location, Taposiris Magna. We discussed it a little bit earlier. Well, while Cleopatra's tomb should logically be located in Alexandria, the notion that she might have been buried in a sacred site outside the city has some rationale. The Ptolemies sometimes built or used secondary religious capitals. Cleopatra, in her self-styling as Isis, may have sought burial in a temple of Isis to merge with that divine myth. And of course, the temple has yielded coinage of her era, as we discussed, and it's approximately 45 kilometers away from Alexandria, so not too far away. If her tomb survived anywhere in doubt, a solid argument is that it would be at a site that later fell out of use and was well away from the urban destruction of Alexandria. Anyway, we'll hope that the excavations continue. Now, just finally, another debate around Cleopatra is her ethnicity and appearance. The Ptolemies were of Greek origin, and they practiced sibling marriage. Cleopatra was a Macedonian Greek by ancestry, with possibly some Persian and Syrian, though earlier Seleucid, intermarriage. It's often speculated that her mother or grandmother might have been Egyptian, but there's no solid evidence of that. The Ptolemies mostly intermarried within their family or Hellenistic royals, so ethnically Cleopatra was not Egyptian in lineage, but culturally she was very much both Greek and Egyptian. She embraced the Egyptian language and religion to legitimize herself to her subjects, something that many Ptolemies had not bothered to do. You see, they spoke Greek and ruled from Alexandria somewhat detached. Just a job, basically. Now, what about in terms of looks? Well, coins in her reign show her profile with a prominent nose and chin. Whether that was stylized for authority or realistic details is debated. We have a few busts believed to be Cleopatra. They portray a woman with a Hellenistic-style face, a broad forehead, aquiline nose. The Berlin Cleopatra head and a damaged one in the Vatican are examples. But none are as stunning as the Nefertiti bust. Hence, the idea that Cleopatra's beauty was not about physical perfection but her presence and intellect, as ancient writers noted, is the prevailing idea. And of course, modern media often portrays her as glamorous, from Theda Bara to Elizabeth Taylor. And, well, I suppose I have to mention it. 2020, the controversy. about BBC potentially casting a mixed-race actress, touching on the complexities of Cleopatra's identity in a modern imagination. There's always that famous quote from that woman on there saying, "My grandmother told me, I don't care what anyone tells you, Cleopatra was black," which is just not correct. I mean, it's just not. In truth, Cleopatra was a Macedonian Greek woman, perhaps with some Egyptian features if her maternal lineage had a little bit of local blood. But in any case, does it really matter? She fashioned her image as Egypt's queen. On temple walls, she appears in the traditional pharaonic style, which to the Egyptians meant she was their legitimate ruler and not a foreigner. And in the Dendera temple, there are reliefs of Cleopatra as a pharaoh alongside her son Caesarion, showing her claim as part of the dynastic continuity. In any case, whether she was black or white or whatever it was, the Egyptians at the time still would have seen her as a foreign ruler, because she wasn't Egyptian. Imagine for a moment that you uncover a small clay tablet from ancient Mesopotamia. After translating it, you see it's a bill of sale. But it's not for grain, it's not for beer, it's for a human being. And in fact, one such tablet from the city of Shuruppak, dating to around 2600 BCE, records the sale of a house along with a male slave. You see, slavery is not a modern invention. It's as old as civilization itself, perhaps even older, emerging from independently different cultures as soon as societies became complex enough to produce surplus wealth and wage war. Today we're going to talk about how far back can we trace the practice of slavery, from the prehistoric roots of captive labor through the earliest written records in the Bronze Age. We're going all across the ancient world: Mesopotamia, China, India, Egypt, the classical Mediterranean, even a little beyond, and we'll find some of the earliest evidence of slavery. And of course, sure, it's grim, but I think that these details that we're going to go through are going to reveal some pretty surprising insights. From Sumerian kings who freed debt slaves in social reforms, to the Egyptian generals rewarded with captives, to the Chinese warriors whose prisoners were sacrificed after years of servitude, and the Greek philosophers debating whether some people were simply born slaves by nature. So how far back does slavery go? Let's find out. But let me just welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers. Hope you consider subscribing if you like this kind of content. And allow me to issue the usual caveat that you don't have to worry about being interrupted by ads on this channel. We hate the ads as much as you do, and I hate how the world is completely full of them. So, we don't have any on here. Consider this your sanctuary away from the mid-rolls. What we do have, though, is a rather active supporter base on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and we also have the occasional donation through YouTube Super Thanks and the PayPal. All of the links can be found in the pinned comment and description, channel description and video description, but also your word of mouth helps us out too. Tell your friends, tell your family, even tell your enemies. Who knows, maybe you'll become friends over the common interest. In any case, thank you for your support and doing all the algorithm like, comment, subscribe thing. Now I've said it once, I won't say it again. Let's get relaxed and enjoy the video. So how did slavery begin? Well, long before written records, human societies likely practiced forms of captivity and forced labor on a small scale. In purely nomadic hunter-gatherer bands, true slavery was probably rare. In fact, there's very little economic benefit to maintaining captives when you're on the move. We don't really need proof of that, it's just simple economics. But by the Neolithic era, that is after 10,000 BC, as people settled into farming villages, the conditions for slavery emerged. Early farmers had surplus food to feed slaves and fixed homes where captives could be restrained. Archaeological evidence is pretty rare from these early times, so much of this is reasoned from later patterns. Anthropologists theorize that warfare and raiding in prehistoric times often led to captives being kept alive as dependents or forced laborers instead of being killed. And indeed, some of the earliest complex foraging societies, for example, we can look at those of the resource-rich, Pacific Northwest coast much later, practiced slavery, showing us that, well, whenever people acquired wealth and status, owning others could confer prestige or labor. And here's one intriguing hint that comes from the roots of language. The very word slave in many Indo-European languages traces back to the terms for captive or spoils of war. Now this suggests that in the dawn of chieftains and proto-states, victorious warriors often enslaved defeated enemies rather than simply exterminating them. There are prehistoric mass burial sites where adult males are killed, but women and children are missing, possibly taken as captives or slaves by the victors, though definitive proof is elusive of that. By the late Neolithic and Chalcolithic, which is the Copper Age, agricultural societies from Mesopotamia to the Indus Valley were engaging in large-scale conflicts. It is likely that enslaving war captives was already a recognized practice. And then there's myth and oral tradition too. We hear echoes in those realms. Many ancient origin stories and legends, passed down later in writings, depict people in servitude. And while direct evidence before writing is scant, it's reasonable to conclude that slavery had its roots in prehistory, simply an outgrowth of human warfare, social stratification, and, well, boiled down simply to the desire to exploit the labor of others once communities grew large and settled. As soon as some individuals or groups accumulated significantly more wealth or power than others, that is the circumstance for the institution of slavery to really crystallize. Well, let's look at the earliest known written references to slavery. Of course, they come from Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. It is the Tigris and Euphrates, by the way. And this is where civilization and writing first blossomed. In ancient Sumer, by the 3rd millennium BCE, slavery was an accepted part of life. We have already seen the Shurapak tablet from 2600, documenting the sale of a male slave, and in fact numerous cuneiform tablets, cuneiform being the writing that they use, by the way, from Sumerian cities record slaves as property. Sale contracts, inheritance documents, and work logs all indicate a society where some people were owned by others. Early on, many slaves were war captives, or they might have even been the children of captives. Others became slaves through debt bondage. You see, if a farmer fell into debt, he might pledge himself or his children as collateral. The existence of slavery is plainly affirmed in the oldest law code that we have. It is the Code of Ur-Nammu, written around 2100 in Sumer. This code, inscribed in Sumerian on tablets, delineated two major classes of people: the free and the enslaved. It even included laws to regulate slavery. For example, if a slave married a free person, he or she could not be forced out of the household, suggesting some rights within a household, and a bounty of 2 shekels was set as the reward for anyone who returned an escaped slave. Already, we do see that by Ur-Nammu's time, slaves were common enough that runaways were a concern, and had to be dealt with by strict law. By the early 2nd millennium, Mesopotamian societies had elaborate slave laws. The famous Code of Hammurabi of Babylon from around 1750 devotes many provisions to slavery. Hammurabi's laws reveal a system of chattel slavery, where slaves were property but also an integral part of the economy and legal sphere. For example, the code threatens death to anyone who helps a slave escape or harbors a fugitive slave, and that shows how seriously masters guarded their human property. A person who captured and returned a runaway was entitled, just as in Ur-Nammu's code, to a cash reward. Well, the final law of Hammurabi's code chillingly states that if a slave denies his master, the master shall cut off the slave's ear as punishment. Slaves in Babylon could be acquired in various ways, whether purchased abroad from slave markets or taken as prisoners of war, or even native Babylonians enslaved as punishment for crimes or inability to pay debts. Several contracts for the sale of slaves survive on clay tablets, and that indicates an active slave trade. These slaves labored in agriculture, domestic service, workshops, and temples. But despite the harshness of slave laws, there were still a few avenues for freedom. Masters could free slaves, and some ex-slaves, called freedmen, rose to prominence in business or administration. Mesopotamian records even preserve instances of slaves buying their own freedom, or even being adopted by their masters. Furthermore, Mesopotamia provides the first evidence of something like social reform targeting slavery. A remarkable example is the reform edict of King Urukagina of Lagash, around 2350, sometimes hailed as history's first social reformer. Although the full text is fragmentary, give us a break, it's 4,000 years ago, Urukagina is said to have abolished the practice of forcing citizens into debt slavery, and ended the corruption by which the powerful would seize the property and personage of the poor. One line in later summaries of his reforms says, "The widow and the orphan were no longer at the mercy of the powerful man," implying that he cancelled debts and freed debt bondsmen. Now in Sumerian, the word for freedom, ama-argi, literally return to mother, appears for the first time in these contexts, meaning a person freed from debt slavery could go back to their family. This concept of debt cancellation, and thereby liberation of slaves, recurred in Mesopotamian history. Later Babylonian and Assyrian kings often proclaimed freedom decrees to release people who had fallen into debt bondage. And it is quite inspiring to note that alongside slavery's deep history is an equally old tradition of questioning or mitigating it, the seeds of an idea that slavery was an injustice to be remedied. Well, Mesopotamian society, by the late Bronze Age, which is 1600 to 1200, things came crashing down in 1200 if you don't know, was thoroughly stratified. Large households might own dozens of slaves, palaces, temples, and wealthy families among them. Assyrian records from the first millennium depict brutally effective slave-taking wars. The Assyrian kings regularly boasted of capturing entire populations. One Assyrian inscription might read in effect, "I conquered the city and took however many people captives as slaves." And those captives were typically sold in slave markets or forced to toil on imperial building projects. We even have a treaty from 1480 between two Near Eastern kings, that is, Idrimi of Alalak and a neighboring ruler, specifically agreeing to return each other's runaway slaves, showing international cooperation to uphold the slave industry. And all this evidence from Mesopotamia, the tablets, the laws, the treaties, it already makes clear that slavery was an established institution from humanity's earliest cities and kingdoms. By 2000 to 1500 BCE across the Fertile Crescent, slaves were just part of society, a mixture of domestic servants, agricultural laborers, miners, artisans, forming a significant, if subordinate, class in the economy. For better or worse, the cradle of civilization had within it the cradle of slavery as well. From the cradle to the slave. Ooh, I should have called the video that. Nah, maybe not. Well, let's move over to Egypt now. You can't talk about the ancient world without that. And it presents a somewhat different picture. Yet slavery was undoubtedly present from an early date. We go to the Old Kingdom of Egypt, the Pyramid Age, around 2600 to 2200. And in this time, well, they had to harness massive labor forces to build the pyramids. But, surprisingly, these workers were not slaves, at least not in the classic sense. Actually, archaeology suggests that they were mostly paid laborers or conscripted peasants working in rotation, a form of corvée labor. But this doesn't mean that Egypt did not practice slavery, because they certainly did, especially as it came into contact and conflict with foreign peoples. Chattel slavery, people treated legally as property, is attested in Egypt from at least the late 3rd millennium onward. Egyptian texts and tomb paintings begin to mention that foreign prisoners of war were enslaved, often Nubians from the south or Asiatic captives from Sinai or Canaan regions. In the Old Kingdom, large segments of the native population were tied to the land or temple estates, sometimes described as serfs or bonded workers, rather than outright slaves. But when Egyptian armies started campaigning abroad, especially by the Middle Kingdom around 1900, pharaohs brought back captives in quite significant numbers. One Middle Kingdom text uses a word that literally means bound for life to describe foreign war prisoners, indicating their enslaved status. Doesn't get any more clear than that. But by the New Kingdom era, between the 16th and 11th centuries, Egypt had become an expansionist empire, and large-scale slavery is well and truly documented. Victorious pharaohs routinely took captives in war and distributed them as slaves to temples and loyal officials. A vivid first-hand account comes from the autobiography of Ahmose, son of Ebanna, an Egyptian naval officer who served under Pharaoh Ahmose I in 1550 BCE. Now Ahmose recounts how in the war to expel the Hyksos, that kind of Asiatic rulers of northern Egypt, complicated stuff, there's a full video I did on them a while back. Well, in this war he personally captured enemies. After one battle at Avaris, he says, quote, "I took captive there 1 man and 3 women, total 4 heads, and His Majesty gave them to me as slaves." Now this simple line, 4 heads given as slaves, it speaks volumes, I think. You see, around 1500, an Egyptian commoner could be rewarded with a human, just as one might receive cattle or gold. Egyptian tomb scenes from the New Kingdom poignantly illustrate such scenarios. The tomb of Rekhmire, the vizier under Thutmose III around 1450, shows Asiatic and Nubian slaves making bricks for state projects. overseen by Egyptian supervisors with sticks in hand. The sticks weren't there to swat the flies away, I assume. Well, the accompanying hieroglyphic texts actually named these laborers as captives from foreign lands, confirming that Egypt did employ enslaved foreigners in construction, just not what everybody thinks from the outset. But these images eerily parallel the biblical tale of the Hebrews enslaved to make bricks in Egypt, Exodus 1:14, and indeed New Kingdom Egypt certainly had a few slaves that were Semitic. Whether or not the specific Exodus story is historically accurate, that's an argument for another time. But papyrus documents, like Anastasi 4 and 5 of the Ramesside period, give further evidence of slave labor. They mention gangs of workers, some of whom are clearly slaves, being used in royal building projects and agriculture. Egyptian terminology for slaves is a little bit confusing, though. Words like hem, or male him, and bak could mean servant in some contexts and slave in others, which it's a little bit of a different kind of thing between a servant and a slave. I mean, we have different definitions. And in any case, the Egyptians did not have a single concept of slavery identical to later Western ideas. There were degrees of servitude, you see. Many peasants in Egypt were bound to land or to temple estates, a condition that's not really far from serfdom. Others were personal slaves in households, often of foreign origin. Foreign war captives were openly treated as property, for example, in Thutmose III's reign. They have annals that boast of enslaving captives after his Syrian campaigns. And in one list of booty, along with gold and cattle, he says servants, male and female, taken from the defeated city. Royal records also show that pharaohs gifted slaves to temples or rewarded officials with slaves. The great temple of Amun at Karnak during Ramesses III's reign, that's around 1180, lists thousands of foreign captives on its staff, essentially enslaved temple labor. Now, interestingly, Egyptian law allowed some rights to slaves, and even the possibility of integration. In the New Kingdom, it became common for Egyptian masters to adopt favored slaves or just marry them off into the local population, after which their children might be free. There are records of slaves earning wages or owning a few personal possessions. Some could even buy their freedom. Later in Egyptian history, the first millennium BCE, explicit references to slavery become fewer, in part because other forms of unfree labor, like debt servitude by contract, grew more common. And by the Hellenistic period, that is after Alexander's conquest in 322 BCE, when Greek and later Roman rulers controlled Egypt, chattel slavery in the full legal sense expanded. Ptolemaic Egypt had slave markets, and all the familiar features of Mediterranean slavery. But in the strictly pharaonic periods, slavery was often tied up with warfare and conquest. Egyptian ideology portrayed the pharaoh as masters of all lands and peoples, and in ritual scenes bound captives, symbolizing foreign nations, decorate the thrones and footstools of those great kings. Thus, slavery in Egypt certainly had a strong ethnic component. Foreigners like Nubians, Libyans, etc., were typically the ones who were enslaved, whereas native Egyptian peasants, while oppressed and corvide, were not usually bought or sold as chattel. In any event, by about 1500 BC, Egypt clearly had a sizable population of slaves anyway. As one document describes, slaves plowed fields, tended cattle, worked in textile shops, and of course just served in households. Sober glimpses of their life come from a New Kingdom text called the Satire of the Trades, which I did a full reading of, by the way. Basically, a scribe is extolling the superiority of his profession by describing the wretched conditions of everybody else. The gardener who is, quote, subject to the yoke, or the weaver who gets beaten for slacking. Now, he's not explicitly saying slave, but it is evident that coercive labor under the threat of punishment was widespread in Egyptian society. Egypt often romanticized for its pyramids and mummies, sure, but it's also a place where slavery was well and truly part of the general atmosphere, especially of captured foreigners, just woven into the fabric of a splendid civilization. It can't all be so shiny, can't it? Well, let's turn away now to another ancient kingdom, and we'll look at India and South Asia in general, where the evidence for early slavery is a bit less direct, especially compared to the cuneiform-rich Near East. Yet it is quite clear that forms of bondage and slavery definitely existed from the ancient times. So, the Indus Valley civilization, that forgotten Bronze Age kingdom, 2600 to 1900 BCE, contemporaneous with Sumer and Egypt, left behind thousands of inscribed seals and tablets. But its script remains undeciphered. Thus, we have no written laws or narratives from Harappa or Mohenjo-daro to tell us about their social structure. Archaeology does show that these cities had marked social stratification, luxurious houses versus workers' quarters. So it is plausible that some form of servitude or bonded labor did exist. However, without texts, we step into the historical period of the Vedic age, roughly 1500 to 500 BCE, to find mention of slavery in India in a more overt form. The Vedic literature does not contain a word tied directly to slave as used elsewhere, but they do mention a class of people called the Dasa or Dasyo. In the Rig Veda, which is the oldest Vedic text, 1400 to 1200 BC, Dasa appears as the name for enemy peoples subdued by the Aryan tribes. Over time, Dasa in Sanskrit came to mean slave or servant, indicating that they were originally war captives. The defeated Dasa peoples likely became slaves to their conquerors, and indeed later Indian texts equate the term Dasa with an enslaved person. But by the late Vedic or epic period, that is the first millennium BCE, we get clearer references. The great epics Mahabharata and Ramayana, though compiled later, certainly depict settings where kings and nobles kept slaves or bonded laborers. More concretely, some of the earliest Indian law codes and economic texts discuss the practice of slavery too. The laws of Manu, traditionally dated to around the 2nd century BC to the 2nd century CE, include rules about slaves. They describe how a person might become a slave, for example, by capture in war or voluntarily selling oneself off, or being born to slave parents. And they also exhort masters to care for slaves kindly, while still treating them as property, of course. Now, these laws also differentiate the types of servitude. Debt, bondage. A person becomes a slave as payment of a debt for a period. And that was pretty common too, sometimes considered less dishonorable than being a purchased slave. Still, it's not good in any way, really. Well, ancient Indian society was heavily stratified by the caste system. Still has remnants of that today. And one might say that the entire Shudra Varna, which is the lower of the 4 Varnas, was in a position akin to servitude, serving the higher castes. However, caste is not exactly slavery. Shudras were not chattel and could not be bought or sold. So chattel slavery as such was somewhat limited among native Indians, but it did exist, especially for foreigners or outcasts. Now, a key source for the Mauryan period, the 4th to 3rd century BCE, is the Arthashastra, a statecraft and legal treatise attributed to King Kautilya, or Chanakya, the minister of Chandragupta Maurya. The Arthashastra explicitly outlines laws and regulations for slavery. It identifies several categories of slaves too, those captured in war, those who sold themselves, and those born into it, and also those enslaved as punishment. The treatise is surprisingly humane in some provisions. For example, it says that if a slave saves up or somehow pays an equivalent value to what he was bought for, he can regain his freedom. He regains his Arya-hood, as the text puts it. But it also forbids slaves of the upper 3 Varnas, the Brahmin, the Kshatriya, and Vaishya, implying that by law only Shudras or foreigners should be enslaved, and an Arya, a member of the first 3 Varnas, could not be made a slave except perhaps as a judicial punishment. And this also resonates with the account of the Greek ambassador Megasthenes, who actually visited India around 300 BCE, believe it or not, and he actually wrote in his work Indica that, quote, all Indians are free, and no Indian at all is a slave. Well, Greek observers were struck that in Indian society people did not call each other slaves in the way that Greeks did. Megasthenes likely didn't really mean it in a literal sense, but more that India did not have large markets or chattel slaves like he was used to seeing in the Mediterranean. And yes, this is partly true. Ancient Indian economies did not rely on slave labor to the extent of, say, Greece and Rome. Instead, a lot of labor was performed by the lower castes and under obligation by sharecroppers, serfs, bonded laborers tied to tradition and caste duty. Nonetheless, the very need for the Arthashastra to regulate slavery shows that the institution was present. It even gave slaves some protections. Injuring or killing a slave unlawfully could be punished, and masters were admonished not to be excessively cruel. A slave who was crippled by a master's beating might even be freed as compensation. Well, as for the Indian sources, they also mention female slaves, often as household servants or perhaps concubines. In literature, kings and nobles are described as having personal attendants and maidservants who were unfree. The Mauryan Empire likely had state-owned slaves working in mines or farms, especially war captives from border areas. In subsequent centuries, with the rise of wealthier urban centers in India, slave markets did operate, often trading in foreign slaves, Greeks, Central Asians, whether they were captured or purchased. Now, during the ancient period of South Asia, roughly up to the Gupta Empire, which is the 4th century CE, slavery existed but was somewhat limited by social custom. An entrenched caste hierarchy provided much cheap labor by serf-like conditions, reducing the need for mass enslavement of one's own people. Foreigners or tribal people on the margins might be more likely to be enslaved. One might say that in ancient India, every slave was as much the exception. Well, in that mainstream society that prided itself on the ideal that all Indians are born free. Yet bondage was nonetheless a reality. The presence of a Sanskrit term for slave, dasa, the inclusion of slavery in the law books, and accounts by observers all confirm that even in the spiritual land of the Vedas and Buddhism, people were held as property from early times. No Shangri-La here, I'm afraid. Well, let's continue further east, a little bit northeast. We go to ancient China, and slavery too has deep roots there, going back to the very birth of Chinese civilization. The first historically confirmed dynasty of China, the Shang dynasty from 1600 to 1046, presents some of the most gruesome evidence of slavery in the archaeological record. The Shang were warlike kings, ruling from walled cities in the Yellow River Valley, and left behind thousands of oracle bone inscriptions. The earliest Chinese writing, etched on turtle shells and ox bones for divination, that is. Now these oracle texts, along with excavated royal tombs, reveal a society that practiced large-scale human sacrifice. And crucially, many of those sacrificed were slaves or war captives. Shang kings routinely inquired of the gods via oracle bone, should they sacrifice humans, and if so, how many? The answers apparently were often yes. Unfortunately, the archaeological evidence of the last Shang capital, which is called Yin, which is near modern-day Anyang, is quite startling. Over a period of about 200 years, the Shang carried out an estimated, get this, 13,000 human sacrifices, and that is just at the site of Yinshu alone. Now these were not random killings, but they were ritually prescribed offerings to royal ancestors and deities. Long-established rituals, that's for sure. But where did all the victims come from? Scholars conclude that they were largely war captives kept as slaves until they were killed. In other words, the Shang dynasty appears to have been a slave society in part, where enslaved prisoners of war were a form of tribute and sacrificial resource. Some were used for labor in the interim, for example, to till fields or work on building projects, and then eventually dispatched in rather grisly ceremony. The Chinese archaeologists have also uncovered burial pits full of headless skeletons at Shang sites, clearly sacrificial victims. Oracle bones explicitly mention captives, often men from rival tribes, being offered. One oracle inscription records that on a certain day human captives were sacrificed, and then notes that it rained, perhaps a bit of confirmation bias, seen as the gods being appeased. The Shang distinguished between different kinds of human sacrifice. One type, called Xunzang, was the burial of personal slaves with their master. When a Shang aristocrat died, some of his household slaves were expected to follow him in death, either by taking their own lives or by being buried alive in his tomb. Archaeology confirms that Shang royal tombs often contain skeletons of young men and women around the main coffin, likely these retainer sacrifices. These individuals were often the personal domestic slaves of the deceased, and tomb pits show both genders in roughly equal measure. The second type of sacrifice, renji, literally human offering, was a mass sacrifice of war captives to gods or ancestors, often conducted as public ritual. These renji victims were overwhelmingly male, typically foreign warriors captured in battle, so-called field slaves. The Shang kept such war captives as forced laborers for some time, perhaps months or years, and then during major ceremonies just rounded them all up and killed them. One staggering sacrificial pit at Anyang had the remains of 399 people sacrificed at once. In essence, the Shang state shows us slavery's dark intersection with religion. Slaves were not only economically useful, but also spiritually valuable as offerings. But let's look outside of sacrifice. How else were slaves used in early China? In the Zhou dynasty, which succeeded the Shang around 1046, society remained feudal and aristocratic. The Zhou kings and nobility also kept slaves, though Zhou inscriptions and texts like the Zhou Li and others suggest a broadening economy where peasant serfs were more common for farming than outright slaves. Still, war captives continued to be enslaved. And one clue is actually linguistic. Now, the Chinese character for slave, nu, became a generic term. Well, later writings use it to refer to unfree persons still to this very day. It hasn't changed. Well, additionally, early Zhou bronze inscriptions occasionally mention giving slaves as gifts. Now, just before I do move on, I read that wrong. It's not nu, it's nu. Excuse me. Nu is a bit different, okay? Nu is the correct reading. Excuse me. The common term for it being a nuli, I think it is. Nuli, yeah. Now, for example, a nobleman might receive bondmen and bondwomen as a reward from the king for services. The famous historical work Zuojuan from the 5th century BCE describes events in the spring and autumn period where conquered populations were enslaved en masse or captives taken as household servants by the victors. Now, by the time of the Warring States period from the 5th to 3rd centuries BCE, we have more literature shedding light on slavery. The philosophical text Mencius from the 4th century BCE condemns tyrannical rulers who treat their subjects like pawns or beasts, presumably alluding to mass enslavements and abuses in that admittedly chaotic era. Legalist writings coldly discuss state-owned slaves, often criminals sentenced as such. The state of Qin, which would eventually unify China as the Qin Empire, was known for using convict labor, which, well, akin to enslaving criminals, of course. The Great Wall and other massive works of the Qin were built by hundreds of thousands of forced laborers. Some were prisoners, slaves in all but name, but others were simply conscripted citizens, and you didn't have a choice in that part. Under the Qin and subsequent Han dynasty, the law formally allowed enslavement as punishment. Serious criminals could be made guannu, government slaves, or sent to labor camps or mines. And then there was private slavery. That also existed. Wealthy Han Chinese owned slaves, though often those were household servants rather than agricultural field gangs. Most Chinese farming was still done by free or semi-free peasants, you see. The Han historian Sima Qian notes that in some cases impoverished peasants sold their children as slaves during famine, indicating slavery as a social safety valve in desperate times. It's notable that Chinese philosophy, especially Confucianism, did not celebrate slavery and often looked down on slave traders or extremely harsh masters. There was an assumption that ideally society should be orderly and each class would be in its place, and enslaving one's own countrymen was certainly not a virtue. But enslaving outsiders, well, that was a little bit more acceptable. For instance, throughout Chinese history, foreign barbarians, quote unquote, captured in wars from Central Asia, Mongolia, etc., might end up as slaves. Conversely, Chinese caught by nomadic raiders sometimes ended up as slaves in foreign lands, so you give as good as you get, I suppose. Well, despite such occurrences, slavery in China was somewhat different from in the West. China never had an economy dependent on plantation-style slave labor on a vast scale. Slaves were a smaller percentage of the population, used mainly in elite households, or certain state industries like mining, salt production, or even as eunuchs in palaces. Well, nonetheless, slavery's antiquity in China is unquestionable. By 1200 BCE, slaves were being sacrificed by the dozens, and by 500, one Chinese state, the state of Chu, that is, even reportedly used slaves as collateral in financial transactions. But we should mention a pretty important aspect, and that is that human sacrifice lingered in China in diminished form even into the imperial era, as in the Qin and early Han. It was outlawed by the Qin, though, but there are records of the Qin first emperor burying alive convicts and slaves to accompany his massive tomb. The Han dynasty largely ended sacrificial burial of slaves. Instead, they made do with figurines, but the practice had already illustrated how slaves' lives were literally at the mercy of their masters' deaths in earlier times. So we can say that early China from the Shang onwards shows slaves primarily as an extension of warfare. The prisoners of war become slaves, and the slaves could become offerings to heaven. Later Chinese empires continued to have slaves, of course, but that moves beyond the earliest times. We're not really going to talk about the Tang and the Song and the Ming and the Qing, and we're not going to talk about all that. But crucially, the pattern's pretty familiar. Whether a complex society could take captives or have legal punishments, slavery would arise in any case. And in China's very specific case, we have a dramatic twist of those captives feeding a large-scale cult of human sacrifice. That's another reminder that in antiquity, the enslaved had utterly no control, and not just of their labor, but of their very lives. Well, let's go back to the Mediterranean. If Mesopotamia and Egypt invented slavery in the Old World, if we're going to use that term, it was the Greeks who arguably turned it into a defining foundation of society. Ancient Greece, especially the classical period from the 5th to 4th centuries BCE, is often called the first true slave society, meaning a society where the economy and culture was profoundly dependent on slave labor. But Greek society, too, has roots reaching back much earlier. The Bronze Age Mycenaean Greeks, from 1400 to 1200, left Linear B tablets, which contain the word doero, later Greek doulos, meaning slave, and doera for female slave. Now these tablets inventory slaves as part of palace property, indicating that the kings of Mycenae, Pylos, etc., owned slaves who worked in textile workshops, agriculture, and as servants. Some slaves in Mycenaean records even have non-Greek names, suggesting they were captives from abroad, maybe Anatolia or Thrace. And when the Mycenaean civilization fell around 1100, Greece entered a dark age. But that doesn't mean that slavery disappeared. Not at all. By Homer's time, around the 8th century, we see in the Iliad and Odyssey a very clear picture of slavery in the heroic age. In these epic poems, which, though mythic, reflect early archaic Greek values, enslaving defeated enemies is just taken as a normal thing. In the Iliad, after the fall of Troy, the Trojan women are portioned out as slaves and sold to the Greek victors. The Odyssey provides a more intimate look. Odysseus' household has both male and female slaves, managing his livestock and home. But perhaps the most touching story is that of Eumaeus, Odysseus' loyal swineherd. In the Odyssey, Book 15, Eumaeus tells how he himself was of noble birth, the son of a chieftain, nonetheless, but as a child he was kidnapped by Phoenician traders and sold into slavery, eventually ending up as Laertes' slave in Ithaca. Now, this story shows a pervasive slave trade in the Mediterranean. Phoenician merchants sailing the seas around 1000 to 700 BCE, often trafficked in human cargo, snatching children or buying captives to sell elsewhere. Thus, even a Greek prince could tragically become a slave if fortune turned, which the epics use to evoke pathos. But when we move to the classical Greek city-states, from 500 to 300, slavery becomes a lot more central. Athens in the 5th century had tens of thousands of slaves. They worked in all sectors, in households as cooks, maids, tutors, and nurses, in workshops as potters, smiths, textile weavers, on farms and, well, notoriously the short straw, the silver mines of Laurion, where conditions were brutal. An Athenian might own a few household slaves, while wealthier citizens owned 50 or more, and the state itself owned a large number of public slaves, for tasks like policing. The Scythian archers who kept order in Athens were actually slaves owned by the city. Scholars estimate that in classical Athens, perhaps 1 in 3 inhabitants was a slave. The idea of citizen freedom in Athens existed in contrast to the unfree status of many others. Freedom for the few, supported by the labor of the enslaved many. Now, Greek law and philosophy both dealt extensively with slavery too. In 594 BCE, the Athenian lawgiver Solon famously enacted the shaking off of burdens, which abolished debt slavery for Athenian citizens. No longer could an Athenian fall into slavery over unpaid debts. Solon also freed many Athenians who had become slaves at home or abroad due to these debts. This was a one-time emancipation of citizens, but it did nothing to end chattel slavery of non-citizens. In fact, after Solon, Athens turned increasingly to importing foreign slaves to meet its labor needs, since its own citizens could no longer be enslaved for debt. By the 5th century, the slave markets of the Greek world were bustling. Delos, Chios, and Ephesus were known centers of the slave trade, where Syrians, Thracians, Phrygians, and Scythians and others were bought and sold. In Greek philosophy, Aristotle provided one of the most infamous justifications of slavery. Writing in the mid-4th century, Aristotle declared in his work Politics that slavery is simply a natural institution. He argued that some people are slaves by nature, lacking the rational capacity for self-governance, fit only to be ruled by a master. His definition of a natural slave was, quote, anyone who, while being human, is by nature not his own but of someone else, effectively a human piece of property. And he elaborates that such a person is a tool for action, essentially a living instrument belonging to another. Aristotle asserted that it was expedient and right for these natural slaves to serve their natural masters, just as the body serves the soul. But not all agreed with Aristotle's view. Even in his own time, some philosophers, and especially the later Stoics, would argue that all humans have a spark of divine reason, and thus slavery is a violation of nature. But Aristotle's stance mirrored a common Greek rationalization, and as that many Greeks felt that barbarians, i.e. non-Greeks, were naturally inferior, and thus fit to be slaves. Indeed, a large portion of Greek slaves were from non-Greek regions, and that reinforced the prejudice. It was said proverbially that no man is free in Scythia, implying that all Scythians, an ethnic group from the Black Sea, were prime candidates for slavery. Now, the Greeks also provided early evidence of large-scale slave revolts and resistance. One famous group, though technically a different status, were the Helots of Sparta, The Helots were an entire population, the subjugated Messenians, enslaved by the Spartans in the 8th to 7th centuries BCE. They were essentially state-controlled serfs, tied to the land and compelled to farm for their Spartan masters. Treated harshly, Spartans even had institutionalized terror campaigns where young Spartan men would secretly assassinate Helots to instill fear. The Helots occasionally rebelled, and one major Helot revolt in the 460s BC nearly overthrew Sparta from within. I almost said overthrew. Excuse me. Well, in other city-states, too, we hear of slave conspiracies. The idea of abolishing slavery outright was scarcely conceivable to most ancients. I mean, who's going to do the work, right? You know, simple questions with very complicated answers. However, individual slaves could sometimes achieve freedom. Manumission, the act of freeing a slave, that was practiced quite often. In Delphi and other places, inscriptions survive recording manumissions. A master might free a slave as a reward, or by allowing the slave to purchase himself. Freed slaves in Greece became metics, that is, resident foreigners, and did not attain full citizen rights, but some prospered as traders or craftsmen, so not too bad. In any case, by the Hellenistic period, that is post-330 BC, the slavery remained fundamental in Greek-influenced kingdoms. For example, the economy of Hellenistic Egypt under the Ptolemies had a significant slave component, and the Greek city of Delos reportedly sold tens of thousands of slaves a year at the height of its slave emporium. Strabo, the Greek geographer, remarked that Delos could receive and sell 10,000 slaves in a single day. So great was the demand around the Mediterranean. Now, we could have the last section talking about Rome, but everyone talks about Rome, so let's talk about other early civilizations. Africa and the Americas. It would be incomplete without looking beyond the classic old world, because slavery was in all parts of the world virtually, including sub-Saharan Africa and pre-Columbian Americas, in their early civilizations and societies. So let's start off with sub-Saharan Africa. Slavery's antiquity is a little bit harder to date here due to later recording, but it certainly did not begin with the Atlantic or the Arab slave trades. Those were later exploitations of an existing practice. Early African kingdoms and communities had forms of servitude and slavery from their formative periods. For example, the kingdom of Kush, ancient Nubia south of Egypt, was practicing slavery at least by the first millennium BC, if not earlier. Egyptian records from the New Kingdom, as we saw, frequently mention Nubian slaves, which means those Nubians were captured from somewhere, likely from other Nubian tribes or farther south. The later Meroitic Kingdom of Nubia, around the time of Christ, had its own slaves and likely traded with some Ptolemaic and Roman Egyptian traders. Well, farther west, along the Sahel, early states like Ghana and Mali, though slightly later, early medieval, certainly incorporated slavery too. But even before large empires, smaller African societies did. Anthropologists note that in many traditional African societies, slavery took the form of domestic servitude or kinship slavery. A slave might be integrated into a household, sometimes even assimilated over a generation, but remained the master's property. The distinction between a slave and a low-caste clan member, well, that could be a little bit blurry in these kind of contexts. But one of the earliest explicit records of African slavery, outside of Egypt that is, comes from Carthage in North Africa. Now, Carthage was a Phoenician colony, founded in the 9th century BCE, and it was a full participant in the Mediterranean slave economy. The Carthaginians both owned slaves and traded them, acquiring Berber captives from the interior of North Africa, for example, and selling them abroad. In Carthaginian religion, quite chillingly, there are reports by Greek and Roman sources of child sacrifice, and some of those children might have been of servile origin, though that is a bit of conjecture. In any case, after Rome destroyed Carthage in 146 BCE, 50,000 Carthaginians were enslaved at once. A whole nation in chains. And that shows how war could generate slaves on a mass scale. Meanwhile, East Africa had contacts with the Greco-Roman world via the Red Sea. A Greek text, Periplus of the Etherian Sea from the 1st century CE, notes that East African coast, Azania, roughly modern Kenya and Tanzania. Is it Tanzania or Tanzania? I was told Tanzania by a Kenyan girl, so I go with Tanzania. Well, they supplied slaves, ivory, and other goods to traders. This implies that East African communities were enslaving people, perhaps war captives from inland, and selling them to visiting merchants very early on. In West Africa, evidence for very early slavery is mostly archaeological, or perhaps oral. Archaeology at sites like Igbo Ukwu in Nigeria from the 9th century CE can't see slaves directly, but later Arabic accounts around the 8th and 9th centuries mention that West African rulers had slaves, and sometimes gave them in tribute. So it's reasonable to assume that by the time that the first cities or state organizations arose in West Africa, like along the Niger River in the early 1st millennium CE, enslaving captives or debtors was known, and indeed the concept of pawnship, using persons as collateral for debt, has a long history in Africa, blurring into slavery when things are not redeemed. Now, crossing oceans to the Americas, although the large-scale slave trade here began with European colonization, indigenous forms of slavery predated that by centuries. In Mesoamerica, the Maya civilization, in the classic period of 250 to 900 CE, certainly practiced slavery of their own. Maya inscriptions and Spanish accounts indicate that Mayans took war captives and often made them slaves or sacrificial victims. Commonly, in Maya wars, captured nobles might be sacrificed to the gods, while lower status captives became laborers or servants. Some large Maya cities had slave markets, where one could trade in slaves, often war captives or debt slaves. Similarly, in the Aztec Empire, from the 14th and 15th century CE, slavery was a recognized institution. The Aztecs had a unique system where a person could even sell himself into slavery due to poverty, with the possibility of later manumission under certain circumstances. But most Aztec slaves were war captives from the many conflicts the Aztecs engaged in. These captive slaves had a grim fate. Many were destined for human sacrifice. The Aztecs are quite famous for their large-scale ritual sacrifice. Did a video about it about a year ago, I think. But for example, at the Great Temple's dedication in Tenochtitlan, sources claim thousands of slaves and captives were sacrificed in just a few days. However, not all were killed immediately. Some Aztec slaves were kept by masters for labor, or perhaps as household servants. An interesting aspect of Aztec slavery is that the slave status was not always permanent. Slaves could earn freedom, and their children were always born free. So there's a dramatic practice too. An Aztec slave could gain liberty if he managed to escape the market and step into the king's palace courtyard, symbolically placing himself under royal protection, a bit like sanctuary. But if caught, he was returned to his master, and I assume the master would not be very impressed. Now, the very existence of slave markets in the market district of the Aztec capital shows how institutionalized it was. One could buy slaves of various ethnic backgrounds. The Aztec Empire encompassed many peoples, that is. Now, in South America, the great Inca Empire, around the 15th century, officially did not have chattel slavery of fellow Incas. Instead, the Incas imposed a system called mita, a rotational labor draft. This was a form of corvée, where each community provided a quota of workers for state projects. However, the Incas did have servile classes. The Yanacuna were permanent servants of the Inca state or nobility, essentially lifelong bond servants who could be bought or transferred, which is very close to slavery. And like the other empires, the Incas took war captives too. Some were made servants, and others sacrificed in the mountaintop rituals. The famous ice mummies of sacrifice use, if you want to look that up. Now, additionally, certain Amazonian tribes and others on the fringes of the Inca realm practiced slave-taking in warfare long before the Europeans even arrived. Even in regions without large states, forms of slavery existed. In what is now the United States and Canada, many indigenous peoples had slaves too. For instance, the Pacific Northwest Coast societies practiced hereditary slavery. War captives and their children became household slaves of the chiefs. These slaves worked in food processing, fetching wood and water and other menial tasks, and they were sometimes killed in potlatch ceremonies as displays of wealth. A rich chief might dramatically kill a few of his slaves to show that he could absorb the loss, a practice as shocking as its telling of the slave's lack of personhood. Well, in the American Southeast, tribes like the Creek and Cherokee took war captives as slaves. Though often these captives were adopted into the tribe over time, a kind of kinship slavery, where a slave could gradually become a low-status member of the community. The point is that no part of the world was truly without slavery, and it's hard to really say that anybody in particular invented it. Once human societies reached a certain point of complexity, the darker aspects of human nature seem to kick in. So from the earliest chieftains in Polynesia who might enslave shipwrecked foreigners, to the Iron Age Celts in Europe who chained slaves to plough the fields, the institution appears again and again, and sometimes again. Often it was small-scale and domestic at first, a handful of slaves serving a family, and then in some places like Greece, or Rome or the Aztecs, well, it scaled up to be a pillar of the economy, and sometimes even a pillar of the religion. So, how far back does slavery actually go? Well, it all suggests that slavery is as old as recorded history, likely even older. From the moment humans began to farm, accumulate wealth, and fight each other, the practice of exploitation was not far behind. While slavery in its many forms has certainly been a recurring thread in the human story, yet alongside this dark institution, there's also early glimmers of something else. The recognition, however faint, that slavery was not the natural fate of all humans. We saw Urakagina's reforms curbing debt slavery. We saw Solon freeing citizens from bondage. Philosophers and religious leaders in antiquity, from Stoics to Buddhists, spoke to the fundamental worth of every individual. Ideas that in later eras would ignite movements to abolish slavery altogether. But that is another story, and largely a modern one. In the scope of our ancient history, what stands out is just how pervasive and accepted slavery was. Over 11,000 years ago, long before cities, long before writing, or even agriculture as we know it, a group of prehistoric people gathers on a hilltop in what is now southern Turkey. With only stone tools at their disposal, they carve and erect towering stone pillars in carefully arranged circles. These people are nomadic hunter-gatherers, yet here they are, constructing a massive, monumental complex. This is Gobekli Tepe, often hailed as the world's oldest known temple site, dating back to the very dawn of the Neolithic era. Its discovery in the 1990s stunned archaeologists and historians and overturned long-held assumptions about the origins of civilization. But how and why would societies with no farms or cities build such a place out of nowhere? Good question. That's what we're here to talk about. Gobekli Tepe. It's a fascinating glimpse into humanity's earliest experiments with monumental architecture and the ritual of community. So we'll do our best to shed some light on what Gobekli Tepe actually is. Of course, we're relying on the newest research we have as of 2025. Hopefully nothing changes too much between now and then, but who knows what we're going to pull out of the ground. In any case, allow me to welcome you to the video first. If you're here for the first time, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, then you know what I'm about to say. And that is that this video is completely devoid of mid-roll ads, because we hate ads, just like you, so relatable. So we prefer to be funded by the Patreon, the YouTube members, the occasional donation on PayPal, and YouTube Super Thanks. And we've also got a merch store. You can find all those links in the pinned comment, the video and channel description. But really the best thing you can do for us is give a like, subscribe, share the video around, and just tell your friends. And a little comment below always helps with the algorithm. You know what it's like. In any case, welcomes and introductions out of the way, let's go back in time to Gobekli Tepe. Gobekli Tepe was hidden for thousands of years beneath a mound on a ridge overlooking the Haran Plain in southeastern Turkey. That's what Turkey calls their country now, by the way. Now, what about the name Gobekli Tepe? Well, in Turkish it means pot-belly hill. It's a reference to its rounded silhouette. Locally, the hilltop hosted only a lone mulberry tree, a wishing tree adorned with cloth ribbons by villagers, perhaps hinting at the lingering aura of sanctity. And the modern world took very little notice of this hill. That was until the late 20th century. In 1963, a joint University of Chicago and Istanbul University survey briefly noted the site. Surveyors observed flint flakes and some limestone slabs on the surface, and they assumed that they were the remnants of some forgotten medieval cemetery. With that mistaken identification, further investigation was shelved. The true significance of the flints and stone fragments lay unrealized. The truth was buried. But that was until 1994, when Gobekli Tepe's importance was finally recognized, almost by pure luck. We meet the main character now, Klaus Schmidt, a German archaeologist who had worked on Neolithic sites in the region. He came across the old survey mention of stone slabs at Gobekli Tepe, and this was quite curious. He visited the site himself in person. Now, at first glance, the hilltop seemed pretty unremarkable. Patches of reddish soil, piles of field stones cleared by local farmers, no visible architecture at all. But Schmidt was an archaeologist, and as he walked around the mound, he noticed the ground glittering with an unusual abundance of flint chips. It was as if the entire hill was covered in stone tools. Now this was a telltale sign of Stone Age activity. Among the rubble, he spotted something even more astonishing. A large T-shaped block of limestone peeking out of a clearing pile, and it was remarkably similar to the pillars he had seen at other Neolithic sites, such as Navali Kori, that contained T-shaped pillars. So it was in that moment that Schmidt realized this hill concealed something quite extraordinary. He later recalled, only man could have created something like this, as he immediately recognized the fragments and prehistoric sculptures rather than tombstones. And just like that, Gobekli Tepe had been rediscovered. Excavations began in 1995 under the direction of Schmidt himself, in collaboration with the local museum. What they found would revolutionize our understanding of prehistory, for just beneath the surface, they uncovered the tops of massive stone pillars arranged in circles. As digging continued, it became clear that this was no cemetery, nor was it a simple village, nor was it medieval. There were no traces of houses, no hearths, or even everyday domestic life. Instead, the team exposed finely crafted megaliths, some up to 5 meters tall, many adorned with mysterious relief carvings of animals and abstract symbols. And so, layer by layer, ring after ring, these pillars emerged. Archaeologists had stumbled upon a Neolithic monumental sanctuary of immense scale, built over 11,000 years ago. Of course, news like that spreads quickly, and Gobekli Tepe was soon hailed as one of the most important archaeological finds of modern times. It pushed back the timeline of large-scale human architecture by thousands of years, to a period when our ancestors were thought to be just simple nomads. The significance of Gobekli Tepe cannot be overstated. Here we had the site, dating to roughly 9600 BCE, several millennia before Stonehenge or the Egyptian pyramids. Well, where presumably primitive hunter-gatherers had mobilized later to erect great stone monuments. It was, in Schmidt's words, a cathedral on a hill, built by people who had not yet developed agriculture or even pottery. Certainly the cart before the horse, but they hadn't even developed the cart yet. Well, its existence challenged the conventional narrative that civilization, that is settled villages, agriculture, complex society, had to come first before humans could afford the luxury of constructing temples or monuments. Gobekli Tepe suggested the opposite. That communal ideology and ritual gatherings may have been a driving force that led humans toward civilization. Little wonder that archaeologists and historians suddenly looked at this region, the upper Mesopotamian foothills, with fresh eyes, and asked the question, could it be that the road to civilization began with spiritual and social unity rather than economic necessity? Gobekli Tepe placed us at the threshold of that pivotal transition in our history, and that's what makes it so uniquely precious, a window into the human past. Of course, the human past, one thing to talk about that when we think about things like the Bronze Age, but with Gobekli Tepe, here we are, around the end of the last Ice Age, around 10,000 BCE, that is the late Epi-Paleolithic to the pre-pottery Neolithic period. Global climates were warming and stabilizing after a millennia of glaciation. In the Fertile Crescent, the broad region curving from Anatolia through Levant, wild plant and animal life was abundant. Gobekli Tepe sits at the northern edge of this fertile crescent, on a limestone plateau some 15 kilometers from the present city of Sanliurfa, or in ancient words, Urfa. Well, today the area is semi-arid, largely treeless, but 11,000 years ago it was quite a bit more inviting. So we should imagine with the eyes of our ancestors a landscape of patchy woodlands, open steppes, with herds and gazelles roaming, wild cattle called aurochs, and wild boar in the brush, flocks of wild sheep and goats on the hill slopes, and wetlands along seasonal streams attracting migratory birds, sands of wild cereals, einkorn and emmer wheat, barley too. They grew on the hillsides alongside stands of wild pistachio and almond trees. Klaus Schmidt described the environs of the prehistoric Gobekli Tepe as a paradise for hunter-gatherers, a land of plenty where groups could gather and feast upon wild game, grains, and fruits. This period in time marks the threshold between a purely foraging way of life and the beginnings of farming. Scholars call it the pre-pottery Neolithic, or PPN, because people had begun building permanent structures and experimenting with cultivation, yet pottery technology had not quite yet been invented. Gobekli Tepe dates mainly to the PPN-A and PPN-B periods, so we're talking 9600 to 8000 BCE. This was an age of great change. Sedentary village life was just taking root in some areas, and the domestication of the first crops and livestock would follow within a few centuries. But crucially, at the time Gobekli Tepe's earliest monuments were built, its builders were still hunter-gatherers. They had no metal tools, relying on flint and obsidian blades and bone implements, and they had no draft animals, no wheeled transport. Whatever they built or carried was accomplished with human ingenuity, and no doubt quite a bit of muscle. Their communities were likely small, mobile bands, periodically coming together for joint efforts or ceremonies. And so in this context, building anything massive or permanent was a bold departure from the norm. Typically, foragers led relatively mobile lives, and their structures, huts or temporary camps, were modest. Yet, at Gobekli Tepe, these people undertook a true project of monumental scale. The site's placement is also intriguing. You see, it lies on the highest point of a mountain ridge, visible for many kilometers around. The choice of a conspicuous hilltop suggests a deliberate concern with visibility, perhaps even a spiritual geography. High places are often associated with ritual significance, and indeed Gobekli Tepe's skyline's position would have been making it a natural beacon for groups converging from different areas. But we should also note that Gobekli Tepe did not exist in isolation. The Neolithic communities of Upper Mesopotamia were interconnected. Just 20 miles away, for example, archaeologists later found early evidence of cultivated wheat at a site of called Karaka Dag, in the Karaka Dag foothills, rather. They've been identified with a locus of einkorn wheat domestication around 8500 BCE. Now, south of Gobekli Tepe, in what is now Syria, sites from the same era, such as Jerf El Amar and Tel Gobekli's contemporaries, show communal buildings and symbolic art as well. In the upper Euphrates and Tigris regions, a cultural horizon was emerging, in which people experimented with architecture and symbolism, even before full farming economies. Gobekli Tepe was perhaps the most flamboyant expression of this horizon, a regional gathering place for peoples of the northern Fertile Crescent, set just as they stood on the brink of agricultural revolution. So let's talk a bit more about the site and its architecture in general. The site today appears as an artificial mound about 15 meters high, 300 meters in diameter, capping the limestone plateau. The mound is entirely the product of human activity. Layer upon layer of constructions and debris accumulated over many centuries of use. Excavations have revealed that the site has a stratified sequence of building phases, conventionally divided into at least 2 main levels. Archaeologists refer to these as Layer 3, the oldest, Layer 2, slightly later, with a thin Layer 1 representing the topsoil and rubble that had buried the site until its modern discovery. So let's start with Layer 3, and this is circa 9600 to 8800. It's the earliest and, frankly, most impressive phase. It features the famous circular or oval enclosures with the massive T-shaped stone pillars. So far, several of these monumental enclosures have been excavated, labeled enclosures A, B, C, and D, etc. Creative. And radar surveys indicate there are many more still underground. Each enclosure is roughly 10 to 30 meters across. The largest uncovered is about 20 meters in diameter and built of stone. This design is broadly consistent, a ring of T-shaped monolithic pillars set vertically around the perimeter, often connected by low stone walls, and 2 larger freestanding T-pillars erected in the center of the space. And the pillars are huge, some standing 5 to 5.5 meters tall, and that's about 16 to 18 feet, and weighing on the order of 7 to 10 tons or more. They were carved from local limestone bedrock, and then transported a short distance and erected in prepared sockets on the floor. The enclosures had stone, bench-like structures along their inner walls, perhaps to accommodate participants in some kind of religious rites. The floors of these structures were made of hard-packed lime terrazzo or bedrock, sometimes burnished. Notably, no doorway entrances have been found for these round buildings. Possibly they were entered from above via ladder or a narrow opening, or perhaps they were only used in an open roof context. Now, Layer 2 is around 8800 to 8000. In a later period after the heyday of the big circles, people continued to use Gobekli Tepe, but in a different way. Layer 2 features smaller buildings, some of which are rectangular or semi-rectangular in plan, much like smaller T-shaped pillars, often under 2 meters high, embedded in their walls. These resemble the structures found in early Neolithic village sites of the region. It seems that as time went on, the grand circles were backfilled and abandoned, and new buildings, perhaps more modest sanctuaries or even habitations, were erected adjacent or above them. The Layer 2 pillars are usually undecorated or only minimally carved, suggesting a shift in artistic style or function. This phase coincides with the pre-pottery Neolithic B, when farming and herding were gradually taking hold in the region. Thus it represents a transitional stage where the formerly nomadic groups might be settling down and their ritual practices were becoming more localized or integrated into everyday life. One of the most curious aspects of Gobekli Tepe is that these structures were intentionally buried by people who built and used them. Excavators found that the great circular enclosures of Layer 3 had been rapidly backfilled with a mixture of loose rocks, soil, flint tools, and animal bones. Sometime around 8000 BCE, the site's last users carefully filled in the remaining enclosures, effectively preserving them for 1,000 years, or even more, 10,000. Anyway, well, we do not know fully why. It could have been a ritual closing at the site, maybe. Perhaps a necessity if the place was no longer in use, and they wanted to seal it. But thanks to this Stone Age act of preservation, the megaliths and their carvings remained largely intact, sealed beneath the hill until our time, where we can rip them out of the ground. Well, to date, archaeologists have uncovered 4 large enclosures in the main excavation era, and partially exposed a few more. Geophysical surveys suggest that at least 16 to 20 enclosures lie buried across the mound's 9-hectare area. In other words, what we see now, as breathtaking as it is, likely represents only a small fraction, perhaps 5 to 10% of the total complex. Some have imagined a skyline of many stone circles crowning the hill in its prime. The sheer number of pillars identified, dozens have been excavated, hundreds more identified by scans, speaks of the scale of the undertaking that Gobekli Tepe really was. It wasn't just some random structure, but a whole aggregation of very specialized buildings, repeatedly built and rebuilt over many years. The site's plan was not an orderly grid, but rather seemingly organic clusters of circular rooms, a bit like a village of shrines, each perhaps with its own significance. And walking among the ruins today, under protective shelters that now cover them, one can gaze at the towering T-shaped pillars, some still standing upright in their original positions. They have a ghostly presence, as if stone beings are frozen in a kind of muted congregation of sorts. And indeed, the anthropomorphic quality of the T-pillars is one of Gobekli Tepe's most striking features. So let's turn to those pillars and the art carved upon them. We can get a few clues into the minds of the site's builders. So the T-shaped monoliths of Gobekli Tepe are more than just structural supports. They are sculptures. And it's very clear that they had symbolic meaning. Now, the T shape is thought to be an abstract depiction of the human form. The pillar's upright shaft can be seen as a body, and the top crossbar resembles a broad, perhaps shouldered head. His interpretation is strongly supported by the fact that on some of the largest pillars, you can actually see carved arms, hands, and even belts with loincloths on the lower parts of the shafts. Well, for example, the 2 central pillars of enclosure D each have thin arms carved in low relief along their sides, hands meeting in front as if clasping the abdomen, and each pillar wears a belt and a loincloth depicted by relief carvings. Clearly, these great stones were meant to represent stylized humanoid figures, possibly ancestors, maybe gods, maybe mythic beings revered by the builders. It's hard to narrow it down, but certainly humanoid. They stand tall and impassive, facing one another in the center of each ring, like participants or officiants in some kind of eternal ritual. But beyond the humanoid pillar statues, Gobekli Tepe is famous for the rich iconography carved on the pillars' broad faces. Using flint chisels, Neolithic artists engraved an astonishing bestiary of the animal world they knew. In various enclosures, one finds images of wild creatures, lions or other big cats, leaping or snarling, foxes with their bushy tails, wild boars, aurochs, that is wild cattle, with imposing horns, gazelles and wild donkeys, and a variety of small insects and reptiles, snakes, scorpions, spiders, and insects, things like that. Birds are also prominent too, especially vultures, but also other birds like cranes, ducks, or geese. One pillar shows that what appears to be a flock of long-necked birds, possibly cranes, in a row. On another pillar, a majestic vulture spreads its wings. These carvings are not random, though. Many are executed in high relief, standing out from the stone surface, An impressive feat of artistry for the Stone Age people. Pillar 27 in enclosure C, for instance, features a large predator, possibly a lion or a leopard carved in high relief, prowling down the side of the pillar. Pillar 18 in enclosure D carries a relief of a tall, slender fox, among other symbols. And even the socket stone at its base is decorated with a ring of carved ducks. The craftsmanship is skilled and standardized enough that one can sense an established artistic tradition at work. So who knows how long they'd been doing it. In any case, the symbolism of these creatures has been a matter of debate. Notably, many of the depicted animals are dangerous or wild animals, not the sort that one might primarily hunt for food. Well, we should be fair, gazelles and boar were hunted, but animals like lions, snakes, and scorpions evoke fear or reverence more than, getting something for dinner. And this has led some researchers to observe that the carvings evoke a scary and frightening world of beasts. Maybe they symbolize spiritual concepts, protective totems, clan symbols, even mythological figures. For example, in later Neolithic sites, we know vultures were associated with death rituals. Some early cultures practiced excarnation, that is, exposing bodies for vultures to consume as a way to liberate the soul. Gobekli Tepe's vulture imagery hints that similar practices or beliefs could have been present. A possible cult of the dead, where birds of prey have a role ferrying the deceased to the sky. Interestingly, art at Gobekli Tepe also includes representations of the human form in other ways. There are a few limestone sculptures found at the site. A particularly striking find is a life-sized human statue fragment, a head and a torso, discovered during the excavations, possibly representing a humanoid figure that might have been freestanding. Additionally, one relief on a pillar appears to show a depiction of a headless human with an erect phallus, being approached by a vulture and other creatures. Now, the scene suggests a narrative, quite possibly linked to death or ritual decapitation. Indeed, the theme of human heads, detached or trophy heads, that is, recurs quite a lot. Another pillar fragment carved in low relief shows a small human figure holding up what looks like a human head as if in offering. It's an eerie motive, sure, but it ties with the evidence that human skulls in death had special ritual treatment at the site. More on that shortly. The variety of symbols is not limited to animals and humans. Abstract symbols often appear. There are instances of the so-called H symbol, because it looks like a H. Yes. And there's other geometric signs on pillars too. On the benches and floors, archaeologists found odd limestone objects as well. For example, finely polished stone bowls, platters, and even a curious sculpted pole-like object nicknamed the totem pole, with stacked figures that might represent humans or animals merging into one another. A remarkable recent discovery in 2023 was a painted statue of a wild boar found at Gobekli Tepe. This limestone boar statue, about half a meter long, was found on a stone bench and still bore traces of red, black, and white pigment, making it one of the oldest known painted statues. It was accompanied by carvings of symbols like the H symbol, crescents, snakes, and human faces on the bench. The use of color in this sculpture reminds us that the people of Gobekli Tepe likely painted their carvings and pillars as well. The gray, beige stones we see today could have once been lively with reds, ochres, and whites, bringing out details in low light of dawn or dusk ceremonies. But what was the day-to-day life like at Gobekli Tepe? Well, intriguingly, all evidence suggests that people didn't permanently live on the site, so that makes it a bit difficult to tell. Archaeologists found an absence of domestic debris, no remains of houses or huts, no domestic hearths or ovens, no garbage middens or prolonged habitation, and no burials of ordinary folk, as often found in early villages. Instead, Gobekli Tepe seems to have been a regional gathering place, a sanctuary where people came temporarily, presumably for ritual activities, ceremonies, and communal feasts, and then they just dispersed back to their home settlements or camps. The evidence for feasting is especially overwhelming, scattered through the sediments that were used to backfill the enclosures. Researchers have recovered hundreds of thousands of animal bone fragments. They analyzed over 100,000 pieces, and the zoo archaeologist Joris Peters found that over 60% of them were gazelle bones, with a substantial portion of wild boar, and the rest including wild sheep, red deer, and other game. Now these were all wild species, and that shows that Gobekli Tepe's attendees were hunters bringing in their kills. The bones often show cut marks from butchery and have been broken open, likely to extract marrow and then burned, indicating cooking or roasting. Such an abundance of bones, far exceeding what small transient groups would consume, implies large-scale feasting events. It appears that when people gathered at Gobekli Tepe, they slaughtered dozens, if not hundreds, of animals to feed the crowd. Perhaps that was the ritual celebration. But alongside meat, plant foods were on the menu. Though charred plant remains are scarce, perhaps due to poor preservation, the tools speak volumes. Archaeologists have unearthed an extraordinary number of grinding stones, mortars, and pestles at Gobekli Tepe. More than 7,000 grinding tool fragments were catalogued. These are the implements to process grain and other plant foods. Use wear analysis and microscopic residues on these tools confirm that cereals were heavily processed at the site, likely to make flour for bread or porridge, or to brew beverages. In fact, one compelling theory is that Gobekli Tepe's workers and pilgrims were fueled by some of the earliest beer brewed by humankind. Large carved stone basins or troughs found there, some capable of holding up to 150 liters, could have been used to mix and ferment grain mash. Chemical analysis have detected traces of oxalate, a byproduct of brewing in such vessels, supporting the idea that a kind of primitive beer made from wild cereals was produced. And one can envision a scene after long hours of quarrying stone or performing rituals, the participants finally sharing a decent meal of roasted gazelle and a bit of crude beer or gruel, dancing and celebrating their communal achievements. But the feasting was likely more than just indulgence. It was a social clue, a reward system. Anthropologists propose that competitive fasting in early societies served to mobilize labor and foster alliances. To undertake the heavy work of carving and erecting pillars, someone had to organize a workforce and motivate them. Throwing grand feasts is one way to attract people from far and wide to contribute labor, and to cement social bonds among the disparate groups. At Gobekli Tepe, the feasts may have coincided with seasonal gatherings, perhaps at particular times of the year, when certain game was plentiful, or when harvests of wild grain could be collected. And indeed, analysis of wild gazelle bones suggests that many were hunted in late summer and autumn, possibly when gazelle herds were migratory or most abundant. So you might speculate that annual festivals took place in the post-harvest season, bringing communities together to worship anew before the winter, a kind of Neolithic Thanksgiving. But what about the rituals themselves? While we lack written records of their beliefs, obviously, the archaeology hints at a few possible ceremonial practices. First of all, The emphasis on human-like pillars and the evidence of special treatment of human crania indicate that people of Gobekli Tepe venerated human remains in some way. Over 700 fragments of human bone have been recovered, and among these, scientists have identified portions of 3 human skulls that had been deliberately modified. These skull fragments bear deep linear carvings incised on the surfaces, and one has a small drilled hole. Analysis showed the cuts were made with flint tools after the individuals had died and their flesh was removed. There are cut marks from the de-fleshing as well. That's a hell of a word, isn't it? De-fleshing. Haven't heard that one before. Anyway, the modifications do appear to have been intended to prepare the skulls for display. Grooves could allow a cord to anchor around the skull, and the drilled hole, placed so the skull would hang upright, suggests they were suspended, possibly from the very T-pillars or rafters. This is a unique variant of a skull cult, a tradition found in some other Neolithic cultures where ancestors' skulls were kept and honored, or enemy skulls were displayed. At Gobekli Tepe, it seems that the crania were not plastered or decorated as seen elsewhere, but rather literally hung up, perhaps as sacred relics or trophies. One can imagine ancestral skulls watching over ceremonies, or skulls of revered shamans kept as sources of power. The art supports this too. A carving on a pillar depicts a human figure holding a severed head, and some of the small figurines show headless bodies too. The theme of decapitation and curation of heads was clearly part of the symbolic language at play. Next, we have a few words to say about offerings and sacrifice. The sheer amount of animal remains and the positioning of some special deposits hint that offerings were made. Certain animal sculptures, like the carved boar statue which was recently found, might represent totemic animals or sacrificial spirits. Possibly animals were ritually slaughtered as offerings to whatever deities or forces the pillars represented. The fact that wild rather than domestic animals were used could tie into a cosmological worldview, where wild beasts had a kind of spiritual potency to them. Next was the communal dance or processions. The open layout of the enclosures with benches around suggests that the participants may have gathered around the central pillars, possibly sitting or kneeling, while rituals enacted in the center. The presence of stone drums, a few percussion instruments have been hypothesized from objects, and the imagery of animals dancing or moving might indicate music and dance were part of the festivities. It's easy to picture people circling within those stone rings in ceremonial dances, perhaps wearing costumes or animal masks, maybe. Though that's speculation. It would align with many ethnographic parallels in later ritual traditions, though I would say that. Some researchers have wondered if the pillars or certain carvings align with astronomical events, such as star-rise positions or solstices. There is as yet no consensus or any specific alignment at Gobekli Tepe, but given the skyward location and later importance of celestial cycles to agrarian societies, it is possible that gatherings also had a calendar or cosmological significance. However, this remains unproven, and we have to approach it with caution. We can't project later practices onto those early people. Right, so the construction of Gobekli Tepe's monumental structures required quite a bit of ingenuity and collective effort. And you got to remember that the builders had no metal tools, no wheels, no beasts of burden. So then we're left with the question: how did they manage to quarry, shape, and transport and erect stones weighing up to 20 tons? Well, first, The limestone bedrock at the site is relatively soft, at least by stone standards, and occurs in layered formations, which is an advantage for extraction. Archaeologists have located several stone quarry areas around the hill where pillars were cut from the outcrops. In fact, one quarry still holds an abandoned pillar blank, partially detached from the bedrock, measuring about 7 meters long. Seems the project was never completed, a frozen glimpse of a work in progress. The people likely used hard hammer stones, that is, blocks of harder rock like dolerite, which had been found on the site, to punch out trenches around a desired pillar shape, gradually freeing the monolith from the bedrock. Flint chisels and points were employed for finer carving and detailing the reliefs. The surfaces of finished pillars show the scrape and peck marks of these tools. Once a pillar was carved free, it had to be moved, even if only a few hundred meters from quarry to enclosure. Sliding a multi-ton stone was challenging. The builders likely leveraged simple machines, rolling out the stones on logs or dragging them on sledges over wet clay or vegetation to reduce friction. Teams of dozens of people with ropes could have hauled the pillars, and we can surmise that prior to major construction, the organizers would call in able-bodied folks from surrounding areas. A communal work party that might coincide with ritual obligations or feasting rewards for participation. Experiments have shown that with enough manpower and basic physics, surprisingly large stones can be moved in prehistoric contexts. Raising the pillars into an upright position was perhaps the trickiest task. In later megalithic sites, builders often dug a hole with a sloping ramp, dragged one end of the pillar in, and then levered it upright and packed the base. At Gobekli Tepe, each pillar stands in a slot or hole cut into the bedrock floor, suggesting a similar approach. The pit holds a pillar base while refilled debris secures it. Wooden scaffolding might have been used to help tilt and guide the stones upright. The community's effort in accomplishing this must have been enormous and probably ceremonial charged. And you can imagine, certainly, that erecting each pillar itself was a ritual act, perhaps accompanied by chants or celebrations when the stone finally stood firm, transforming into that towering humanoid presence. The successful building of Gobekli Tepe implies some sort of social organization. Whether there were dedicated architects or spiritual leaders who directed the works, this we cannot know for sure. It is plausible that a class of ritual specialists, proto-priests or shamans coordinated the design and rituals, while clan leaders mobilized their people for labor. What is striking is that this could be achieved in a non-state, non-agricultural society, and it suggests that shared belief and social networks were strong enough to get cooperative projects done without centralized government or economic hierarchy, though some level of hierarchy or leadership may have existed, if only temporarily, during these projects. But an intriguing aspect is the continuity and longevity of building at Gobekli Tepe. The site was not just built in one go. It rather evolved over centuries. The earliest circles might have been relatively smaller or simpler, and over generations the constructions grew more elaborate. Each new generation literally built on the old, burying earlier structures and constructing new ones, perhaps larger or in different arrangement, and this indicates that the site's importance was sustained for many human lifespans, implying that knowledge, how to carve pillars, how to conduct ceremonies, was transmitted over time. But it also suggests that the site may have served as a stable meeting ground that helped bind disparate groups into a broader cultural community with a shared tradition. The backfilling of enclosures, that also required coordination. Tons of material had to be gathered and poured in. Interestingly, the fill is full of artifacts, tools, debris, refuge from the feasts. It's almost as if, when closing a temple, they ritually entombed the last usage items in it, kind of like a time capsule for us. Well, this might have been a conscious act to decommission the sanctuaries, perhaps when they found that they fell out of use, or when a decision was made to consolidate a ritual in a new form, such as more localized shrines once villagers took over. And it's tempting to think that as farming and permanent villages emerged nearby, the hunter-gatherer pilgrimage center lost its role, and thus the people buried it respectfully and just moved on with their lives. Now, one of the most profound implications of Gobekli Tepe is how it's forced scholars to reconsider the sequence of events in the rise of civilization. Previously, the textbook's explanation for the Neolithic Revolution, the transition from agriculture and settled life from the hunter-gatherer society, was that first came farming, which produced food surplus, which then allowed humans to support large communities, specialized labor, leaders, and eventually religious elite and monuments. It was first villages, then temples, in short. And Göbekli Tepe's timeline just flips the script. Here we have monumental construction and presumably complex ritual organization before evidence of farming and permanent villages in the region. The archaeological record around Göbekli Tepe shows that within a few hundred years after the site's main phase, the first signs of domesticated livestock and crops appear in the surrounding area. For example, by about 8500 to 8000 BCE, nearby communities had begun domesticating local wild sheep, pigs, cattle, and were cultivating einkorn wheat. Genetic studies trace one of the earliest domesticated wheat strains to just 20 miles from Göbekli Tepe. Now that's a coincidence, isn't it? Well, this tight chronology has led archaeologists like Schmidt to propose a radical theory. And it goes like this. Perhaps it was the effort of creating sites like Göbekli Tepe that spurred the need for agriculture in the first place, rather than agriculture enabling people to create a site like Göbekli Tepe. Well, the logic is as follows. To build and maintain Göbekli Tepe's monuments, large groups of people had to gather and work together. These workers and pilgrims needed ample food, reliably, and maybe in quantities beyond what simple foraging could provide on short notice. The planning of regular, large feasts could have created an impetus to begin cultivating grain, to have enough for bread or beer, and managing herds of game, eventually domestication to ensure a steady supply of meat. So in essence, the social and spiritual needs might have driven economic innovation. The people had motive to start planting seeds of wild cereals in convenient plots, or penning captured wild sheep, gradually leading to domestication to support their ritual life. This theory finds some support in the evidence of extensive cereal processing on the site. Clearly, plant food was central at Göbekli Tepe. Perhaps beer or bread was needed in ritual amounts that wild gathering alone could not guarantee each season, nudging people toward proto-farming behaviors. Now, while this temple-first, farming-second hypothesis is still debated, it certainly gained credibility, and shows that ideology and social structures can be catalysts for technological change. Human groups might have come together for sacred purposes, and in doing so discovered new ways of living together, eventually becoming permanent settlers. But it is important to note that Göbekli Tepe was part of a larger cultural development, often termed the Neolithic transformation in the Near East. Multiple sites in southeastern Turkey and northern Syria from this era show precocious features: communal structures, artistic expression, intensive gathering of wild grains, etc. For instance, a site called Neva Kori, which we mentioned, now submerged by a dam, excavated in the 1980s, had a Neolithic village with a special building containing smaller T-shaped pillars, almost like a mini Gobekli Tepe within a village. Now this suggests that the concept of T-pillars, and perhaps what they stood for, was actually widespread among early Neolithic communities of the region. Gobekli Tepe, however, was not a village. It stands out as a central sanctuary, perhaps serving multiple bands or communities who shared a faith or at least a tradition of meeting to worship and feast. So in a way, Gobekli Tepe might represent the communal cooperation that prefigured civilization. By coming together in ritual projects, these groups may have forged broader cultural identities that eventually made larger social units, villages, towns, eventually cities, and so on, viable. The cooperation needed to raise a monolith parallels the cooperation needed to, I don't know, irrigate a field or build a well, something like that. Thus, we see at Gobekli Tepe the early forms of organized labor, planning and social hierarchy all coming together that later settlements would exhibit in full. But it's important to note that not all archaeologists interpret the site in the exact same way. It's very rare you'll get a complete agreement on this. A few have suggested alternative views. For example, could Gobekli Tepe have been a settlement after all, but with houses that doubled as sanctuaries? One scholar argued that perhaps those temples were actually large communal houses adorned with symbolic art, meaning ritual and daily life were intertwined rather than separate. But I don't believe it, because the lack of domestic evidence makes that very unlikely. How could they live in a house and not have any hearths? How could they not have any grinding stones? It's just, yeah, I don't think so. I mean, that's my opinion. Maybe you have your own opinion, I'm not sure. In any case, it makes it less likely. Though it might apply to smaller contemporary sites, but maybe not Gobekli Tepe. The consensus in general leans strongly to Gobekli Tepe being a primary ritual center. But don't write all the theories off. You see, maybe there's a lot more left to discover. In any case, for the general public, Gobekli Tepe has been a source of fascination, and I think it'll be one of speculation for quite a long time. It's got nicknames like the world's first temple, even linked to fanciful stories like the Garden of Eden in some popular media. But such things are not really taken seriously by scholars. In 2018, it was inscribed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing its outstanding universal value to human history, and tourism to the site continues to grow. They got a walkway, protective roofing too, to allow visitors to peer into enclosures A, B, C, and D, without worrying about damaging them. As for the T-pillars, they've almost become an icon of Turkey's prehistoric heritage, just as much as Stonehenge is for Britain, the pyramids are for Egypt, the ziggurat is for in Iraq. Perhaps not prehistoric, but they certainly go back quite a while. I think Turkey at the moment is taking the crown for the oldest monuments. And the local communities too, they've embraced the site's fame. Even local imagery and souvenirs celebrate the carved animals and pillars. So one could say that after 10,000 years, Gobekli Tepe is once again a gathering point. But this time it's not just for people walking from their little hunter-gatherer camps and all the rest. It's for people all over the world. And this time, we have tourists, scientists, archaeologists, news crews, a little bit of everything and everyone, all drawn back to this very ancient temple. On a sweltering day in Alexandria, 30 BC, the once mighty queen of Egypt prepared for her end. Cleopatra the Seventh Philopatra, the last sovereign of the Ptolemaic dynasty, faced the final chapter of her life with Roman legions at the city's gates and fate closing in around her. Her story has been told and retold by ancient historians with drama befitting the status. But today, we are going to look into the last days of Cleopatra in chronological form, from the events leading up to the Battle of Actium, through to her final moments with Mark Antony, to the aftermath of her legendary death. Cleopatra's final days did not occur in isolation. They were the culmination of a tumultuous political saga. The Queen's fate was intertwined with the fall of the Roman Republic's last civil wars. Her life had already become the stuff of legend, even before her death, a melange of political intrigue, romantic liaisons, and cultural drama. As a descendant of Macedonian Greek pharaohs ruling Egypt, she uniquely bridged Eastern and Western worlds. She was intelligent, multilingual, and by most accounts, extraordinarily charismatic. Ancient writers dwelled on her personal allure. Plutarch, writing a century later, conceded that Cleopatra's beauty was not altogether incomparable, but that her presence and conversation had an irresistible charm. Such charisma allowed her to influence powerful Roman leaders of her day, most famously Julius Caesar, and in those last years, Mark Antony. Yet, it also made her a figure of suspicion and fascination in Rome, where poets and historians alike portrayed her as a foreign temptress, bent on subverting Roman power. In truth, she was a capable monarch, striving to preserve her kingdom's independence amid the ancient power struggles. And it is within this context that we must consider her final days, not as mere melodrama, but as a high-stakes struggle for survival and legacy. Welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, or you've not yet hit the subscribe button, then I invite you to do so, along with leaving your thoughts in the comments down below. It helps with the algorithm, and the like button too. And thank you so much to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who checked out the merch store. It is the reason why all of the content can be enjoyed completely ad-free. Now, with all of the customary welcomes and subtle e-begging out of the way, let's get down to the topic at hand. The last days of Cleopatra. Well, if we really want to understand Cleopatra's end, we have to first set the stage with her alliance with Mark Antony and the chain of events that led to the war with Rome. After the assassination of Julius Caesar being stabbed to death turned into a block of Swiss cheese in the Senate in 44 BC, Cleopatra's fortunes became tied to the faction of Mark Antony, one of Rome's triumvirs and Caesar's protege. Antony first met Cleopatra in 41 BC, when she was summoned to Tarsus in Cilicia to answer for her loyalty. In a legendary episode, Cleopatra arrived on the Cydnus River in breathtaking fashion. She sailed up the river in a lavishly adorned barge, its deck gilded and its purple sails billowing, while oars of silver stroked the water in time to the music of flutes and lyres. Cleopatra herself reclined under a gold-spangled canopy, costumed as the goddess Aphrodite, attended by boys dressed as winged loves fanning her, and handmaidens dressed as nereids steering the rudder. The aroma of an exotic incense wafted to the banks. It's one way to make an entrance. This theatrical display certainly captivated Antony enough, and probably anybody else who saw it. Plutarch describes how Cleopatra charmed the Roman general not just with spectacle, but with wit. When Antony tried to impress her by fishing, and secretly attached a pre-caught fish to his line after failing to catch any, Cleopatra saw through the ruse. The next day, she tricked him by having a salted herring fixed to his hook. As Antony hauled in the prize, to the laughter of onlookers, Cleopatra quipped with a smile, "Leave the fishing to us petty princes of Pharos and Canopus. Your game is cities, provinces, and empires." Thus, from the very start, Cleopatra proved Antony's match in both boldness and cleverness. So began one of history's most fateful partnerships, a union of political convenience that soon grew into a deep personal bond. In the years that followed, Antony and Cleopatra's relationship intensified, both politically and romantically. Cleopatra bore Antony 3 children, twins Alexander, Helios, and Cleopatra Selene, and a younger son, Ptolemy Philadelphus, cementing their dynastic alliance. Antony, who controlled Rome's eastern provinces under the triumvirate's power-sharing agreement, lavished Cleopatra with territories. In 34 BC, after a campaign in Armenia, he celebrated a triumph in Alexandria and staged the so-called donations of Alexandria, granting eastern lands and their lofty titles to Cleopatra and her children. Cleopatra was thus hailed the Queen of Kings, and Caesarion, her son by Julius Caesar, was declared the King of Kings in tandem with her. To Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, and many in Rome, this extravagant honor was intolerable. It appeared that Antony was building a breakaway Hellenistic empire centered in Cleopatra's Egypt. That wasn't to say that tensions between Antony and Octavian weren't already high, but this certainly pushed it to a breaking point. Antony's marriage to Octavian's sister, Octavia, had already collapsed. He formally divorced her in 32 BC, and Octavian was not pleased. He seized the propaganda advantage. He obtained Antony's secret will, and in a masterstroke of political theater, he read it aloud in the Senate. The Romans were scandalized to hear that Antony wished to be buried in Alexandria beside Cleopatra, and had remembered her children in his will too, portraying Antony as a traitor enthralled by this Eastern queen. Octavian moved to sever his rival's support. In late 32 BC, the Senate, at Octavian's instigation, formally revoked Antony's powers and declared war on Cleopatra. This extraordinary action, targeting a foreign queen, showed Octavian's framing of the conflict. This was not a civil war against Antony, which might have been quite unpopular, but it was a national war to defend Rome from Cleopatra and her Oriental trickery. And so, the decisive clash came, the 2nd of September, 31 BC, at the Battle of Actium off the coast of western Greece. There, the naval forces of Antony and Cleopatra met those of Octavian in a confrontation that ancient writers describe in vivid detail. Antony and Cleopatra had mustered a formidable armada of around 500 warships, including massive galleys with 8 or 10 banks of oars, and an army of 100,000 infantry drawn from Egypt and allied Eastern monarchs. Octavian's fleet was a lot smaller, 250 ships, and his army roughly 80,000 strong. The difference was, his forces were well trained, very disciplined, and led by his brilliant admiral Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. Importantly, Antony held the advantage on land. His legions outnumbered Octavian's, yet he chose to stake everything on a naval engagement. Why would an experienced general risk a battle at sea, where Octavian's forces might negate his numerical superiority on land? Ancient historians suggest Cleopatra's influence was decisive in this fateful decision. Plutarch claims that Antony, quote, although he was far superior on land, wished the decision to rest with his navy to please Cleopatra. This remark, likely colored by a sprinkling of Roman bias, casts Cleopatra as the temptress who drew Antony into a strategic battle. Modern historians caution that Antony had strategic reasons of his own to seek a naval breakthrough, perhaps to break Octavian's blockade or to secure a line of retreat toward Egypt. Nevertheless, the image of Cleopatra urging a naval battle fit neatly into the narrative of her siren-like influence over Antony. On the day of the battle, Antony's fleet sailed out from the Ambracian Gulf to confront Octavian's ships. The fighting was intense and chaotic. Antony's heavy war galleys, towering like floating fortresses with wooden towers on deck, struggled to close with Agrippa's lighter and more maneuverable Libunian vessels. For several hours, the contest hung in the balance, with ramming attacks and volleys of flaming missiles. But around midday, Cleopatra herself made a fateful move. With her personal squadron of 60 ships, she suddenly raised sail and fled the battle, heading out into the open sea. Observers saw the Queen's distinctive purple sails unfurl, and her fleet disengaged from the melee. Antony, upon noticing her departure, reacted in an astonishing way of his own. He broke off the fight and followed her, abandoning his own engaged navy and army. He sailed after Cleopatra's fleeing squadron. Roman historians universally condemn the decision. One contemporary, Velius Paterculus, writes that Cleopatra took the initiative in flight, and that Antony, quote, chose to be the companion of the fleeing queen, rather than be fighting his soldiers. The general deserted his own men. Whether Antony's flight was premeditated as part of a backup plan or spontaneous, its effect was catastrophic. Leaderless and demoralized, the remainder of Antony's navy fought on only a short while before collapsing in defeat. By late afternoon, the battle was over. Actium was an unequivocal victory for Octavian. The aftermath of Actium sealed Cleopatra's last hopes of having any kind of victory. Octavian's forces captured Antony's abandoned camp and the vast treasure it contained. Antony and Cleopatra, however, had escaped. They managed to break through with a portion of their fleet and fled south. Octavian did not immediately pursue them to Egypt. Instead, he consolidated his control of the eastern Mediterranean, while Antony and Cleopatra wintered in Greece. The propaganda impact of Actium was enormous. Octavian's supporters proclaimed that Apollo, the patron god that Octavian claimed, had triumphed over Dionysus, a god Antony fancied on that day. Octavian himself later founded a city, Nicopolis, the city of victory, right there on the Actian shore to commemorate his win. Of course, back in Rome, the news was greeted with jubilation. Horace, writing just a year or two later, penned an ode exulting that the foul, doom-laden queen was defeated, and that now was the time to drink and celebrate. Even the epic poet Virgil later enshrined the Actian victory in his Aeneid, depicting Octavian's triumph over an Egyptian queen on the shield of Aeneas, a scene blending recent history with mythic grandeur. Such poetic exaggeration aside, the real Cleopatra was far from beaten yet. She and Antony had escaped with dozens of ships and considerable wealth, and so they would make their final stand on home ground back in Egypt. After the disaster at Actium, Antony and Cleopatra regrouped in the only secure place left to them, back on the home front. They sailed separately at first. According to Cassius Dio, the pair fled together as far as the Peloponnese, where they had to confront the hard truth of their defeat. Cleopatra, fearing unrest in Egypt if the news arrived before she did, hurried ahead to Alexandria with her ships, leaving Antony behind. Ever the shrewd strategist, she attempted to maintain an aura of victory. She ordered her ship's prows to be wreathed in garlands and sailed into Alexandria as if returning triumphant. In fact, triumphal songs were immediately rang out, and for a brief moment the people of Alexandria might have believed the great victory had been won at Actium. But this illusion could not hold for long. Behind the scenes, Cleopatra took drastic measures. Suspecting plots and disloyalty, she executed many of the leading men of Egypt who had opposed her or showed signs of celebrating misfortune. She seized their properties, and even plundered the most sacred temples for treasure to fund her defense. One captured source of immense wealth was the royal tomb of Alexander the Great in Alexandria. Cleopatra reportedly stripped its gold casing and artifacts to melt down for coin. These ruthless actions show her resolve. She was prepared to destroy internal opposition and sacrifice Egypt's patrimony if necessary to muster the resources for one final war. Meanwhile, Antony, he was a shattered man in the wake of Actium. He sent orders to his loyal forces in North Africa and the Near East to gather, but his authority was crumbling. A detachment of his troops under Pinarius Scarpus in Cyrenaica went over to Octavian's side, and they even executed Antony's envoys. Hearing of this and other desertions, Antony abandoned any hope of regaining territory abroad and made his way to Alexandria by the spring of 30 BC. Finally reunited, Antony and Cleopatra formed a plan. They prepared militarily to defend Egypt, but also considered more desperate options. They raised fresh troops from whatever Egyptian and Roman forces remained loyal. As a propaganda move, Cleopatra declared her 16-year-old son Caesarion co-ruler of Egypt as Ptolemy XV, and donned a ceremonial Egyptian dress with him to present a united front to her people. Antony, for his part, ceremonially inducted his eldest Roman son Antulus by his late wife Fulvia into the ranks of adult men in Alexandria, a gesture to rally support by emphasizing a dynastic line of succession in their cause. These measures had a poignant undertone. By elevating their children, Antony and Cleopatra were both preparing for the worst i.e., ensuring their heirs had claims, and possibly attempting to inspire their followers with the idea that even if they fell, a new generation would carry on the fight. Cleopatra and Antony also explored diplomatic gambits. Cleopatra opened secret negotiations with Octavian, hoping to at least save her throne or her children. According to Dio, without Antony's knowledge, she sent messengers to Octavian, offering him a golden crown, scepter, and throne, effectively offering to betray Antony and yield Egypt in exchange for her and her family's safety. Octavian's reply was duplicitous. Publicly, he demanded Cleopatra surrender unconditionally, disband her forces, and renounce her crown. Privately, however, he sent word that if Cleopatra would eliminate Antony, either by killing or handing him over, and he would show her mercy and even allow her to continue ruling Egypt. Cleopatra did not act on this treacherous proposal. Her loyalty to Antony and perhaps fear of Octavian's ultimate contention ultimately kept her from betraying him completely. But the very fact that Octavian's secret offer became known caused quite a lot of friction. When Octavian's envoy, Thyrsus, lingered too long in Cleopatra's company, Antony began to grow suspicious. In a jealous rage, he had Thyrsus seized, flogged, and sent back to Octavian with a mocking message that such insolence was ill-timed from a, quote, young general dealing with a desperate man. Antony's paranoia and Cleopatra's clandestine outreach revealed the tension and mistrust that beset the camp in these final days. By the summer of 30 BC, Cleopatra and Antony seemed to alternate between fierce defiance and fatalistic resignation. In Alexandria, they formed a macabre elite circle called the Society of Partners in Death. This was an update to their earlier, more light-hearted, inimitable lovers dining club, but now with a morbid twist. Members, close friends and courtiers, pledged to die alongside Cleopatra and Antony, if worst came to worst, and they spent their days in extravagant feasts, drinking bouts and amusements, as if each day might be their last. Plutarch relates that Cleopatra even began experimenting with poisons during this time. She collected an array of deadly toxins and tested them on condemned prisoners to observe how quickly and painlessly they worked. Finding that fast-acting poisons caused too much agony and slow ones were unreliable, she again tried venomous creatures. She observed their bites and noted that the asp, the Egyptian cobra, produced the gentlest death, a gradual drowsiness and numbness, without violent convulsions or pain, and a peaceful slipping away. At least, that is according to the ancient source. Now, this gruesome research was essentially Cleopatra's contingency plan. Both she and Antony were determined not to be captured alive by Octavian. If defeat was inevitable, they intended to rob the victor the satisfaction of parading them through Rome in chains. And so the inevitable final showdown came in the summer of 30 BC. Octavian, having spent the winter gathering his strength, launched his invasion of Egypt from two directions. One prong of his forces, led by his lieutenant Cornelius Gallus, marched from the west and seized Paretonium, modern Mersa Matruh, on the Libyan border, cutting off any escape by land to Africa. Another large force under Octavian's direct command was advancing from Syria toward Pelusium, the eastern gateway of Egypt. As Octavian's legions approached, the frontier city of Pelusium fell with suspicious ease. Rumors swirled that Cleopatra had instructed the commander of Pelusium to surrender without a fight, perhaps a calculated ploy to stall Octavian, or a hedge in case she needed to negotiate later. If so, it availed her little. Antony, hearing of Pelusium's quick capitulation, suspected treachery, and in fury ordered the execution of the man's wife and children. Well, despite any intrigue, Octavian pressed on relentlessly. That poor commander, though, the poor commander of Pelusium, I'm sure he didn't deserve that. Well, Cleopatra, ever the strategist, had prepared a final redoubt in Alexandria, a large mausoleum tower she had constructed near the Temple of Isis. Into this imposing monument she moved her most valuable treasures: gold, silver, jewels, ivory, spices, all the wealth of the pharaohs. She also stockpiled there vast quantities of wood, oil, and tow. The message to Octavian was implicit. She could torch these riches, and herself, rather than let them fall into his hands. Octavian, aware of this leverage, reportedly sent frequent reassurances to Cleopatra that he intended to treat her and Egypt well if they surrendered. These vague hopes were meant to keep Cleopatra from a conflagration where she took her own life as he closed in on the city. In the late July of 30 BC, Octavian reached Alexandria. Antony, in a last burst of energy, led his remaining forces out to confront the invaders. In a skirmish outside the city near the Hippodrome, Antony's troops actually achieved a minor victory. They routed a detachment of Octavian's cavalry and pushed them back toward their camp. Elated by this small success, Antony returned to the palace and exuberantly kissed Cleopatra in his armor, declaring that he had scored a meaningful win at last. Cleopatra rewarded the brave cavalryman who had distinguished himself by giving him a golden breastplate and helmet right there on the spot. Yet, the morale boost was all pretty short-lived. That very night, the decorated soldier deserted to Octavian's side, and he didn't even return the gifts. He took them with him. Thanks for the presents. Well, that was certainly a sign of any that loyalty was evaporating even among the closest ranks. Antony's challenge to Octavian for a personal duel, a gesture to salvage honor, went unanswered. Octavian coolly remarked that Antony had many ways of dying without needing to duel. Realizing that Octavian would not be baited into single combat, Antony resolved to stake all on a last coordinated assault by land and sea. And so, on August the 1st, 30 BC, the final battle for Alexandria began. At dawn, Antony arrayed his infantry inside the city walls, while Cleopatra's remaining fleet of ships lay in the harbor, ready to sally out. Antony expected a desperate flight, perhaps hoping that his fleet, staffed with crews of die-hard loyalists, would show more resolve than at Actium. But in a cruel twist of fate, as soon as Cleopatra's ship sailed forth to engage Octavian's fleet, they raised their oars in salute and went over to the enemy. The entire Egyptian fleet defected nearly without a fight, saluting Octavian's navy and uniting with their Roman brothers. Antony's cavalry, seeing this betrayal, also rode off and surrendered to Octavian. At this, Antony's infantry was quickly surrounded and defeated. The battle was over, almost as soon as it began, decided not by valor, but by treachery. Antony was understandably quite upset. He reportedly cried out that Cleopatra had betrayed him, suspecting in his shock that the queen might have secretly negotiated these desertions, when in truth Cleopatra's allies had likely just lost hope and acted on their own. Cleopatra herself, fearful of Antony's wrath and the victorious Romans now at the gates, retreated into a fortified mausoleum and barricaded herself inside. From within, she sent messengers to Antony, falsely informing him that she was dead, hoping to either spur him to swift action or prevent him from endangering her in a rage. The effect of Cleopatra's ruse on Antony was instantaneous and tragic. Believing the woman for whom he had sacrificed everything for was now gone, Antony fell into despair. He lamented, "What is there left worth living for?" According to Plutarch, he moaned that fortune had taken away his last reason to live. In that moment, Antony decided to follow Cleopatra. He returned to his residence, opened his coat of mail, crying that he would soon join her. He had a loyal servant, Eros, whom he had long entrusted with the duty of killing him in case of dire need. Antony ordered Eros to finally fulfill that promise. The devoted Eros drew his sword as if to strike, but instead, in a final act of loyalty, he turned the blade on himself and fell dead at Antony's feet. Deeply moved, Antony exclaimed, "Well done, Eros. You show me what I must do." He then took his own sword and impaled himself, delivering a grievous wound to his abdomen. However, the blow was not immediately fatal. Antony collapsed on a couch, bleeding profusely but lingering between life and death. He begged one of his guards to deliver the final stroke, but the man fled, unwilling to hasten the general's end. As Antony lay there in agony, an urgent message came from Cleopatra's servants. The queen still lived and had summoned him to her tomb. Startled and reanimated by the news, Antony begged to be carried to Cleopatra at once. A few loyalists hoisted the dying general and brought him to the base of Cleopatra's mausoleum. Cleopatra, peering down from a window, for she had locked herself inside and would not open the doors even for Antony's men, saw her beloved in his last moments. In a display of desperate determination, Cleopatra and her two maidservants hoisted Antony up the side of the monument. She had her servants tie Antony to ropes, and, with Cleopatra herself grasping and pulling, they drew him up the high wall, inch by inch. Some accounts say Antony, bleeding and writhing in torment, reached out his hands toward her as the ropes pulled him aloft, and Cleopatra strained with all her queenly strength, her face contorted with effort, to bring him in. At last, Cleopatra and her women hauled Antony through the window. They laid him on a bed. Cleopatra tore her robes and beat her breast in grief, smearing herself with Antony's blood as she called him her lord, her husband, her emperor. Antony, gravely wounded, urged Cleopatra not to mourn bitterly, but to ensure her own safety if possible. He asked for a cup of wine, and after drinking, implored her to remember his past bravery, rather than this ignoble end, and to trust only one of Octavian's officers, a man named Proculaeus, if she should seek to surrender. With these last words of counsel, he died, right there in Cleopatra's arms. It was a profoundly tragic end to Antony's life. The once triumvirate conqueror, brought low by defeat and love, dying in a secluded refuge of his Egyptian queen. Cleopatra was left to face Octavian alone. She had Antony's body carried away for burial, likely beginning the process of embalming or mummification according to Egyptian rites. She then withdrew into her mausoleum with her two faithful handmaidens, Eras and Carmion, and then barred the heavy doors. And it was from there that she would never again emerge. Octavian assumed control of Alexandria with scarcely a fight. His first concern was capturing Cleopatra alive. He knew if he could parade Cleopatra as a prisoner in his triumph back in Rome, it would be an ultimate symbol of his victory. He therefore sent his associate, Gaius Proculaeus, with a small party to negotiate and, if possible, seize Cleopatra. But you can imagine she was in no mood to surrender. From behind the mausoleum's barred door, she engaged in a tense parley with Proculaeus. She likely asked what terms Octavian would offer. We know from Plutarch and Dio that Cleopatra's primary plea was for her children. She begged that her children be spared and allowed to inherit the kingdom, even if she herself must be taken to Rome. Proculaeus responded with kind words, urging her to trust Octavian's mercy. But as they spoke, he was furtively looking for a way in. The mausoleum's high windows, one of which had just been used to pull Antony up, and at least one low window or door on the ground level were available for entry points. Proculaeus noticed an opening not fully secured. In a swift move, he and his men placed a ladder and climbed in through the upper window Cleopatra had used for Antony. They dropped down into the chamber, suddenly appearing before the queen. She was taken by surprise. One of her women cried out, "Wretched Cleopatra, you are taken alive." Seeing Proculaeus unexpectedly inside, Cleopatra snatched a dagger from her waist and tried to stab herself. But Proculaeus was too quick. He dashed forward and seized her, preventing the attempt. He admonished, "Do not thus cheat Caesar of his victory," telling her it would wrong Octavian if she killed herself and made him appear cruel and unmerciful. Proculaeus gently disarmed Cleopatra and searched her clothes for any concealed poison, making sure she had no means left to harm herself. Octavian had also sent his freedman, Epaphroditus, into the tomb with orders to keep strict watch on Cleopatra, but otherwise treat her as courteously as possible. Cleopatra was now effectively a prisoner, albeit an honorably kept one. Now, that is the account that we have from Plutarch and Dio. So not long after, Octavian himself entered the captured city and met with Cleopatra. The encounter must have been psychologically charged. Octavian, the 32-year-old victor, sober and controlled. Cleopatra, the 39-year-old queen, proud but now at his mercy. Ancient sources depict Cleopatra staging one last performance, this time to seduce or soften Octavian. She was found in a sorry state, lying on a simple bed, dressed only in a plain tunic, hair disheveled and face bruised from beating her breast in grief. Yet even in this condition, observers noted her undimmed allure and dignity. Octavian had Cleopatra brought to him. As he entered, Cleopatra, true to form, attempted to charm him. She prostrated herself at his feet, her eyes red from weeping, and addressed him with a mix of humility and pride. Initially, she sought to justify her actions, claiming she feared Antony and acted out of necessity. But Octavian coolly rebuffed these arguments with facts. He had likely intelligence of her offers to betray Antony. Seeing that explanations were futile, Cleopatra changed tack and appeared to Octavian's pity and sense of honor. She produced letters that Julius Caesar had written to her years earlier and passionately read them aloud, calling on the memory of Octavian's illustrious adoptive father to stir his emotions. He pointed to busts or paintings of Caesar that she had arrayed nearby and lamented that fortune dealt her this wretched hand. At moments Cleopatra's voice quavered, and at others it rose in melodious supplication. Dio writes that she spoke in melting tones, calling Octavian master, but also subtly reminding him how Caesar had loved and honored her so much. She even exclaimed dramatically, "I do not ask to live. All I beg is to die and be buried with Antony," invoking the depth of her love and loyalty. Octavian, however, was famously unmoved by the sentiment. He listened politely but kept his eyes averted. He offered only a brief reassurance. He told Cleopatra to take heart, for no harm would come to her. But he made no promises about her kingdom or children during this meeting, and he flatly refused her request to die with Antony. When Cleopatra saw that Octavian would not be swayed by flattery or emotion, that he intended to parade her as a captive, she knew the time had come to act on her own terms. After Octavian left, he gave orders that Cleopatra be closely watched and allowed no opportunity to take matters into her own hands. He wanted her alive for the triumph in Rome, but Cleopatra was equally determined that she would not grace his triumph as a living trophy. In the days that followed, Cleopatra pretended to accede to Octavian's wishes. She feigned a change of heart, acting as though she now cherished life. She asked for better clothing and took food. She even requested an audience with Octavian's wife Livia, a sign she was looking to the future. But it was all a ruse. As Cassius Dio tells us, Cleopatra's goal was to lull her captors into loosening their guard. She told Octavian's men that she was ready to travel to Rome. She even gathered together some of her most precious adornments, perhaps to present as gifts to Octavian and Livia, which suggested she was preparing for a long journey and not immediate death. And the ploy worked. Her keepers, Epaphroditus among them, relaxed their vigilance slightly, believing the queen genuinely intended to live. On August 10th, or perhaps August 12th, the sources differ, 30 BC, Cleopatra made her final move. She was allowed to visit Antony's tomb to pay her respects. There, in a poignant scene, she embraced Antony's urn and wept, calling his name. She cried out, according to the old sources, "Nothing could part us in life, but now in death it seems we may be separated. You, a Roman, lie here in Egypt, while I shall lie in a foreign land. If there is any power in the gods of Rome, do not let me be led in triumph." This lament, recorded by Plutarch, shows Cleopatra's greatest fear, that she would be taken to Rome and humiliated in a parade. After this farewell, she returned to her quarters and prepared for the final act. She ordered a luxurious last meal. According to legend, she then asked a peasant to bring her a basket of figs. Inside that innocuous basket, hidden beneath the ripe fruit, was an asp, the very snake whose venom she had determined to use. When the guards at the mausoleum door inspected the delivery, they saw only figs and a farmer bringing food, and so they let it pass. Cleopatra dismissed all attendants except her 2 faithful women. She then composed a brief note to Octavian, a final request that she be buried alongside Antony, and sent it off. As soon as the messengers had gone, Cleopatra sealed herself in the chamber with Iras and Charmion. And what happened next has become legendary. When Octavian read Cleopatra's letter and realized what it meant, he immediately dispatched soldiers to prevent her from taking her own life. They rushed to her quarters, but upon breaking down the heavy doors, they found that it was already too late. Cleopatra was lying dead, regally, upon a golden couch. She was arrayed in her finest royal attire, with her diadem crown upon her brow. At her feet lay Iras dying, and Charmion barely alive, adjusting the circlet on Cleopatra's head with trembling hands. A Roman guard shouted reproachfully at Charmion. Was this well done? Summoning her last breath, Charmion defiantly replied, "It is well done, and fitting for the descendant of so many kings." With those final words, she collapsed by the side of her queen. Cleopatra had orchestrated her exit to perfection, a dignified death, in queenly raiment, faithful attendants by her side, and not an enemy in sight. The means of Cleopatra's last moment was not immediately obvious. Ancient accounts based on later conjecture offer multiple versions. The most famous is the one we've recounted, the bite by an asp, a symbol of royal divinity in Egypt. Plutarch writes that the asp was smuggled with the figs, and that Cleopatra, finding it hidden among the leaves, held out her hand for the snake and let it bite her. But other contemporaries suggested that she kept a poisoned hairpin or comb in her hair, which she used to scratch her skin and deliver a toxin. Cassius Dio likewise reports that no one knew the exact method, only that Cleopatra's corpse showed 2 tiny puncture marks on the arm. Some said an asp had indeed bitten her, either brought in a water jar or hidden in a bunch of flowers. Others believe that she applied a different kind of poison. But what all accounts agree on is the serenity of her death. She passed with calm dignity, just as she had planned. Octavian, when he arrived, was too late. He was reportedly stunned and even lost his temper. His prize captive, star of the triumphant parade, gone. He tried everything to revive her. Plutarch says he sent for a Seelie, snakebite healer of North Africa, that is, to suck the venom from her wound. But that was in vain. The great queen was gone. Octavian could not help, though, but feel a measure of admiration. Though frustrated she denied him a living trophy, he acknowledged that her courage and royal resolve was certainly formidable. He ordered that Cleopatra's body be entombed with Antony's in the mausoleum, and provided a royal funeral befitting her station. Thus, in death, Antony and Cleopatra remained united. She had lived about 39 years, and had reigned as the Queen of Egypt for 22 of them, the last of the Ptolemaic line, and with her death, the line of the Egyptian pharaohs, stretching back 3 millennia, came to an end. With Cleopatra's death, the victory of Octavian was complete. The Roman Republic's civil wars, which had raged on and off for decades, came to a close. Octavian stood as the sole master of the Roman world. Egypt, the fabled land of the pharaohs, was reduced to a Roman province in 30 BC. It would henceforth be governed by a prefect appointed by Octavian, now taking the name Augustus, and its immense wealth, especially the grain supply, was appropriated for Rome. Octavian took no chances in securing his win. he had Cleopatra's teenage son, Caesarion, allegedly the son of Julius Caesar, captured and executed. One of Octavian's advisors quipped dryly, "Too many Caesars is not a good thing," summing up why Caesarion could not be allowed to live as a potential rival. Antony's eldest son, Angelus, had already been put to death after seeking sanctuary, dragged from the statue of Julius Caesar in the city, and killed on Octavian's orders. However, Octavian did spare the young children of Cleopatra and Antony. These three orphans, Alexander Helios, Cleopatra Selene, and Ptolemy Philadelphus, were sent to Rome and paraded in the triumph, tiny gold chains adorning them as they walked, a pitiable spectacle to arouse the sympathy of the crowd. After the spectacle, Octavian handed the children over to his sister Octavia, who was Antony's Roman widow, to raise in her household. Octavia, by all accounts, a gracious and compassionate woman, brought them up alongside her own children, ensuring that they were educated and cared for. In later years, Cleopatra's daughter, Cleopatra Selene, was married off to King Juba II of Mauritania, thus continuing her mother's dynasty, just in a new form. And her sons, well, they disappeared from history, likely dying young or living in obscurity. Back in Alexandria, Octavian saw to it that Cleopatra and Antony were buried together in a splendid tomb. He allowed Cleopatra's attendants, Iras and Charmion, to be buried honorably beside her as well. According to Plutarch, a certain Archibius, a close friend of Cleopatra, paid Octavian a hefty bribe of 2,000 talents to ensure Cleopatra's statues would not be destroyed in Alexandria, whether out of pragmatism, or perhaps admiration, or maybe a little bit of both. Octavian permitted Cleopatra's legacy to have some dignity in Egypt, even as he completely obliterated Antony's. As for Octavian's own perspective, it seems he has mixed feelings. Suetonius later wrote that Octavian anxiously wished to save Cleopatra for the triumph, and was vexed when she passed away. But nonetheless, he viewed her death as a fittingly lofty end, and ensured due honor was given to her burial. The fall of Cleopatra reverberated throughout the ancient world. For Rome, it marked the final consolidation of power under Octavian. In 27 BC, Octavian was granted the title of Augustus by the Senate, becoming the first Roman emperor. And the age of the Roman Empire began, directly predicated on the wealth and stability that the annexation of Egypt provided. Augustus himself highlighted the conquest of Egypt in his Res Gestae, an autobiographical inscription, proudly noting that, quote, Egypt was added to the empire of the Roman people in his consulship, a nod to the immense significance of Cleopatra's defeat. Culturally, Cleopatra's dramatic end cemented her status as a near mythic figure. Roman writers of the early empire often cast her as the embodiment of the East, luxurious, cunning, and decadent, yet also irresistibly alluring. The biases of our sources become evident in their post-mortem appraisals. The Augustan poets, writing soon after her death, had sung of Cleopatra as a monster, in the context of war at least. But even they concluded grudging respect. Horace's ode, while initially celebrating her downfall, ends by praising Cleopatra's courage in death. He describes how she dared to gaze at her fallen kingdom with a calm face, and took venom into her body, scorning to be led in triumph, thus meeting death more bravely than anyone could have expected. Virgil, in his epic, depicts the Battle of Actium on Aeneas's divine shield. In Virgil's rendering, highly flattering to Augustus, Cleopatra appears as the Egyptian wife in the midst of the fray, her presence sullying the purity of Rome until she is vanquished by Augustus, after which the personification of Discordia flees, and Bellona, war, recoils. The propagandistic tableau, casting the war against Cleopatra, has almost a mythic clash of civilization versus chaos. Later, historians like Velius Paterculus and Florus, writing under the Roman Empire, echo the same sentiments. Florus, for example, characterizes her as having enslaved Antony to her love, and demanded the Roman Empire as the price of her favors, an image of a wily seductress who nearly undid the great Roman Republic. Yet even Florus, after relating how Octavian coldly thwarted Cleopatra's attempts to charm him, notes with a measure of awe how she sought out her mausoleum and applied serpents to her veins, thus passing into death as into sleep. And so if we step back and critically assess the sources, I suppose we can arrive at a nuanced picture. Cleopatra was certainly used as a convenient villain by Octavian's regime, a foreign queen blamed for Antony's perfidy. But the consistency of details across Plutarch, Dio, and others, despite writing of different eras, it suggests a core of truth. Cleopatra was fiercely determined to die on her own terms. An image of her in her final moments in full regalia, calmly allowing that snake to sink its teeth in, with loyal handmaidens sharing her fate. It's one that's resonated through Western culture as an ultimate act of a regal defiance. Roman historians, even while hostile, couldn't deny the drama and dignity of that scene. Plutarch, for instance, ends his biography of Antony by virtually eulogizing Cleopatra's resolution. He notes that Octavian himself was moved to pity and admiration at her death, and that Cleopatra's high status was such that even the hard-nosed conqueror did not dare to drag her reputation through the mud afterward. Cleopatra's monuments and memory were largely respected in Egypt under Augustus, helped by that heavy bribe, and Augustus's desire to appear magnanimous. In Rome, however, she became a cautionary tale, an example of the danger of unbridled female influence in Eastern luxury corrupting a Roman man. Its narrative, propagated for Augustus's supporters, would persist, coloring historical views of Cleopatra for centuries. Yet, look a little bit beyond the Roman propaganda. Cleopatra emerges as a shrewd, resourceful, and courageous leader. Until almost the end, she explored every possible avenue: diplomacy, deception, force, all to save her kingdom and children. When those failed, she resorted to the only power that she had left, power over her own fate. And in doing so, she denied her enemy a total victory, a final act of defiance, crafting a legacy that would inspire art and literature, from Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra to modern novels and films. Her life and death became the archetype of a romantic tragedy, set against a backdrop of global power shift. And so there you have it, the dramatic culmination of both a personal saga and a larger geopolitical story in Rome's very chaotic transition from republic to empire. With Egypt secured, Rome would enjoy a period of unprecedented stability. But the memory of the last pharaoh had cast a long shadow. Roman emperors would visit Alexandria and pay respect at her tomb. Writers would ponder, what if she and Antony had prevailed? Indeed, I'm sure the world would have looked quite a bit different. Butterfly effect sort of stuff. To this day, her death with the venomous asp and fallen empire remains one of the most captivating episodes of ancient history. Studying these accounts critically, and I mean critically, we find Cleopatra's own voice emerging in her actions. Unbent, unbowed, unbroken, and immortalized in the manner of her leaving. As Charmion aptly said, it was a deed fitting for the descendant of so many kings. The last days of Cleopatra echo with both the end of an epic and the timeless allure of a woman who refused to be forgotten. And that's it from me today. I hope you enjoyed that. Rather dramatic, wasn't it? And I suppose the best history does bring out the best stories. I'm going to thank the top-tier Patreons who I refuse to forget. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Carey, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulford Near, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Dowdery, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, and Gugu Bubonic. Thanks so much. Alright, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our trip back to ancient Egypt. And I hope you're all nice and relaxed and you learned something. You're probably asleep. If you're not asleep, leave a comment. And, yeah, do all that. Alright, good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all, and I will see you next time you feel like coming back. Goodbye for now.